So I cannot start my video, but that's fine, right? That's part of the plan.
That is part of the plan. We will request you to start your video. Obviously have an interpretation function, meaning if there are any French people watching, they can click on that interpretation button.
Whatever you have created that touches him is the connection. And by that connection, you are connecting with others and the brand gets growing. And I think at that level, you are becoming a national, international brand and so on.
They say that a brand is a promise, an offering of trust. But what if you're selling to a whole continent? A continent as grand, as ancient, and as full of color as Africa. You will have to shout the promise from the rooftops, sound it like a gombe drum from the mountain peaks of the Maghreb to the rolling grasslands of the Kalahari. But what will give you a voice? Small business as you are, little entrepreneur as you are, landlocked in one land as you are. Africa, my brother, is very big. Africa, my sister, is full of sound. Africa, my friend, is swamped with beats from abroad. But don't despair. Now you have AfTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement.
African Continental Free Trade Area. AfTA brings you made in Africa. Yeah, Africa.
AfTA is your baby, your guardian spirit, your superpower. It is the force in your corner, and now it wants to be your story. May is the month that 3 years ago, AfTA came into its own when it came into force. And on this auspicious occasion of its 3rd anniversary, gifts are in order. AfTA's gift to all of you merrymakers of fine wares is to take the promise of your brand on its wings from the nape to the ankle of Mother Africa.
Mama Africa. Oh, no.
AfTA is a miracle to us SMEs. The General Secretary always says that SMEs like us are the heartbeat of AfTA.
AfTA means, from a business perspective, and our business means access to one of the biggest trade zones in the world that is growing. So the advent of AfTA is made sure that all the 53 countries in Africa comes across as a common market.
One AfTA hub for one Africa.
So long as your fine wares and products are made in Africa, steeped in its soil and its soul, so long as in your making and in your weaving and in your crafting and your molding, you add value to our beloved continent.
AfTA wants to change Mama Africa.
AfTA is your friend and your champion.
Africa.
But even AfTA cannot carry this load alone. A veritable constellation of Africa's most prominent organizations working closely with the AfTA Secretariat as one determined AfTA Hub network is gathering, from AfroChampions and Badia to Afrexim Bank and the UNDP, and from EcoBank to MTN. This alliance of Pan-African changemakers is committed to the true flourishing of startups and SMEs across the continent, such as yours. With their breeze in your wings, you are on safari. A star in your own galaxy. Atop the peak they are shaping for you. But the centerpiece of their support, the very rationale of the After Hub, is the power and promise of your brand. The brands of Africa's SMEs and startups.
I think a brand is what they say about you when you're not in the room. Branding for us has enabled us to connect with a customer, relate with them, and since we meet our promise to them in terms of quality, affordable products made in Africa, it's possible. We use our brand to be the anchor pillar to drive our agenda.
Through the After Hub's digital ecosystem and a novel and powerful creative collaboration platform, brand artists are connecting with product makers. Supermarkets and malls are joining up Africa's retail veins for the lifeblood of young businesses into the beating heart of commerce and industry throughout the continent. By boosting the brand equity of SMEs and startups through brand hackathons, they are primed for expansion. By increasing their trust quotient through the After number, the continent's business directory, incredible opportunities are opening up. By unknotting the thorny problem of payments through Afrexim Bank's PAPS platform, massive savings beckon. This highway of opportunities paved by the After Hub platform, the After Caravan, PAPS and similar initiatives is crisscrossed by a new logistics ecosystem, powered by Africa's cargo supermajors. Things of beauty and tastefulness made in one part of Africa flow like streams of hope, radiating the brand power of the continent's emerging industrial giants.
Rwanda's mission is really to connect Rwanda to the rest of the African continent and to connect the African continent to the rest of the world. So to that end, we've opened up quite a number of routes within the African continent, and we believe that with our route network, we'll be able to easily facilitate businesses to move their goods across the continent. And with our focus on cargo as well, and increasing our cargo capacity, we believe we're well positioned to facilitate this. The most important part of the entire process, getting the goods to the shelves in a timely manner and at an affordable rate. This will help the different businesses be able to sell their brands at an affordable rate to the end user, and it will ensure that their brands are stocked on shelves at all times.
We believe ACFTA brought a lot of opportunity to African countries, and it mainly helps to develop the trade between the countries. Using our expanding network and infrastructure in our hub in Addis Ababa, we are looking forward to provide. We are currently also providing products including perishables, live animals, commercial goods, sensitive, dangerous goods, and any other product that can be transported by air. So the new development with African Free Trade Continental Agreement would definitely help towards this achievement. We would like to align ourselves with the initiatives of the continental bodies in order to promote the commerce between the various countries. To that end, what we are currently doing is expanding our infrastructure here at Hub to create a world-class infrastructure that would definitely contribute to this achievement. And the current major development is the e-commerce center. Ethiopian is currently in Addis Ababa, and we're trading with their African counterparts.
We want to work very closely with the After Hub because we ourselves have created a hub. We call it the Fahari Innovation Hub. So the two hubs need to work collaboratively because the whole point of having the hub is to work with the SMEs to grow them, to grow their capabilities, understand the market more, the aviation market more, and After Hub is doing exactly that, to support also SMEs. So the two hubs need to work together and see the best possible approach that we should take to encourage SMEs, first of all, to access the markets. Secondly, to be able to play a part in the supply chain and even the value addition chain. and also to develop innovative ways, both digital and otherwise, that will incorporate them in the whole ecosystem that will help to develop their businesses.
The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is one of the really good news policy dimensions that came during the pandemic. And already within the KQ cargo strategy, we were in motion embedding a number of levers to really improve connectivity within the continent. At the end of 2020, we opened some kind of a mini hub in South Africa. And one of our strategies was to multi-hub within the continent. A critical enabler of this multi-hub strategy would be when you have a free trade regime within the continent. So we began in South Africa. We're flying into Malawi, Zimbabwe, Dar es Salaam, and already we can really see the costs for our customers being optimized. And this is really exciting feedback in terms of also reducing the logistics costs within the continent. Previously, flying into Tanzania, we had to fly 2 sectors, Johannesburg to Nairobi, and then Nairobi to Dar es Salaam. But now with this kind of free trade regime, it enables us to do a direct flight into Dar es Salaam. This is cost effective for us as an airline, cost effective for our customers, and a really clear value add.
Made in Africa indeed. Made for Africa for sure. Made with Africa in fact. Infused with the spirit and grace of our Mama Africa, our after power. Every maker can pitch their tent in the after hub. Every business hitch their wagon to the after caravan. Provided their heart is in Africa and their value crystallizes in African supply chains. Provided they share the vision of making the after the world's most innovative and most inclusive free trade area, not just its largest.
We begin to develop. We begin to see each other's work, and indeed, presently it's happening. We have artists, not artists, traders here in Ghana. They come here in Ghana from mostly Nigeria. They come to buy my work, and they sell in Nigeria, and they bring. And we have other. Now that man comes from Nigeria. We have other artists here. But you see, gradually it's growing. But it's just because this enabling environment has given them the impetus, the idea that they don't need to sell only in Nigeria or Benin. They begin to take their work somewhere else other than their countries.
Some say that a brand is a promise, a sacred offering of trust. But Africa is very big. So a promise must be shouted from the rooftops. A promise must vibrate like the kora and the ngoni in the hands of the Mandingo maestros. In the moonlight feasts of Limpopo, what you make in one corner of Africa must brighten the nooks and crannies of another. The big must join hands with the small, and old barriers must be cleared by the strong.
The whole idea is to trade amongst ourselves, right? So after basically leverages the business to grow and become successful and build on the African dream, because Africa is seen as the growing continent. For the future of the world is truly African, right? So for a business, a new business, this is a marvelous opportunity to make sure that you are successful, and as you become successful, you bring a lot of Africans with it through employment, through a complementary business, and the network effects of growing a business within Africa, right? So AfTA presents that perfect opportunity with the timing to build a successful African business and a brand.
In Africa, we have always said, those who want to go quicker, they go alone. But those who reach far, move with friends. We have seen how other free trade programs in other lands have failed the masses, triggered demagogues, and worsened inequalities. And we have resolved that our AfTA must be different. Innovation must mesh with inclusion. Wealth creation must blend into welfare and sharing. The path of branding and of technology, of modern retail and new logistics, they must all lead to one place. The place of Ubuntu. The place of Agenda 2063, an Africa prosperously united and proudly standing tall on the world stage. Because Africa is very big.
When we succeed as a country, as a nation, what we hope to create is an environment where we are utilizing most of our resources in producing the goods within our continent and consuming it here, and hopefully even exporting some of it to the neighboring countries and vice versa.
We need to understand our market. One of the key headaches we have is, of course, on-shelf availability. And that comes in with logistical support, making sure the product is available, making sure the raw materials are actually available, making sure that we actually also spark consumption within ourselves such that there's that particular rotation so that traders and retailers and everybody else is actually pleased to be part of that whole journey. So it's a 360 affair. How you're making the customers happy by making sure that product is available on shelf at the right price and the right quality, making sure that the retailers and traders are actually having proper margins, and that of course comes in with proper trading terms. And ultimately, of course, other stakeholders like government and all that, making sure that we're creating employment and actually making sure that we're not just copy-pasting other markets, but coming up with our own unique way of working. And not look at each other like competitors. We need manufacturers not seeing like the person who is now coming in from Ghana into Kenya is coming to take a market share. They need to be looking like, oh, guess what? This person is going to better my product. I also can take my products to Ghana. All the other way and also things. I need to go to Zim, I need to go everywhere else. The same way even retailers, we are just about to start going now and expanding into other horizons.
AfTA coming into play is really to help manufacturers of African products to bring their products on one platform. Now, we will be able to achieve that if there is an education, because what we need to do is to really educate these retailers what really this platform seek to do and what they stand to gain from. We need to increase the sensitization or the education in this area to ensure that whoever is coming onto this platform knows exactly what is there. If we have a platform where all these products made in Africa are put there, so let me say when you go on that platform and you click Ghana, you're able to come up with all these products that is made in Ghana, but it's within Africa. You go to Egypt, you're able to click and then you get all the product made in Egypt within Africa. You go to other countries, you go to Libya, you go to Tunisia, you go to Morocco, you go to Nigeria. All these products that really want to come onto the platform comes in, and therefore we are able to go into the system to know exactly what we want.
When this happens, we are going to grow more jobs, we are going to create better products, we are going to consume those products, and we are eventually going to export those products even outside the continent, and in turn create a livelihood and an ecosystem where the continent will lift itself out of the levels where we are. So hopefully, when we meet again the next time, we'll be discussing how we have succeeded, or not if we have succeeded.
Africa, I want to change Mama Africa, Mama Africa. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Africa, I want to change Mama Africa, Mama Africa. No, no, no. Africa, after wants to change Mama Africa, Mama Africa. Yeah, no, 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 no. Africa, after wants to change Mama Africa, Mama Africa. Yeah, no, no, no. Africa.
Hello and welcome to the Boma of Africa 2022. What a great occasion. The Boma of Africa, that unique place to which we come, to which we gather, to think, to strategize. In that tradition, to come together and think through what the solutions are for this continent. You know, we will be doing everything from ensuring that the AfCFTA is facilitated through a bespoke digital infrastructure, to debating questions around Africa's future, and also to launching an Africa e-backbone. Everything is on the cards for discussion today and for solutions finding. The hashtags we will be using are at Boma 2022, at hashtag Boma Africa, and then hashtag AfCFTA Hub. My name is Joy Kategekwa, and I'm so pleased and honored to be your moderator for this session of the Boma Africa. You know, we meet at such an incredible time because Africa has had its share of quite a rough beating in the past 2 years. We look back at a time when the COVID pandemic reminded us of the risk inherent in not investing sufficiently in health systems. And yet somehow we've managed to get where we are. But even as we navigate that, we struggle with the cost of living crisis that has been pushed on Africa by the war in Ukraine. Will this Boma be the place where we find solutions? Will this Boma be that psychological tipping point where the ideas that are uniquely African can come to the fore and help us to find solutions? So I'm excited about the conversation we're going to have this morning. But before we get into it, I'd like very much to invite Dr. Monique Nsanzabaganwa, DCP, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union, who will give us welcome remarks. So DCP, Dr. Nsanzabaganwa, over to you, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stars can show the way. The moon can light our path. But the bonfire brings warmth too for the gathering of all tribes. In our gathering, we see farther into the paths of unity. Boma! Boma! Farther into the ways of prosperity. Boma! Boma! Farther into the heights of singularity. Boma! Boma! And the farther we see, the nearer we climb, and the distant music shall rise again. One African market. Boma! 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 Boma!
Happy.
Well, after that beautiful Boma chant that reminds us why we're here today and puts us right in that Afro spirit, it is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Nsanza Baganwa to give us the opening remarks. DCP.
Wonderful. Thank you, moderator. I greet you, Your Excellencies. Your Excellency Mahamadou Issoufou, former President of Niger, and the champion of the FCFTA, Excellencies, Heads of State, SG Wamke,
Recording in
growing
progress.
protectionism, disruption of supply chains, the drastic drop in demand, and the paralysis in the informal sector as a result of the pandemic, all pointed to the need to accelerate Africa's industrialization and integration. The World Bank forecasted a 5.2% contraction in global GDP in 2020, and 2.7% for Africa. The IMF forecasted a 4% GDP growth that remains up to this day. This is far less than the required 8% economic growth rate to double the average income in a decade, pointing to an important lesson that whilst we grew we did not transform our economies. This pandemic, therefore, has cautioned our growth model that was reliant heavily, if I may add, on selling raw materials. In the midst of managing the impact of COVID-19, then the Russia-Ukraine conflict flared up to further impact the economic challenges on the ground. The immediate aftermath of the conflict has brought on a shortage of food and energy. As the basic laws of economics dictate, this has led to rising prices of both food and energy, leading to spilling inflation. And we know that for sure. Second wave effect, third wave effect are going to be even more serious. The two crises only made matters worse. With climate change, that continues to affect our production systems. Africa, as we all know, contributes less than 4% of global greenhouse gas emissions, but it's on the most vulnerable regions to climate variability and change. Africa's primary growth sectors, including services sectors such as tourism, real estate, banking and transport, energy, industry, agriculture, and the blue economy, are all climate sensitive. Without proper climate proofing, they continue to suffer and slow the economic growth and development for the continent. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all these factors enumerated above are global shifts that are impacting our rise, thereby putting in jeopardy many of the gains we so far registered in the last decade. And where then do we go from here? There are temptations to go back to the old ways of doing things, with our economies still depending on the production and export of primary commodities, our youth and young women still attempting the dangerous sea voyages across the Mediterranean. But we must resist through our bold actions. It's in this regard that this Boma, therefore, becomes absolutely important. Its focus on showcasing major projects and initiatives that are shaping Africa's emergence as a global force in accordance with the African Union's Agenda 2063, deliberating on priorities such as key trends in technology, supply chains, global development, geopolitics, climate, critical geomaterials, and global health is very befitting. At the African Union Commission, we are involved in a similar exercise. We are in the process of evaluating the performance of the 14 projects that were designated in the first 10 years implementation plan of Agenda 2063. We will also be looking forward to that, to what we will be doing in the next 10 years to come. This is from 2024 onwards. I therefore look forward to the outcomes of this Boma as I see them feeding into this exercise, as well as our various programming. Your Excellencies, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude by once again thanking the organizers for this opportunity for us to talk action for the benefit of our continent, and also to call upon all of us to forget that our ultimate goal is a peaceful, not actually forget that our ultimate goal is a peaceful and prosperous Africa, which is driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena, where the African people achieve shared prosperity and well-being, where they realize their unity of purpose through integration, with the women and youth achieving their full potential, and with freedom from fear, disease, and want. With these words, it's my distinct honor to officially declare the 2022 Boma of Africa officially open.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency, Dr. Monique Nzanza-Baganwa. Thank you very much for that rich solutions-leaning advice that frames the Boma in the right context. It is now my pleasure to invite my sister, Cynthia Nyasingbe Esonam. She's the senior advisor to the Secretary General of the AfCFTA Secretariat, and she focuses on private sector. Cynthia, you're welcome to give us a few words in introducing His Excellency Wamkele Mene. Cynthia, over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings to you all. It is my greatest pleasure and indeed an honor to address this August gathering on this occasion of the Boma of Africa, this high-level festival of ideas convened under the aegis of the African Union to mark Africa Integration Day. I think we all agree, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that today more than ever, Africa is at a crossroads with unprecedented opportunity for sustained growth, for structural transformation and accelerated development, despite the two global crises that we have been enduring the past 3 years, and which in many respects has been impacting the livelihoods of millions and millions of Africans.
Recording stopped.
Africa's economic landscape has been characterized by the smallness of our national economies, the fragmentation of our markets, the over-reliance on the export of primary commodities, underdeveloped industrial regional value chains, weak supply chains network, and also high regulatory and high tariff barriers to intra-Africa trade. And these factors have hindered and constrained the establishment of a truly integrated African market and consequently impacted on our competitiveness at a global level. Fortunately, with the advent of the African continental free trade area, today Africa has a unique opportunity to create a different narrative, the narrative of the Africa that we want, and because precisely the AfCFTA aims to address these barriers and these issues that I have mentioned before. And so it is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you the man who is in charge of driving this historical mission, His Excellency Mr. Wamkele Mene, the Secretary General of the AfCFTA Secretariat. Excellency, the floor is yours. Thank you.
My colleague Cynthia, let me start by acknowledging President Yusufu, the champion of the AfCFTA and the former president of the Republic of Niger. I also want to recognize the former president of Mauritius, my dear sister, the deputy chairperson of the African Union Commission, Dr. Nzanza-Baganwa, my dear friend and sister, Dr. Kategegwa, who is the moderator today. It is a pleasure to once again join all of you for this Boma. I want to thank the AfroChampions for continuing to be a steadfast supporter of the AfCFTA. We started this journey even before many believed that the AfCFTA would become a reality. The AfroChampions were one of the very first private sector formations in Africa to really champion the AfCFTA and to believe in its cause and to take concrete actions to support the work that we do. As my colleague Cynthia said, two crises confront our continent: the COVID-19 pandemic, which the impact continues to linger. We've seen many countries in Africa and millions of Africans being pushed back into poverty as a result of the pandemic. And of course, the geopolitical context that we are in is also negatively impacted on the African continent.
Recording in progress.
And in fact, has compounded the crisis that was caused by the pandemic. We have seen inflationary pressures, particularly food supply. We are experiencing a food insecurity crisis, up to 20% rise in the cost of basic foods as a result of the crisis and the political context between Russia and Ukraine. Both of these crises underscore, in very stark terms, underscore the need for Africa to accelerate implementation of the AfCFTA, to accelerate the establishment of regional value chains that will enable Africa to have the self-sufficiency that is required to withstand these crises. At a time when the rest of the world imposed export restrictions on germ-killing products that we required to fight the pandemic back in April 2020, the African continent suffered as a result of underdeveloped industrial capacity. Now, with this new crisis, as a result of over-reliance on one country, a country of 43 million people, over-reliance on the agricultural imports from this particular country, yet again, and once again, Africa is suffering a food crisis that should and can be avoided going forward. And so what is the role of the AfCFTA in all of this? Why should we say that the AfCFTA may offer a solution? As I mentioned earlier, the AfCFTA is about integrating a market of 1.3 billion people and accelerating industrialization and the development of those value chains on the basis of a legal framework that eliminates barriers to intra-Africa trade, that eliminates barriers to intra-Africa investment. Africa is a continent of 1.3 billion people, and we claim, and correctly so, that we have 60% of the world's arable land. And yet this continent of 1.3 billion people is not able to feed itself. We must address this matter urgently. We must accelerate the establishment of agricultural value chains so that our small medium enterprises, smallholder farmers can be uplifted and can be part of Africa's industrialization and can be part of finding a solution to the challenge of food insecurity in Africa. And so the AfCFTA lays the basis, it lays the foundation for us to be able to establish these value chains to ensure that we respond to the immediate challenge of our time, and that immediate challenge is the food insecurity crisis that we are experiencing as a result of the geopolitical context between Ukraine and Russia. What have we done in the last year? In the last year and a half since the last Boma, has there been progress in implementation of the AfCFTA? These are very, very critical and legitimate questions. Let me give you a very brief update. Spoke together in this Boma a little over a year ago. First, we have been able to establish, along with our strategic partner, we have established the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund, which is intended to assist countries who will experience short-term revenue losses as they eliminate barriers to intra-Africa trade, as they eliminate tariff barriers that have existed for the last 65, 70 years or so. So this fund of $1 billion provided by AfroChampions will enable countries to implement the AfCFTA in a way that will create equity amongst countries who are state parties to the AfCFTA. And we are grateful to AfroChampions to trade under the terms of the AfCFTA, will be able to do so using their local currency without having to convert to a third currency and thereby avoiding the associated costs that come with currency convertibility. This is important. The Pan-African Payments and Settlement System is an important tool for inclusivity because it will enable small, medium enterprises, young entrepreneurs to have access to the entire African market as they trade under the AfCFTA. Third, working with our partners, UNDP and UN Women, we have convened around the continent regional and national level consultations on what kind of
Recording in progress.
aspirations of inclusivity in trade, but it actually it codifies these aspirations into legally binding obligations that all our governments shall have to adhere to in the cause of inclusivity, in the cause of inclusivity in the implementation of the AfCFTA. These are some of the efforts that we have been engaged in over the last year under very difficult times that have been occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic, and then of course recently by the geopolitical context that I referred to earlier. We continue to make very good progress on the nuts and bolts of the agreement. We now have over 88% agreement on rules of origin, which is a critical achievement. If you think about it this way, over the last 65 to 70 years, as Africans, we have been trading over 4,500 products, and of these 4,500 products, each region of Africa had its own rules of origin. In other words, its own local content requirement. And this fragmentation of the African market is one of the reasons why intra-Africa investment has been constrained. Each region has its own rules of origin. Each region has its own local content requirements. This constrains trade. This constrains intra-Africa investment. And so now that we have been able to agree, all the state parties, 43 of them, now that we have been able to agree on the same local content rules, the same rules of origin for all of these products, over 4,500 products, I believe that we have made a significant step in the integration of our continent. I want to close by once again thanking President Issoufou Mahamadou, the champion of the AfCFTA, for his leadership, his continued leadership, and his commitment to the AfCFTA. And to thank, of course, our partners, UNDP, as well as UN Women, and the AfroChampions for all of the support that is provided to towards implementation of the AfCFTA. So I wish all of us a very good Boma today as we celebrate the achievements of the last year. We should also be mindful, of course, of the immense challenges that still lie ahead in the implementation of the AfCFTA. So thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Secretary General, Mr. Wamkelemene, for those reflections that really give us clarity in how the AfCFTA can play a role, is the solution to taking, the trade-related solution to taking us out of this multiple crises that we're facing. And I believe all of us appreciated the state of play update in terms of progress that has been achieved, but also the details on the nuts and bolts and why that is particularly important. Thank you again. Again, the reminder for our hashtags in this session, hashtag Boma 2022, hashtag Africa Boma, hashtag AfCFTA Hub. We've spoken about the hub. By the way, we do have interpretation in French. So if you want to go down to the globe, you will find some options there of French interpretation. Pick it, stick with it, and facilitate the listening and the participation. We've spoken about the AfCFTA Hub, and now it's time to get into the details of what we mean when we talk about the ecosystem of this hub. So everything from digital to finance to retail to logistics. So let's jump right into the Digital Champions panel. And with me to discuss, the CEO of Web Fontaine. You know, there is an increasing regard for e-commerce in the establishment and sustainability of SMEs and startups. So tell us a bit about how the private sector and the public sector can capacitate its key economic players that happen to be less formalized as seen in Africa's trade industry and landscape. Alioune, your reflections.
Thank you very much. I think that technology will be able to play a big, could be a drive, in fact, within the implementation of the EFCTA. I think it's a great potential, basically, that we have today. I think that we are in a new era, basically, where we have all the tools, necessary tools, to be able to go further and quite quickly. We do have challenges, a lot of challenges, and these will have to be tackled in a very, let's say, sequential manner, basically. Yeah? We know that, for example, there's a lot of issues related to policy. Yeah? We're talking about, when you're about trade, movement of goods, we have fragmented, basically, regulation and customs for teeters. Regional transit doesn't exist. When you want to move goods from one country to another, you have to think about standard transport vehicles regulations. You need to have the same trucks moving from one place to another. The same regulation. You have, in most of our countries, very poor connectivity. So these things that have to be tackled basically at a higher level. The issue as well of movement of people from one country to another will have to be tackled. I think that we can, as governments and as private sectors, there's a lot of things that can be done with very quick and immediate results. For governments, I'm talking about setting up integrated IT solutions. I would talk about integrated is very important because today you have systems at ports, customs working independently, but really we have to look at systems that to each other and systems that talk to each other from one country to another. So these are things that are quite important when you're talking about moving goods from one country to another. It has to be somehow integrated, and systems should be talking to each other. One important point in this area is the label we will talk, I like to say, Made in Africa label. This is a label that will allow to move goods from one country to another without paying duties and taxes. This is based on our protocol. So this, it has to be done in a very professional way. Basically, we should have a centralized system where these Made in Africa labels are generated. We have to be able to, at any point of the movement of goods, we have to be sure that this document should be verified, authenticated, and that it has not been used before. This has to be done at border points, at arrival of goods. The document should be able to be occupied in a secured manner. So these things, I mean, technology will be basically in the middle of all these different schemes.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be done for SMEs, of course. SMEs is, I think it's crucial. It's 80% of our trade. Cross-border procedures, all this has to be set up so that movement of goods can be basically simplified.
Thank you very much for that, Alioune. And what I really hear is the importance of trade facilitation and technology within that. And so trade digitalization has been a very integral part of your own growth strategy in Web Fontaine. So please unpack the interplay of trade digitalization and the AfCFTA. And tell us a bit about how Web Fontaine is contributing to this.
Yeah. We are trying to contribute as much as we can. I mean, since the beginning, we've been playing a major role, working a lot in Africa, in fact. So we are present today in 11 countries, assisting governments, traders, basically to facilitate this environment. I think that we can give you a couple of examples where I think we have brought new ways of doing business. Let's take Ethiopia. Ethiopia, as you know, most of the goods today come from Djibouti. We exchanging up one place. I'm not just talking about exchanging documents. I'm talking about exchanging data. Once you exchange data, you can start controlling things a little better in a more thorough manner. So these are things we did in Ethiopia. In Nigeria, we did huge achievements, I think, with Nigeria Customs Services. It's funny because this is an example of what happened a couple of years ago with the COVID situation. Because Nigeria Customs had started digitalizing and implementing trade facilitation measures, they were not hit, basically. Collection of revenue was not hit from the COVID. They had the tools to be able to continue working, digitalizing, because they have digitalized their process. And this is as well, we'll see this in the implementation of the continental trade area. This is something the digitalization operations will be crucial. I don't think that for our governments, for our companies, today technology is something, it's nice to have. It's a must, and people should tackle it very quickly as soon as possible.
Yeah, thank you very much. Technology is not an option, it is a must. And as you said rightly, Alioune, it's really this question of talking to each other, that the systems must talk to each other. I'd like to come to you now, Christelle Heidemann. You are Global CEO of Orange Group, an important player in the telecommunications space. So telecommunications plays a huge role in developing an economy. And with that, of course, digitalization demands adequate infrastructure and energy sufficiency. So I'd like to ask you, what role does the Orange Group see itself playing in meeting the digitalization demands on the continent?
Well, thanks for giving me the opportunity to join you today. So really, I mean, networks are really the greatest enabler towards digital transformation. And over the past 2 years, they have proven actually during COVID how vital they were for the societies to keep working, for people to keep, for students to keep studying, and for people to staying in touch with each other. We truly see continuous demand growth in Africa for more connectivity, more bandwidth, and really Africa today for the Orange Group is our first growth lever, and we have big ambitions on the continent. Our convictions is that digital solutions will be among the greatest tools for Africa to face the many challenges ahead, whether it's demography and healthcare, economic development, environment. Today at Orange, we in Middle East and Africa, we operate in 18 countries. We serve 134 million customers, of which more than 40 million have access to 4G bandwidth and mobile networks. We have 18,000 employees on the continent, and we invest every year 1 billion euros in our networks. And on top of the infrastructure, we also promote digital inclusion through our foundations. We have one foundation in every subsidiary where we operate to meet local needs, and we opened 13 Orange Digital Centers, and our goal is to have one in every country by 2025. We believe that meeting the digitization needs is not just about networks and technology, even if, of course, they are mandatory, but it's really also about closing the digital gap and making it possible for as many people as possible to have access to those technologies through training and formation, through equipment and through trust as well. And that's our objective with our digital centers.
So thank you very much for that, Christelle. A bit of a delay trying to unmute. You know, you've spoken really about centering telecommunications in its development context. And I'd like to pick your mind a bit more in terms of the ways in which you believe the new digital corridor that could be created through the African Continental Free Trade Area will benefit businesses in Africa, including yours.
Well, no doubt that the digital transformation actually will have huge impacts on companies, no matter the size and the industry. Digital technologies truly enable to create new businesses by bringing new digital solutions that can really improve the services available to answer customer needs. And they can also improve how company works and collaborate with each other. And we are really ready at Orange to support this transformation. We see our networks actually will be ready to support the traffic rise, and we will stand as well as a strategic partner for our business customers in their own digital transformation. And I see today two main impacts on our business. Number one, we actually address B2B segment, and so business customers, and today they are actually a significant growth for us. As an example, in Q1 22, we grew plus 13% with enterprise customers compared to last year. And we also want to play a part in building a solid digital ecosystem through our venture capital activity. And our Orange Ventures activity, who has more than 300 million euros budget, has a dedicated fund with 50 million directly for African startups. So that's really the second pillar that I see as an enabler to have impact through this digital corridor.
So let's talk a little bit about the sectors, especially on this B2B component. What do you see as the sectors where SMEs can stand to benefit the most? You know, where do you see SMEs coming into this B2B space in terms of sectors?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure I would be able to tell how far which segments and how far digital transformation will take us, and I don't think anyone can. We've already seen massive revolutions actually in many industries over the past decade, but I think the upcoming years will come with a deeper and probably faster transformation that will impact every aspect of our societies. And with billions of Africans having access to the internet, a non-stop rising number, there will be thousands of opportunities for SMEs to meet the current and future needs of those customers. And of course, so I truly see. I mean, we operate locally with many partners, and they are SMEs by design, as well as large companies, of course. And I think as well, there's one thing that's very important is that Africa, I think, is known and should continue to really leapfrog. And I think there will be many companies that will jump on opportunities and create conditions of success in every economic sector, whether it's transportation, healthcare, I mean, retail, many type of services actually, where SMEs can absolutely not just bring new services, but really disrupt as well and really leapfrog what's being done elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Cynthia. I know you have to leave us because you have a flight to catch, but it's been a pleasure to have you here. I'd now like to move on to Sitoyo Lopokoit, the Managing Director of M-Pesa Africa. What an innovation, M-Pesa. We always talk about it in UNDP Africa as the strongest evidence of Africa leading the fourth industrial revolution. So Safaricom has pioneered on the continent and globally through M-Pesa, and the mobile money transfer service has really been critical in rising the number of Africans that are banked, so to speak. So with the rise of intra-African trade, money transfer platforms are needed now more than ever. So what major lessons can be drawn with regard to SMEs? I guess the question is, can M-Pesa and similar models sustain the One Africa market? What do you see, Sitoyo?
First, thanks. It's really great to be here, and this is important conversations for the continent. We've been leading in terms of mobile financial services across the continent, and it's a privilege to be running this organization, given the fact that it's one of the greatest exports we've taken to the world. But when it comes to what we see as M-Pesa, especially across the African footprint, so we operate in, when you include as Vodacom Group, 9 countries, all the way from Egypt all the way to South Africa. We see a lot of opportunities with regards to SMEs. We've been predominantly known for what we've done for consumers. In terms of driving financial inclusion, the innovations around payments, sending money, remittance, lending, savings, bill propositions. We've driven over 40 million bank accounts have been opened through our channel, basically driving financial inclusion. But I think the one part that has not been talked about is what you've asked, is SMEs. And today, 3.7 million businesses run on M-Pesa, and a majority of those are micro SMEs and SMEs in it. So what is important for us when we look at this is what problem are we trying to solve? And that's a really key thing in unlocking the growth in the continent. We know SMEs account for over 40% of GDP. World Bank says 7 out of 10 jobs by 2030 will be created by SMEs. So it's really important that we focus, strongly on how do we enable them. So just to give you an example, when a card is transacted on a point-of-sale device, that money actually doesn't go to the SME, as an example. It goes to the acquiring bank, and the acquiring bank will settle T+1, T+2 for it. So, and then it does not solve the problem that the SME has. Is how does he make payments with the money he has received, whether it's digital or cash? So we focused more on the entrepreneur, the owner of the business, and how they manage the business. So it's not a collection problem. Cash is good, digital is good, but I think it's all about how do you solve a payment problem? So that the money that the SME has, how can they reuse it? Can they pay suppliers? Can they pay salaries? Can he pay his electricity? Can he pay, so it's providing him with a suite of services, and they can see the inflows, the outflows, and so on. And what we started in M-Pesa, and especially during the COVID period, we prioritized SMEs by digitizing them. We introduced what we call an M-Pesa Business Super App, which enables not only them to see the inflows, outflows, but also now we've opened the ecosystem to enable the developer community. And this is a huge, for Africa to really develop, we need to get our talent in the fintechs and the developer community, developing products and services and leveraging on platforms such as M-Pesa or other MNO mobile money platform to enable SMEs connect and provide them with the relevant products and services. So the M-Pesa Business Super App is quote unquote, a Google Play Store. So any fintech, any developer can provide products and services related to SMEs to enable them to grow. And what we've seen, especially when it comes to Africa Free Trade Agreement, we put a dedicated team to start looking at this, because it's really important, especially what you mentioned earlier on B2B. It's very important that B2B cross-border trade actually happens. So from the FX, there's been a lot of focus on FX on remittance business into the continent and from the continent out. But COVID has accelerated not only remittance in, remittance out, but more importantly, e-commerce. So from a regulatory perspective, the part from customer to customer transactions on IMT or customer to business is very well defined, and the laws are there. But when it comes to B2B side of it, especially cross-border, there's a lot from KYC, AML, all the stuff that Sis also mentioned, it are really critical, and governments need to enable, and the regulators need to enable, this regulations to enable B2B transactions to happen. Because if you're in Kenya, there's a lot of cross-border trade between Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique, DRC. But from a customer perspective, it has worked. We are fully interoperable with Orange and MTN and Airtel. But from a customer-to-customer transaction, but from a business side of it, that is still in its infancy. And I think there are great opportunities to enable these 3.7 million plus businesses to trade cross-border within and leveraging on the free trade agreements that are there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sitoyo. I was going to ask you about structures and frameworks, but you've answered that question brilliantly already. So for this part of the panel, we're going to have to leave it there for reasons of time. Alioune, Christelle, Sitoyo, I wish to thank you very much for your contribution to this conversation. We talk about the AfCFTA hub, and many of us are thinking, but what is it? So why don't we just take a look at a video that tells us more about it?
When we gather at the Boma to take stock of our continent's rise in this epic century, our eyes will be on AfTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. AfTA is our mark on the world, our path to Agenda 2063, our scheme to own this 21st century. But who bears aloft these currents of change? Our eyes are on our small and medium enterprises, our startups, family-owned businesses, and the industrious handiworks of our mothers and sisters. This AfTA, the single market, is the cord to bind the value chains of the continent into one agenda for industrialization woven around SMEs and startups. But how will Africa's SMEs and startups bear this burden of driving true integration? Our eyes are on their brand.
Branding is very critical to me, and with the African image, it's going to take us places. My products are not just going to be in my country, but it's also going to be in every African country because we carry the image of Africa.
And because of the uniqueness of our brand, it attracts more customers, thereby giving us a competitive advantage.
It sort of gives the opportunity to expand the market at one go.
If you're meeting your customer needs, of course they associate with your brand, and as time goes by, you grow as an organization and as a brand of promise.
For their brands are their greatest promise. Their brands are their own stories of our collective hopes. But a brand cannot be sold in whispers. It must be shouted from the rooftops. Brought to life by strong partners, made to flow in rich channels, and joined one to another in a thriving marketplace. This is the essence of the AfTA Hub, a multi-stakeholder platform convened by the AfTA Secretariat and its strategic partners, AfroChampions, and with the support of EcoBank, MTN, Afrexim Bank, and other AfTA enablers.
The General Secretary always says that SMEs like us are the heartbeat of AfTA. I personally believe that AfTA would help my business go global.
AfTA must create the necessary environment that African countries, and for that matter, African peoples, will produce things that will say Africa, this is Africa. And that's all there is to it.
The hub will complement other AfTA platforms like the Pan-African Payments and Settlements Platform, PAPS, making AfTA, our AfTA, the world's most digital and most inclusive free trade area, a social credit system for continental SMEs, a bridge across customs and regulatory barriers. At its heart is the AfTA number, a trusted business identity no matter the size of your enterprise. Through hackathons and accelerators, incubators and expositions, the After Hub is melding Africa's rich tapestries of arts and culture with the science of packaging, bringing forth a new era of brand development meant to grow and blossom the brand value of products made by African startups. Building true Pan-African brands that stand out, that speak our language and nudge at our hearts. But Africa is very big. How will these flourishing brands in their corner reach their millions of patrons across Africa? Our eyes are on logistics. Working with the continent's leading carriers and cargo operators, the After Hub is connecting the dots of Pan-African trading.
The most important part of the entire process, getting the goods to the shelves in a timely manner and at an affordable rate. This will help businesses be able to sell their brands at an affordable rate to the end user.
We are currently also providing a very seamless operation by moving different type of products, including perishables, live animals, commercial goods, sensitive, dangerous goods, and any other product that can be transported by air.
Here we are talking about an expanded market that requires fast and reliable logistics. And by offering them fast and logistical support to get from one product from one place to the next market, it will help them to expand quickly, to gain more market share, and as a result of which it will become more household names across Africa.
And beyond distribution, our eyes are on modern retail networks. We look to the supermarkets, malls, and the shopping boulevards springing up across the towns and cities of the continent.
We need to increase the sensitization or the education in this area to ensure that whoever is coming onto this platform knows exactly what is there.
And not look at each other like competitors. We need manufacturers not seeing like the person who is now coming in from Ghana into Kenya is coming to take a market share. They need to be looking like, oh, guess what? This person is going to better my product. The same way even retailers, we are just about to start going now and expanding into other horizons.
Imagine all these networks talking to each other. Now, imagine the After Hub. Keep your eye on the tapestry of brands connected to markets through the power of artistry, logistics, and retail interconnectivity. Imagine the brands of startups and SMEs connected with new markets across the continent through the digital power of the After Hub and the logistics and retail partnerships being assembled. Our eyes are on Africa's unstoppable rise in the 21st century. Our eyes are on Agenda 2063. Our eyes are on After. Keep your eyes on the After Hub.
After is our hustle. We not go break again for our own land. We are raising our continent. Africa. One After Hub for one Africa. For one Africa.
Thank you very much for that. Obviously, all of these great goods and services that are going to be traded in the AfCFTA require financing. And that is where we're going next in terms of talking about financing SMEs and startups to accelerate the AfCFTA. And joining me on this conversation is really all of the gurus that are key in this space in Africa. We have Sidi Ulta, who's Director General of the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA. We also have Solomon Quaynor, Vice President at the African Development Bank in charge of private sector. You're welcome. We have Mike Ogbalu, who is the man behind PAPS, the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System. He's the CEO. And we also have Humphrey Muturi, who's the Director, Commercial Director at Equity Bank. So I'm coming to you, CD, first. And I'm really going to talk about trade finance and the gap in trade finance. Pre-COVID, we used to talk about a gap of about 100 billion, and SMEs have been traditionally locked out of these markets because of the weaknesses of their collateral, bankability, poor designed applications, etc. Now that the world is entering a post-COVID era, what is BADEA's approach for SMEs in this new era in terms of the financing gap?
Thank you very much. I do believe that the post-COVID era is really an era of opportunities. And this is why I was working over the past few months with all the partners to develop a new framework to support micro, small, and medium enterprises in Africa to be able to reap the benefit of these opportunities which are there hanging for them to take benefit of. Particularly, we do believe we organized recently a very important meeting for all guarantee funds in Africa with also the African Trade Insurance Institution to discuss the main impediment which are hampering the development of financing for micro, small, and medium enterprise, particularly for cross-border trade, intra-African trade. And it is clear that based on our findings, one of the main issue is the issue of guarantees. As you know, commercial banks needs guarantees to provide the loans. And also, most of the micro, small, and medium enterprise are not very well equipped to provide the guarantees, but also the documentation to prepare the business plan, to provide the documentation needed, the certified financial statement to the banks. And unfortunately, there is no financial institution providing them with the requested financing they need to develop their operation, and particularly with regard to intra-African trade. This is why we are working with our partners, and I'm happy that also PAPS is today here with us, because we do believe that PAPS will be a game changer in Africa, because that will enable micro, small, and medium enterprises across Africa to trade among themselves and also trade with their customers without going through the hurdle of banking, very, very complicated requirement, and the customs also, and the central banks regulations. So we are now working with a group of partners to come up with two very important things. One is to set up a guarantee mechanism for micro, small, and medium enterprises to enable them to be able to get financing without the normal difficulties they are facing with the commercial banks. The second, very important, is also to take benefit of the digital transformation going on in Africa, also to set up continental mechanism which will allow the micro, small, and medium enterprises to receive loans and to repay them without going through the formal system.
Thank you for that. And those initiatives that you're proposing look like important pathways to unlock the space for MSMEs. We hope and we wish that they succeed. You know, you have been a strong supporter of the Caravan Initiative, a vision challenge to boost access to funding and technology capacity for small and medium-sized enterprises and innovators. Tell us a bit about why such programs are important for you as a bank, but also for the realization of the AfCFTA.
No, this program are really key for not only for us as a bank, but also for the continent and for the Africa we want. So we do believe that any institution and any country can do nothing for the development of the country or the development of the business of micro, small, and medium enterprises, or for the success of national planning development, unless they work together. So we have to work together. And I do believe that Caravan is bringing a lot of stakeholders together, which normally are working in silos. And this is the beauty of this initiative. And we very strongly embody a belief in the role of partnership and the value of partnership. This is why we are supporting very strongly supporting this initiative, but we are also keen to work with all the stakeholders and all our partners to really put all our efforts together because together we can do what we cannot do individually.
Thank you very much for that. This call to action for integrating the support for capacity building on trade. I'm coming to you, Solomon Quainor, and really talking about DFIs and their space in this. You know, they've played a critical role in financing entrepreneurs through commercial banks. But, you know, it has been reported over the years that most entrepreneurs who apply for those funds may not get them, may not receive them. This seems a bit counterintuitive. And so I guess the question is, what measures can be put in place from a development bank like you, AFDB, to ensure that entrepreneurs access the money? How do we get the money to the people? Solomon.
Okay, thank you very much, Joy. I'm experiencing a lot of network difficulties, but I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we do. Thanks.
Okay, great. No, so first of all, we at the African Development Bank, in terms of our total commitments of about $20 billion, 40% of that goes to the financial sector. And this is a combination of SME funding, but also trade finance and capital support in terms of Tier 2 capital. We've had good experiences in terms of working with banks to provide SME funding. In addition, you know, we're the largest dedicated fund of funds player in terms of private equity, and most of our private equity actually goes to SMEs as well. So those are really the ways in which we look to support SMEs. But notwithstanding that, I appreciate your point. I think part of our observation is that, you know, a lot of the SME funding has actually gone more to medium corporates than to small. And so this is really where we're working with banks to try to address it. And let me give you the example of what we're doing for women. We have a program called the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa. We actually provide funding directly to banks, but we also work with an institution called the Africa Guarantee Fund to also work, you know, with banking partners. But what we've come to realize is that, you know, banks are looking to actually make money to enhance shareholder value. And so we've got to spend some time de-risking the SME space for them. So this is where, you know, in terms of the program for women that I call the FAWA, we also provide technical assistance to clusters of women-owned businesses. And, the DG from Badea talked about, you know, the importance of, you know, preparing business plans, keeping financial statements. I mean, these are the types of business development services or technical assistance that we provide directly to the SMEs themselves. But we also support banks to actually, you know, design the right risk management system, the right product innovation to fit that target segment. And then lastly, we work really with, with a lot of the women business associations to advocate as well to government, you know, to create the right environment, the right business enabling environment, really for these women-owned businesses to thrive. Now, by doing all of that, you know, we create really a systematic or programmatic approach in which banks are more willing to actually support, women-owned businesses or SMEs. Now, beyond that, though, we've got to look at the non-bank financial institutions. We have to look at the fintechs. You know, these are the groups that are directly creating innovative solutions to really support, especially the small space. Now, most of them require local currency funding. So this is where we're looking to work with, you know, universal banks or top-tier banks to provide them, you know, the local currency liquidity, and then we guarantee a portion of that. So that's another way in which we're looking to actually support, SMEs as well, but with tailored products and instruments. You know, factoring is another example. So we're looking to help banks create factoring platforms, you know, to actually support, groups of SMEs that may not have, you know, collateral, but do have great receivables, you know, for which they can pledge that really as assets to get additional, funding as well. And then lastly, let's be honest, it's a business. So maybe sometimes what we need to do more of is target mid-tier banks that strategically want to support SMEs, not the universal banks. So these are really some of the ways in which we're approaching it in a deliberate manner to really provide funding to SMEs. Why? Because ultimately that's the engine of growth, in private sector in Africa, and actually create 7 to 8 out of 10 jobs that will be created in the future. Thank you, Joy.
Very much, Solomon. You have really painted the entire spectrum of initiatives that will target the MSMEs, and one is keen to see how the landscape changes, especially in the context of implementing the AfCFTA. My last question to you is about how to get Africa's next frontier to materialize. We've often spoken about the developmental state.
Taking advantage of, some of the exogenous global crises to ensure that we feed Africa. I mean, we at the AFDB, this is top priority. So that's why, for example, we've set up this $1.5 billion, food emergency production facility. And it's going to focus really on ensuring that farmers get the right inputs, fertilizers, seeds. But more importantly, we need to actually not look at this from an emergency basis. And this is why we've designed things like these special agro-processing zones. We have about 9 of them across Africa. It creates the pull factor for African farmers to actually go into value addition food processing and to actually export, within, our continent as well. And these are really the sorts of things that we're going to do to create our version of the Asian tigers, not just in terms of, big African champions, like the Dangotes, the El Sawidis, etc., but also taking a look at, the likes of Dal Group from Sudan, who are expanding, to neighboring regions, especially the very difficult markets. This is really what we're doing as a development institution, and we'll continue to do it.
Thank you. Hear me? Thank you very much for that.
Okay.
It's music to my ears listening to you, Solomon, because made in Africa is really what it's going to take. We must make first. So production is critical. Now I move to Mike. Everybody says, most people I know say you have the best job in Africa right now, because yours is really going to unlock that which makes it very difficult for African business to thrive because of the amount of money that is hemorrhaged through having to trade in forex. And so tell us a little bit about PAPS and what it unlocks.
Thank you very much, Joy, and thanks for the opportunity to discuss PAPS on such a platform. Let me step back a little and say that in 1963, when the OAU was being formed, one of the resolutions that were passed was that the continent would require a continent-wide payment system that will support its trade. So you can imagine the vision that started back in 1963. Then in 1994, when AfroChampions was set up, as part of the establishment agreement that was signed, it was said that AfroChampions is empowered to put in place a payment arrangement that will support intra-Africa trade. Now, if you look at our daily lives, we actually, on a 24-hour basis, we create content. We consume some, we trade the rest with others. And you see this content that we create as goods and services. And today we've been constrained by being broken down into 55 different countries and markets. Now, the AfCFTA, in coming on stream, has come up with rules and guidelines that actually tries to bring the entire continent together and has come up with protocols that will guide the movement of goods and services. But without payments, trade does not happen. Now, payment has a number of challenges. There are payment delays, there are issues to do with FX, there are a number of different issues. So PAPS has come to actually try to unlock all of these potentials by dealing with all the different barriers to cross-border payments. So PAPS is coming on stream with one single platform that is able to guarantee instant payment for cross-border transactions. That is to say that a small trader in Aba is able to now sell his shoes to someone in Kenya and is able to receive his money in Nigerian Naira while the person buying is able to make payments in Kenyan shillings. That's the transformational effect. By so doing, we are able to actually remove these additional costs that exist that continues to make transactions across the continent pretty expensive, and therefore we're able to save, by estimation, at least $5 billion every year. So we believe that by removing these frictions around payments, that it will increase the volumes and the values of trade across our continent and directly lead to the prosperity of the continent. So that's the journey that we're embarking on as part.
Tell me, Mike, what has been the journey so far since commercialization? Are you getting support?
We are indeed getting support. We currently now have about 8 central banks that are fully connected, about 45 banks, and these are some of the largest banks in the region who are connected onto our platform. We've also started connecting to the national switches. We have both the GIBS in Ghana and the Nigerian national switch fully live on our platform. We now have 7 partners or switches that have now come on stream. DG CD talked about some of the collaborative efforts, and really big thank you to CD for helping to birth this. We are now connecting onto the Boma platform, which is a cross-border platform in North Africa that connects North Africa to the rest of the Arab world. We're also connecting onto the Commercial Reps, which is a cross-border system in the Eastern and Southern Africa. So today, we're exchanging live transactions across these countries. It's still at its infancy, and what we're really looking forward to and excited about is to go beyond just seeing these transactions picking up, but to seeing how it impacts the daily lives of the small SMEs that exist across Africa.
Thank you very much, Mike. We are all behind PAPS. We want it to succeed. I think it will indeed be the fuel that drives this inter-African trade. We have to leave this panel here for reasons of time. And as we try to transition into the next one, which will be talking more about logistics, let us look at a brief interlude as we transition.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been more than 2 years since COVID struck.
The crossroads of a triple crisis: COVID, climate, and Ukraine.
I think we're also called to reflect on the progress that has been made toward achieving a future that is defined by growth and good governance.
Africa's quest to become a global force in this century is impacted by ongoing global geopolitical, geoeconomic, climatic, and global health shifts.
These disruptions provide the impetus for Africa to rise up as a major power in its own right.
Africa has a big potential to become the factory of the world.
The ability to connect across borders, to buy and sell, collaborate and share, is the magical quality that makes the digital economy the incredible growth engine it has become.
There is no alternative to global cooperation.
This invitation provides us with a special opportunity to express that sense of common purpose and lay the groundwork for structured relationships with the mother continent.
Together, we should be taking every opportunity to make sure the benefits of this next wave of technologies are felt across the region.
This will also support our trade links, spur growth opportunities for both our economies, and foster closer people-to-people ties between our peoples.
We need to embark on a course correction and build stronger international engagement.
There is a bigger role for you to play in the economy and in society, in your political system, because of this time.
We can tap the full potential of our European and African talents and continents.
Toyota Tsusho will work together with the people of Africa.
And we recognize that Africa's determination to forge a common destiny also parallels our own ambition to find a more equal place in the sun.
Thank you very much for those messages, giving us that broader picture. We're now moving into African goods and services and people across the continent to make the AfCFTA work. And we're zoning in on air travel. And to discuss these issues, I have with me Mr. Bosco Gakwaya, who is the head of cargo at Rwandair. We have Mr. Easas Woldemariam Hailu, who's CEO of Askai. And then we have Mr. Abel Alemu, who's Managing Director of Ethiopian Cargo and Logistics Service. So I'm going to start with you, Abel, to really talk about the experience of Ethiopia as a leader on the continent. You know, it has really, you know, the trajectory has been upward over a decade now because of a strategic turnaround. And I guess the question is, what lessons can be drawn from the experience of Ethiopian to ensure that the AfCFTA also has an upward trajectory?
Thank you very much, Dr. Joy. The exceptional history of Ethiopian Airlines in general and moving Africa's aviation forward can give a lesson or two to other industries in Africa. The airline has been there for the last 76 years with a very strong, solid financial and operational success. Currently, it's one of the leading carriers, not only serving the country, the beautiful countries in Africa, but in various continents across the globe. And the primary intention of the airline has always been serving Africa and connecting Africa with the rest of the world. The efficient planning and sound independent business relationship in state companies has helped Ethiopian Airlines to be a very strong partner in the region. And it also helped the business decisions and activities, mainly coupled with activities mainly with the hub's location in East Africa, in Ethiopia, has created a giant in transport, especially when it comes to logistics. Currently, Ethiopian has expanded its facilities with a very continued focused approach. The infrastructure developments that has happened at Addis Ababa Bole International Airport and fleet expansion to serve the continental needs also contributes to the growth of the strategy in general, madam.
So what do you see as the opportunities for SMEs in the logistics sector to support success of the AfCFTA?
We see a lot of opportunity. It seems that the business relationship is going forward and very much strong in Africa. And with a very strong logistics partner, the AfCFTA will bring a lot of advantage to various large and small scale medium companies in Africa. To this aspect, having connectivity within the African countries would be crucial. So having direct both sea freight or land transport and of course air transport to facilitate the trade between the various countries. So connectivity-wise, connecting each and every capital cities with reliable transport service and creating a link in terms of very strong, efficient, and affordable transport. Affordability comes in when we talk about logistics. In logistics, particularly for small and medium-scale companies, unless we offer a product that can go with their offers to their customers, it may not make it a very continued business. So connectivity would be critical with best-in-class service in terms of efficiency and affordability. On top of that, infrastructure would be critical again. Infrastructure, both ground infrastructures in various places, in ports and railway stations, and of course in airport activities. That infrastructure will reduce the cost in general for various SMEs whenever they deal with transport arrangement. And for that, various African initiatives are in place by both private and public entrepreneurs that we can see in the future.
So building on that, and thank you very much, Abel, for that. Building on that, Bosco, I'd like to come to you and ask you what you see as some of the threats in opening up intra-African trade from your perspective in the aviation sector, and what are the mitigation strategies?
Thank you. One of the reasons, I mean, one of the key factors, the geopolitical factors that could lead to trade sanctions, which definitely would affect the SMEs. And also we look at, we have the high tariffs that are involved in air freight. We have the issue of imbalance because of not several markets are now exporting to different markets. So you find that the issue of imbalances also affects the SMEs, and also we have the high fuel rates and airport taxes. All these factors impact the air freight rates that are given to SMEs, which in turn affects their business transactions. Also, we have service delivery that is not right now, because we find several airlines haven't invested in facilities, and this affects the service delivery because we have people who have to be trained, and also we have to ensure that there are inadequate infrastructures, which definitely would ensure that the kind of businesses that are being conducted are handled appropriately. So that's why we have to improve on the issue of infrastructures to ensure that all facilities are invested in. And also we have issue of freighters operating on the continent. So we would urge a lot of governments to invest in cargo freighters to ensure that there's more handling or uplifting of cargo from one market to the other. Yeah. And what we would be doing to ensure that we solve this issue, at Rwanda, what we are doing is we are trying to train and empower our staff to have skilled labor, ensure that the handling of these commodities is inadequate, because one of the commodities that we are moving mostly are agricultural products, which, as you know, are perishables. So we need to have inadequate training to ensure that there's much smooth handling. Yeah. And also we are now trying to create Kigali as a hub by acquiring freighters to ensure that there is connectivity to various markets for all the SMEs, and also to promote intra-Africa trade.
Thank you very much for that, Bosco. I'm going to have to move then to Esaias, a gentleman that has a track record of turning organizations around. Now, logistics rely on several intermediaries, as you know, road networks, transport infrastructure, etc. Can you, in the aviation industry, be considered an intermediary sector for SMEs to trade across borders? Can you help them to turn around?
Thank you, Moderator Dr. Kategekwa. And thank you, Excellencies, dignitaries, and African businesses. It's my pleasure to be in this panel of the Boma Africa. The small and medium enterprises in the whole outworking of integration of Africa, the AFTA is all about legal platform to integrate them, and the digital trade lane has also facilitated the display of products and order taking and all the transaction. And comes the logistic, the aviation and the SATM. So in this, it is definitely possible to be able to help the small and mediums in their transacting with each other within the continent of Africa. And that's exactly what we have been doing even before this initiative. Take the case of ASCAI, for example. It has 24 destinations in the West, Central, and South Africa. And it has been rendering essential connectivity of people and goods for the last 12 years. Sustainably, it has been an enduring Pan-African brand in doing this. It is possible for us to do that, provided that that there are some hurdles which need to be removed for the airlines to be able to discharge their civic duties for the home continent. One is that there is this high cost when it comes to aviation infrastructures, airports, handlings, catering, fuel, tax issues, and a lot of other things. With that, being tackled, airlines can be able to tame down the prices for small and mediums to be able to, convey their goods within the region. Even now, for example, suitcase merchants and traders are moving their merchandise from one country to another within, between Central, West, and South. For example, there is also another hurdle like visa availabilities, that can be tackled, and we can help connect SMEs if there is a visa online, visa on arrival, even free visa, because we are talking about Africa's integration, So if the airlines are supported with these kinds of things, the airlines are able, as a strategic asset and as a policy instrument for the continent, to be able to discharge their duties in integrating SMEs within Africa. That way, capital, employment, profit, all the things will sink on the continent of Africa instead of flying to
Well, thank you very much, Esaias, for those reflections. Gentlemen, thank you for giving us the perspective of the aviation sector. We're going to have to leave that conversation there on logistics and try to move right into retail, where we will be joined by Juliet Anama. Juliet Anama, who's Chief Sustainability Officer with Jumia. Juliet, we're happy to receive you. And we want to have a conversation with you around your reflections on whether you see African retailers as scalable and sustainable, and what policies need to be in place to make that one African market work from a retailer perspective. Are you muted, Juliet?
Hello, can you hear me now? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. And it's a great opportunity to be part of this celebration to talk about this. So yes, on the retail definition of micro enterprises, these are people who are doing just about $100,000 per annum. So they have already started working on the platform that we provide them with a marketplace, we provide them with access to loans, we provide them analyticals so that they can track and trace their orders and have that visibility. So there's a lot that's been done from that perspective. But like you said, there are certain policies that would help to really accelerate that. Okay. So if you take, for example, on customs, if we have a single relationship across the continent as far as customs clearing and processes is concerned, that will really help a lot in terms of accelerating the rate at which SMEs can really trade across borders. If you look at it, for example, the United States, the total consumer spend in 2021 was about $54 billion. But it's one single customs interaction if you are a platform trading in the US versus in Africa, where we're dealing with 54, 55 different customs interactions. So that's just one simple example. I wouldn't belabor the points on other points that a lot of our panelists who are also experienced in different areas have also mentioned on the payment side and on the logistics side. So this is just one area that I wanted to point out. Thank you.
Yeah, and Julia, just to share for a minute your reflections on how we can get more women and youth into this space.
Thank you. So interestingly, it's good that you mentioned women. We did a study last year with with IFC rather, and 51% of the sellers on our platform in Nigeria and Kenya, for example, are women. So women are already seeing e-commerce platforms as a means of access to market and access to trade and for them to start businesses. There are a couple of things which we identified. One of them is training, and one of them is giving women particularly training for them to understand how to take advantage of financing solutions that men, for some reason, take better advantage of. And therefore, they expand on platforms like ours, and men do more platforms like us because men take access to loans. Okay, men are in categories, broader categories than women are. So women may be in one category, maybe they're selling fashion, whereas men are in multiple categories. So we've also started on our own platform to provide such kind of training for women so that they understand that, look, you can broaden the base of what you're doing, number one. Number two, you can also take advantage of financing solutions that are available for you to grow your business. I think those are two things which we can do, and we can do at not just at junior level, but more broader AU, AFC, FTA level to get more women to go onto platforms.
Thank you very much for that, Juliet, and it ties very well with the Secretary General's reflections earlier on the plans for the Women in Trade Protocol. I'm going to bring Bernie in right now. Bernie is a profile, a gentleman that we first met in the context of the hackathon that took place earlier in the, not in fact the hackathon, an earlier competition that took place to bring African talent to the core on the AfCFTA. And Bernie Akporiaye was the winner. He was the winner. So Bernie, I want you to tell us a little bit about your company and what you think it will take to create African unicorns.
What it will take to create what?
African unicorns.
Okay. So a little bit about our company. We are a digital financial services platform. We provide access to small loans and a range of financial services like loans, insurance, savings, and non-financial services like financial education to financially excluded, mostly women in Africa. And the big problem we're trying to solve is the fact that you have these 300 million women in Africa who don't have access to basic financial services, even though they demonstrate outstanding financial behavior by lending and saving $11 billion annually in these traditional savings groups used throughout Africa. And a lot of these monies are just saved in metal boxes. They're not leveraged, they're not digitized. And another challenge is that the financial services providers, the FSPs, cannot easily serve these women for challenges such as the women are illiterate, they're far away from the branch, they don't have the adequate products, the right business model, and the women themselves cannot consume these products from the financial service providers for the same kind of reasons. They don't have the right products, they don't have smartphones, and so on. So what we do as a company is we bring both of these parties together on our platform. For the women, we digitize the savings groups and we credit score them so they can be eligible for financial services from our partners, the financial services providers. And for the financial services providers partners, we enable them to provide their products directly to the women via our platform using plug and play tools. So that's what we do as a company. And I think we solve several problems for different stakeholders. One of the key challenges that we solve is this concept of digital identities. You have regional banks who have no idea who these women are. And if we think about what's going on in Africa, 80% of these people are financially excluded. So most of the banks and the FSCs are targeting 20% of the population. That's a vast amount of untapped market. So those are the kind of problems that we're trying to solve as a company. And if we can do things like digital identities on our platform, that enables different partners to be able to provide financial services to these women and in their savings groups. The answer to your other question about how do we create African unicorns, I think it's all about collaboration. And one of the things that is complex in Africa is infrastructure. We have challenges around all types of infrastructure, hard infrastructure, soft infrastructure. And one of the things that enables us to do it, that makes the Africa things important, is this ability for us to leverage existing partnerships, existing infrastructure. So for example, we have regional partnerships with insurance companies across the region, regional partnerships with mobile money providers across the region. And that's how you begin to start leveraging existing infrastructure and partnerships to build scalable regional solutions. And I think that's how we get unicorns in Africa.
Thank you very much, Bernie. Bernie is the CEO of Matontine, and he's described this incredible company that I also had the pleasure to be a part of the judges for which he won. Another lady, speaking of women in this space, that was part of that competition is Anne Ewurabena Safo, and she runs this company called Anne's Perfections. Let's take a video before we hear from her.
Anne's Perfections is a Ghanaian food processing company that produces safe, quality, healthy, and nutritious foods such as peanut butter and cereal with state-of-the-art equipment. We have our peanut butter. It has no salt, no oils, no added sugar. It's just pure peanut, smooth and creamy. And we've made it also in a squeezy, convenient way. So you can just pick it, put it in your bag, or when you're going to work. We also have it in a sachet. So with a squeezy, you just squeeze it, no mess, no knife. And then we also have it in a sachet. So you can put it in a child's bag to take to school, or the individual takes it to work, snack on the go. Whilst you take that, you're taking a healthy snack as well. And then we have a combination of peanut butter and chocolate. This is a very novel product, unique, a combination of peanut butter and 60% cocoa. And we also have our cereals, which has been fortified with soya beans, a meal that is also healthy, no salt, no sugar, and no other preservative. AfTA is a great opportunity for me as a business person. Research shows that Africa has the youngest population. And if AfTA comes in, it means that we, the younger population, are going to be able to expand our business by being able to send it to other African countries. And it's going to be a great one for me as well, because I'll be able to have my products in every part of Africa.
And your story, your business gives us all such energy. I want you to, first of all, congratulations, but I want you to tell us about what governments must do to get you and other young people ahead for the One Africa market.
Okay, thanks so much for the opportunity, and thanks to AU, AfTA Hub, and to the AfroChampions for this opportunity. Good morning to everyone. And being a startup as well as an SME is a good challenge. Some of the challenges we face includes access to markets. And yes, thankfully, we have the AfTA in place now, which is going to give us the opportunity to send to other countries. But sometimes having access to markets, even in our own country, becomes a challenge, because there is the influx of other foreign products with competitive prices. And so because of certain things that are put in place, like taxes and production costs, it makes it a bit difficult for us to compete on the market. And so one thing that we probably would want is if there will be a way that we can even have access to our local markets. Yes, AfTA is in, and it's a great opportunity. I have benefited from AfTA because I was with IATF in South Africa. So it's a great opportunity. The other is when it comes to education. I realized that quite a number of my colleagues do not know much about when it comes to some of these things. So if there is a way, yes, education is ongoing, but sometimes you realize that it's just to a few, or the individual have to be within a certain organization to be able to have access to this. If there is a way we can have access to these information, including the AfTA, including our markets, the taxes and the rest, we'll be very grateful. And if tax policies can also be made in a simplified way for SMEs to use, because you end up employing the services of the financial experts. And as a startup, you may not have the financial capability to be able to pay. So it becomes another challenge for us. So if there are ways to implement certain things and educate us more on some of these things so that it will be easier for us to understand, it will be a great opportunity for us to take over not just Africa, but over the world as well. Thank you.
Indeed, indeed. And that is the plan, beneficial integration into the multilateral trading system. Let's go to Sally Nhlanhla. She has a powerful story from village entrepreneurship. Let's take a look at her story.
What was once started as a vision to develop entrepreneurs across Africa has since evolved over a 14-year journey of socio-economic impact to what we know today as the Village Foundation. The Village Foundation is a non-profit organization with the vision of becoming the epicenter and gateway for entrepreneurial development in Africa. The foundation achieves its mandate through its unique entrepreneurial ecosystem. This ecosystem consists of the Village Foundation as well as its implementation platform, the Village Entrepreneurship. The Village Entrepreneurship is home to various entrepreneurship activities that focus on the development of entrepreneurs. This includes its flagship product launched in 2017, the Village Boardroom Experience. Each year for TVBE, 200 high-growth entrepreneurs are recruited from across the continent to participate in a 30-day high-impact program that ignites their potential. These entrepreneurs are taken through a task-orientated, practical boardroom experience alongside an array of various entrepreneurship-driven activities. This is a high-pressure environment that's immersive in nature. Over the years, the Village Entrepreneurship has helped more than 5,000 entrepreneurs from various African countries and across sectors to build sustainable businesses. As the Village Foundation continues to seek out opportunities for impact, the foundation launched TAP, the Trade Activation Program. This program aims to catalyze entrepreneurs into intra-Africa trade in line with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which was launched by the African Union and commenced on the 1st of January 2021. The Village Foundation seeks to partner with the African Union to build towards Vision 2063, the Africa we want, as they become a part of stimulating intra-Africa trade through the AfCFTA. TAP seeks to address intra-Africa trade deficiency, unemployment, SME failure, and skewed multilateralism through unlocking the value that the AfCFTA policy has to offer. The Trade Activation Program aims to impact 2,500 entrepreneurs per year over a 10-year period through its biannual conferences that take place in May and October. This program is a convergence of policymakers, development agencies, and of course, the African entrepreneur. It's a 6-day conference that consists of 3 days of training, learning a comprehensive trade curriculum that was set in partnership with an acclaimed higher education institution, after which the entrepreneur will earn a certificate. A 2-day expo and exhibition to showcase the entrepreneur's products and services, and 1 day to explore the host city. This environment creates networking and collaborative opportunities for the progress of the African entrepreneur. If we want to see an Africa that's developed, an Africa that's fully integrated and independent, then we need to start seeing an Africa that works in collaboration. So together, let's catalyze intra-Africa trade through TAP. This is a program like no other. The Trade Activation Program, brought to you by the Village Foundation.
Thank you very much, Sally. What leadership, what foresight. Indeed, it takes a village. I would like for you to tell us in a minute what more needs to be done from where you sit to make the AfCFTA accelerated in implementation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joy. It's a real blessing to be a part of something so amazing, something bigger than ourselves. There's an old African proverb that says, it takes a village to raise a child. And we truly believe it takes the village foundation to raise standard-breaking global entrepreneurs. We have a vision of empowering more than 50,000 of our African entrepreneurs through this amazing program that we've put together called TAP, called the Trade Activation Program. Our mantra as the village really is Umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. That's a Zulu, a phrase that means I am because we are. And there's no other platform we would rather be as the village. When I look around and I look at the people on this call, these are the people that it takes to really make the AfCFTA story come to life. You asked me what is needed to make the AfCFTA story come full circle. What is needed is TAP, the Trade Activation Program, because we are the feet of the AfCFTA. We all talk about a wonderful platform, a wonderful policy, AfCFTA. We are here to help the AU and AfCFTA to implement. That's what I believe is needed.
Thank you so much, Sally. And with energy like yours and passion like yours and TAP, I think we're on the right path. We're now into the award ceremony, closing off really. And here we recognize the winners in a hackathon that was received at the invitation of His Excellency, the Secretary General of the AfCFTA, as well as His Excellency, former President of Niger, Mr. Issoufou Mahamadou. And in order to present the 3 awards, one in circular economy, second in AfCFTA readiness, and third in brand equity, first, I would like to invite Her Excellency Amina Fakem. She is the former president of Mauritius. Your Excellency, Madame, it's a pleasure to invite you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am actually Nosis Ado, the General Manager of Dominion Television, a partner of this year's Boma 2022 Festival of Ideas. Her Excellency could not be able to present this award today. So the Circular Economy Prize goes to Rose Nunya Wetsi of Nunya Naturals. Nunya Naturals is an organic hair care product that specializes in the care of natural hair and locks. The African Union, the AFTA Secretariat, the Africa CDC, AfroChampions, and the Curators of the Boma edition of 2022 were impressed with your brand and the prospects it holds in delivering the promise of an intracontinental free trade agreement and groundbreaking initiatives exemplifying the most inspirational milestones of African unity and integration. Congratulations to you, Rose Nunya Wechi of Nunya Naturals.
Congratulations. Let's see the video.
There, I suffered from a complication that is alopecia. Yes, so I started using my own formulation which grew my hair. I gave it to friends. They believe in the product. It actually grew their hair. We solve problems with growth, baldness, and then we are insisting on going natural. Our ingredients are natural and we are staying away from chemicals as much as possible. Yes, so we have a shampoo, we have a hydrating conditioner, our hair food that grows hair, and then the restore oil. We also have the hair splash for natural braids. After, I believe, is a big platform that will help Nunya Naturals go global. We'll give it visibility. People will know about the wonders Nunya Naturals does to their hair, and it gives market to Nunya Naturals. The economy will grow, and we take advantage of the biggest platform, the capital.
I see Rose smiling. Congratulations on your excellent award. Maybe you want to say congratulations, and I don't think we have time to get into any words, but maybe just to say we're excited about your win. Congratulations. We have to move on to the next one, Rose. My apologies. We are looking now at the AfCFTA Readiness Prize, and to deliver that, I would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Sidi Ould Tah, who's the Director General of BADEA, to present the award of AfCFTA Readiness.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the AfCFTA Readiness Prize goes to Lunis Jitahi for Tropical Brands. Tropical Brands offers supply chain and creative brand management and marketing services to multinational companies looking to set up in Africa. The African Union, the AfCFTA Secretariat, the Africa CDC, AfroChampions, and the curator of the Boma edition of 2022 were impressed with the brand and the prospect it holds in delivering the promise of an intra-continental free trade agreement. And the groundbreaking initiatives which are more inspirational milestone of African unity and integration. So congratulations, Lunis Jitahi.
Thank you very much. Can I ask our tech people to hold off showing Linus's video for now? We have to move right into the launch, and we will come back to the video. And in order to officially launch the AfCFTA Hub, it is an honor and a privilege to invite His Excellency President Mahamadou Issoufou, former president of Niger, but also the AfCFTA champion, under whose wings this initiative has really been sailing. Your Excellency, vous êtes la bienvenue et vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un grand plaisir pour moi, en ma qualité de champion, de vous souhaiter la bienvenue au lancement du hub de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine. Comme nous l'avons vu au cours de l'heure et demie qui vient de s'écouler, la jeunesse africaine, les propriétaires de petites entreprises, les femmes commerçantes, les entrepreneurs et les innovateurs du continent sont plus que prêts à s'approprier la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine. Lorsque j'étais président du Niger, alors que ce projet commençait à prendre forme, je me souviens avoir eu affaire à des sceptiques et leur avoir rappelé que tout grand arbre, avant de pouvoir déployer ses branches massives sur la canopée de la forêt, doit d'abord endurer ses humbles débuts en tant que petite et frêle graine. La zone de libre-échange continentale africaine n'est plus une graine ou une petite branche. Elle est à présent un arbre florissant. Mais il a fallu beaucoup de soins et d'efforts pour en arriver là. Ce travail a nécessité beaucoup d'attention et de leadership. Permettez-moi d'en féliciter le secrétariat de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine et ses partenaires stratégiques comme AfroChampions. Toutefois, même si la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine prend racine dans les couches profondes de notre architecture institutionnelle en tant qu'Union africaine et que ces branches se propagent dans la conscience mondiale, même si elle fait l'objet d'une attention particulière et qu'elle suscite des débats sur la puissance croissante de l'Afrique, même si les négociations et les travaux techniques sur les droits de douane, les règles d'origine et les obstacles techniques au commerce ont connu une fin heureuse, nous savons que le véritable triomphe de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine se trouvera dans les fruits qu'elle portera. La réussite de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine ne peut être le fait des seuls gouvernements et du secrétariat. Il faut que ce soit un succès de masse. Les masses de femmes commerçantes, les masses de jeunes entrepreneurs, les masses de champions des PME, les masses d'innovateurs émergents et les masses de tous ceux et de toutes celles qui sont aujourd'hui marginalisés, mais qui sont pleins d'espoir pour l'avenir de l'Afrique. Une Afrique conforme à la vision de l'agenda 2063, une Afrique qui est prête à gagner le 21e siècle. C'est pourquoi je me réjouis de la création du hub de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine. Dans sa manifestation la plus complète, ce hub sera le moteur du continent pour le commerce et l'investissement. Il sera également le moteur qui poussera les PME à se développer au-delà de leur petit marché domestique et à prendre l'Afrique d'assaut. Il sera enfin le carburant des fusées de l'innovation, le phare sur la colline admirée par les continents lointains qui observent la montée de l'Afrique. Le hub de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine est à la fois une idée et une plateforme tangible. En collaboration avec AfroChampions, le secrétariat de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine a rassemblé un large éventail de parties prenantes dans les domaines de la logistique, de la distribution et du commerce de détail, des plateformes numériques, de la finance et de l'accès au marché sur le continent et au-delà. Il fournit des outils par le biais du hub de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine pour faciliter la collaboration et la coopération entre ces acteurs. Comme nous l'avons entendu à de nombreuses reprises au cours de l'heure et demie qui vient de s'écouler, la véritable magie réside dans l'interconnexion de ces acteurs pour créer un tout.
Stakeholders, which is greater than the sum of this party. And this party is going higher powerfully. And let's take the example of the number of the African Free Trade Area. The Secretariat of the Zone worked with AfroChampions to develop a numeric platform allowing SMEs and startups to have a registration number. That's how we provide a trade identity of trust to all the startups and SMEs of Africa. And that will be a fantastic achievement. And with regards to the social platform of Credit Social and way of improving interconnection and also involving electronic trade, besides the system of the caravan in the African Free Trade Area facilitated the funding of the SMEs, which is a catalyzer of blossom and entrepreneurship in the continent. And this is very encouraged. Other modules of the hub of the African Free Trade Zone comprises of interfaces and links for the interconnections, regulatory harmonizations, and the put into relations of companies. We have, for example, Kenya, Ghana, Rwanda, and Zambia. They have already started exploring or exploiting this harmonization tool in this African Free Trade Area by having our own programs for the startups and also SMEs. We have mechanisms in place, and we have electronic registers of products which aims to guarantee the transboundary liberalizations will lead into the improvements and also riddance of illicit trade. So some African countries are already making use of this system to build regional capacities when it comes to the fight of illicit trade. And in terms of investment, the implementation of the African Free Trade Zone, despite the best use of tools, that's why I'm fortunate and pleased to notice that the framework of the mobilization of investment in terms of $1 billion can also be taken into account for this interconnectivity effort, and the work on the tokenizations and also other strategies of digital strategies who help. And for this African Free Trade Zone to come into effect, we have initiatives of the hub. For example, it demonstrates clearly that we are in a new step, more exciting step of our dream, which is of building a unique continental market. Thank you to the Secretariat of the African Free Trade Area, and thank you to AfroChampions. Thank you to the entire network of this African Free Trade Zone. And having said so, I declare the African Free Trade Zone launched. I thank you for your kind attention.
We are called Tropical Brands Africa Limited, as I mentioned. We are a private-owned company with private owners who are Kenyans and Africans for that matter. And our main vision as an organization is to be a world-class manufacturer and distributor of quality brands in Africa. We are passionate with what we do because we're in Africa where the action is happening and where the future, I believe, of the world is going to be there. Working in collaborative with AFTA, we will be in a position of growing our market scope from our current play, which is East Africa, and of course expanding to DRC and the rest of Africa. So this will be a catalytical engagement that will fast track our vision, of course, of becoming a distributor and manufacturer of Africa. Through this partnership and collaboration, we'll be able to showcase to Africa and the world at large of the products that we offer and how we can meet our consumer needs.
Aspirational milestones of African unity and integration. So congratulations and well done. Thank you.
We take a look at the jingle. We take a look at the jingle, and perhaps we do that as we close off. But let me now really invite Sally back to say for a minute what you're pressing to say, Sally, because I've heard you have something that must be said. In a minute, please, Sally. We're late.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me, Dr. Joy?
Yes, yes, we do.
Fantastic. So a lot of people in the comment sections are asking, how do they get involved? What is TVF? And we really did have to come back and give more information for the Africa. So each and every year over the past 5 years, we've been doing this for 1,000 entrepreneurs per year. So we have a phrase that we say, #1000. So I've got a question for us just before I leave. In 2063, I did the calculations, I will be 75 years old. I know. So it's 41 years from today. So my question to everybody on the call is, how old will you be? And the reason I'm asking this is because Vision 2063, what will they say? Will they say agreements were made, investments were made in their future? Did we make agreements and agree that we're going to empower entrepreneurs together? I want them to say, we together in this call, on this day, in this Boma of Africa, we decided we are going to empower entrepreneurs. My call to action to all of us here is, like I said before, on this call is everyone we need to make the AfCFTA a reality. And in order to make the AfCFTA a reality, it needs feet, it needs legs. Somebody is going to implement it. And TAP, the Trade Activation Program, is that solution we've been waiting for. So don't be surprised on Monday when you hear a call from TAP, and we know that everybody wants to be involved. Come and let's hold hands together. Let's take this journey together to empower more than 2,500 entrepreneurs every single year to be able to trade across Africa. That is how China has done it. China is not better than us because they're more talented or they've got more tech. They've been able to produce billionaires every single year because they have the market. Instead of just serving Rwanda's 13 million people or 13 million prospective customers, the AfCFTA makes it possible for me as an entrepreneur to serve 1.3 billion and 1.3 billion possible potential customers. So you've got 1.3 billion pairs of eyes looking at your product. But we need to empower our entrepreneurs. They don't know how to do it. They don't have, it's just a policy. We are their feet that are going to make this possible for them. So I've got just a few lines for us as I close. TAP has been a word that's been said throughout this
for that session. Thank you all very much. And let's now hear the jingle and interlude into 12:30. Thank you so much.
Africa, after was to change Mama Africa, Mama Africa. Yeah, no, Africa. After was to change Mama Africa, Mama Africa. Yeah, no, Africa.
Africa's industrial transformation will be but a mirage unless our leaders look deep into the crystal ball and see the vision. How a data-driven ecosystem will be the gateway to our future. This will give more than enough room for our continent's digital natives to prepare and drive us towards a much-needed disruption. The African Union and its strategic partners such as AfroChampions are stepping up to turbocharge the push to Agenda 2063 with the unveiling of the 4D Agenda. The 4D represents the multidimensional, multi-directional, multi-departmental and multidisciplinary strategy of connecting the African Union, its member states, their citizens and civil society spaces even more tightly and richly together. This will lead to defragment the continent, democratize opportunities, devolve resources to the grassroots, and use the continent's demographic advantage as the world's youngest continent to compete globally. For this is the soft infrastructure that more than even the hard structures of roads, ports and railways will determine how Africa binds together and become a global force to reckon with, weaving the priorities of African countries into one continental tapestry of hopes and ambitions. This will require that every facet of African society be equipped with the means to add a nut here or a bolt there to a Pan-African innovation system that does not only speak to the elite or the most highly educated, but reach down and up seamlessly to uplift everyone onto the stage of Africa's future, where dreams are in performance. 4 flagship projects lie at the heart of this 4D agenda. There is Panabios. This is Africa's pandemic-proof armor, ensuring that free movement across the continent can continue even during a raging pandemic. But what goods are we crossing borders with? How are we preventing dumping of low-quality products from abroad? Proper is the name of the game. And with clean, healthy supply chains connecting the national markets of African Union member, we will come upon that great place at last, the place of regional value chains and trade corridors, the province of the Caravan platform. Caravan is the engine behind 2 main corridors, the Digital Green Corridor, for creating green jobs in the clean tech sector across the continent and helping SMEs on the continent to get their share of the billions of dollars being unlocked by the ongoing green revolution. 4D also envisages a fiscal corridor for the harnessing of safe crypto assets and alternative digital assets for development financing purposes. But will this continent own its own ideas? Will we protect our intellectual property with great fervor than we have protected our natural resources? Africa's creative inventions and artistic will be defended and projected through the intellectual property commercialization platform called Nefertiti. Africa is doing so much more. It is riding the fourth industrial revolution, looking through the 4D lens to the future, to Agenda 2063, to the Africa we want.
glad to announce that I am not happy. The children of my queen mother Nefertiti groom deadly gloom in their hearts, and it hurts. It pierces my heart and my feelings like a Maasai warrior's spear. My name is Oviam, the last priest, the last sorcerer of our queen Nefertiti, who must be adored. Welcome to my shrine. This is my Karnak, the unused charms of this shrine, choke in the dusts of abandonment by the children of the queen Nefertiti. And it hurts. And that is why I am glad to announce that I am not happy. Come with me. Let us travel through time on my donkey from Luxor, Egypt to Timbuktu, and then we shall travel to modern-day Nairobi to see how they are living in Nairobi. Come, let's travel. Up with the gods of Africa. Up with Ayatollah. I look down at our markets with longing and sorrow, peeping back to a glorious past that is now gone and diminished. The glorious past when the trader and buyer spoke one language, the language of Africa continental free trade area. After I have seen the Yoruba exchange their thick Thai yams for the Bukusu chicken, when the Shaka Zulu warriors gave out their spears for the tasty Swahili pilau, when the Fulani herdsmen stocked our markets with their long-horned cattle, exchanging them for the well-baked Hutu pots. I, Odhiambo, the last priest of Nefertiti, I have seen it all. I have seen a people united not by the color of their skin nor the language of their tongues. I have seen a people united not by the make of their dresses nor the sound of their feet, without the walls of the kwacha and shilling, without the fences of rupee and naira, without the boundaries of pound and dollar. I have seen one vast open market for Africa, filled with the Tuaregs of the north, masked from external influence of foreign traders, yet united by our common Afro currency. I, Odhiambo, the last priest of Nefertiti, I have sought This unifying mask sent to me by the Queen Mother Nefertiti. From the golden dawns to the green dusks, I have traveled. From the serene past to the turbulent present, I have traveled. From ancient Luxor in Egypt to Timbuktu, I, Odhiambo, the last priest, has traveled. I have arrived with a message from Oshun, the goddess of financial fortune. I have arrived with the last caravan of cure, the medicine to the market malady. I have come to unveil this mask of Africa. So, listen. In the dark, crowded alleys of Nairobi, I have walked through the small, neglected back streets of our conscience. I have crawled among the swindling traders selling stale stocks because they are sick with the profit. I have squeezed my way back to the dungeons where our trade gods were abandoned. I have sought the one and only true unifying mask of Africa. Listen, this mask is the cure. It's our only oasis of hope. We must take care of it. We must make strong this mask with a sprinkle of the strength of the Shaka Zulu warriors from the south, the courage of Mau Mau to stand in the bush against the winds of colonialism. This mask must be strewn by the charms of the undefeated spirit of Menelik. We must shield it with the jingles of the stones from the Karnak, this great Karnak of mine. Then against all the dust brought by the fake covidiosis masks, we must cover our mask with the great kente cloth from Ghana. Then using the gold of Kinshasa, we shall make spear nibs to attack any marauding poacher wanting to steal our masks and sell somewhere that's not Africa. Finally, to make this mask work, we need a charm hidden in the labyrinths of the present day Nairobi. Come, let's go to Nairobi.
Then I landed, crawling beneath the canopy of concrete, tracing the market of Nairobi.
But upon arriving in Nairobi, shock shook shivers in my eyes.
My Africa,
my Nairobi is flooded by cheap sterile masks from the far east lands. My Africa, my Nairobi is flooded by masks from the middle kingdom of silk. My Africa, my Nairobi is flooded by spiced up masks from the kingdom of spices and curry. And all these inferior masks cover obscure. These masks want to work for Africa because they choke Nefertiti. You great traders of Nairobi, dawn is nigh in Africa, and this Africa must majestically rise, golden like the splendid sun, draining the swamps of borrowed masks wrapped up as goodies, where the field of other markets were dumped. You great traders of Nairobi, you great traders of Africa, listen! Listen! Shun these inferior masks that cover and obscure. Africa, hold the true mask that unveils and protects. This is the only mask with bountiful charms. The one true mask of after. Then and only then, shall the plague of covidiosis recede. The plague of covidiosis will recede when we put on our true mask. Africa, toss out these soulless masks. And now we celebrate in pomp and color.
Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, welcome to the second part of this historic event, Boma of Africa. My name is Anne-Marie Diaz-Borges, and it is an absolute pleasure to be with you all today. We are in Accra, Washington, London, and yet one thing has brought us all together today, and that is our love for Africa, our sincere wish to see this unique and resilient continent rise again and finally play a bigger role on the world scene. And during our time together, we'll discuss different ways that this can be achieved with some of the most renowned experts and authorities from around the world. But first, it is my honor to leave the floor to His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Let me begin by once again congratulating the AfroChampion for laying this annual Boma event, which brings us together to advance, no matter by what method and by what standard. The objective of Africa continental free trade agreement. And on this particular occasion, we want to look at the issue of hub, which means we want the producers in Africa to be able to be linked with the buyers. We supply and demand are linked together across the length and breadth of Africa. And until we can do this, we will not be making the right type of progress that we should be making. The man or the buyer in Kenya needs to know what he can get elsewhere in Africa where there's advantage, comparative advantage for production. And digitizing the supply and the demand is what this is all about. I want to thank all the participants who will be making contribution on this Boma. And I want to particularly express my appreciation to Commissioner Mutanga, who is the Commissioner for Trade, Industry, and Mines in the AU, who has always stood side by side with us in the AfroChampion. And of course, I must remember, give my appreciation to Dr. Adam and Paulo, who between them have been spearheading all that we are doing in the AfroChampion and through the AfroChampion. I wish you all great deliberation. Thank you.
There we are. There we are. I couldn't unmute myself. Well, Your Excellency, we are the ones thanking you today for your presence and for setting the tone so brilliantly for our conversation. Eshe Pupo, I hope I say that right. So as you know, thank you. So as you know, Boma is a festival of ideas, isn't it? Ideas to help our dear continent progress and prosper. And of course, we want to hear about your ideas and your questions too. So please, I would like to invite you all to share your questions, if you have any, in the Q&A tab at the bottom of your screen, and I'll put them to our distinguished panelists later on. Also, broadcast today's discussion far and wide on social media using these 3 hashtags, Boma22, Africa Boma, and AFCFTA Hub. Remember that this conversation is your conversation. Well, Africa is the resilient continent by excellence, isn't it? No other continent has endured as much as our dear continent has, but nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared it for the latest shocks. First, the COVID-19 pandemic, which forced many African economies to get down on one knee. We had not yet recovered from that we now have to deal with the impact of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Do we now have both knees on the floor? And more importantly, if we do, how do we stand up, stay standing up, and walk again, or even better, run to catch up with the rest? Well, the CFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, certainly aims to open a new world of opportunities for Africa that has been discussed, but not only for people who do business in Africa, but also for people who do business with Africa and Africans. It will boost regional income by well over $400 billion, lift an estimated 30 million people out of extreme poverty by 2035, and create never seen before opportunities for women and our youth. A vital task, since let's remember that a quarter of the world's population will be African by 2050, and half of these Africans will be under 25 years old. In other words, it's time for Africa, like Sally said it so brilliantly, it's time for innovative action to recover and see positive and sustainable change. But change implies money. That's why we're here, and a lot of it. So how can we bring innovative ways of securing financing to rise up to the challenge? Well, ladies and gentlemen, my guests today have already risen to that challenge, and they will explain how to us. And they are Tidjane Thiam, Executive Chairman of Freedom Acquisition Corporation and former CEO of Credit Suisse, Albert Muchanga, the African Union Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Minerals, Paulo Gomes, Executive Chairman of Orango Investment Corporation, and Maktar Diop, Managing Director and Executive Vice President of the International Finance Corporation, IFC, which is the private sector arm of the World Bank.
Hello, Anne-Marie. It's Tidjane here. I think we've just been unmuted.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. It's absolutely great to have you all here with us today. Bonjour. I guess we could be doing this in either English, French, Portuguese.
Not sure about the Portuguese, but English and French, yes.
That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. So I would like to start with you, Mr. Diop, if you don't mind. Financing it's really crunch time for the private sector, isn't it? The private sector has a very important card to play right now. So what opportunities do you see for Africa to rethink the role of the private sector in transforming the continent and meet its financing needs?
No, thank you very much, Anne-Marie, to join us on Bon dia. Good morning to everybody. For me, it's time to reset, reimagine, rethink Africa post-pandemic future. And I believe that the private sector role is creating new models for development in Africa is central. We are today at the middle of a crisis, and the level of uncertainty that we have rarely seen in our professional life for most of us. So global landscape has changed. At a time when global transport logistics system are being disrupted, food insecurity is threatening the recovery, economic nationalism and protectionism is on the rise, global inflation is reaching new levels. Africa is compelled to rely on its own driver to think about how to recover from these and to be able to address these challenges. But this level of uncertainty can be translated in a certainty, and I think that it can be translated by putting centrally the private sector at the center of it. We need to mobilize the resources. The resources exist in the world. Diane Cham has been working in this area for years and been able to see the capital markets from Credit Suisse and those institutions. So liquidity exists on the market. The question is how to channel that liquidity in productive sector in Africa. The first challenge is to de-risk investment, to show to investors who are looking at Africa that Africa is not as risky. So we need to work with on the policy front to tell the story of Africa differently, to bring the same criteria to judge the risk in Africa as we are using in other parts of the world. But also we need to find a financial instrument. So we need to develop capital market. We need to also provide more credit guarantee. And we need to have a better financial intermediation in our countries. And that institutions like ours are trying to contribute to that discussion, but it's not only DFI will be doing it. So DFI will be just a catalyst to doing that. And you have a lot of new initiative, a new idea, new tools. Tian is working on Spark. We have institutional investors and all these put together. But I think that what we need to do and make sure that we do is to ensure that the real sector is ready to absorb these resources. So to help the productive sector to develop bankable projects that will be presented to people. Secondly, we need to think about how we can have a level of specialization in our real sector, in our economy, which allow our companies to be able to compete with the rest of the world. And that, I think, is the beauty of this agreement. It allows people to don't think about an African market or nothing. And I just, to conclude, wanted to highlight 2-3 sectors that I think, if we focus on it, to give us very quick returns. Housing is something that is essential in African development, and the demand is here. But if you look at the supply chain, beside cement, everything is important. So concretely, how can we work towards creating a glass industry, aluminum industry, pipe production industry, which are be feeding to those products? Food crisis, we're complaining about the price of wheat, but we have fonio, we have other products, sorghum here, and we are not really using those products. We are not creating the value chain, which is a supply chain necessary to develop it. We are also already starting demonstrating that it's possible in the health sector. With the mRNA vaccine, Africa was able to respond very quickly to the challenges. So if I'm able to do it on vaccine, which is a complicated product, it's easy to do it in other sectors, and I think that's what is a challenge moving forward.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup pour ça. And I want to ask you more specifically, what is the role of the private sector in making this CFTA a reality?
There is no EFTA without private sector, because actually, who is trading? It's the private sector. Who is trading as a businessman in Nairobi, trying to export in DRC, the businessmen in Ghana trying to export to Dakar. This is what is really the reality. Government are trading, but they are not really the one who are really trading. So the women at the border of these countries, we are trying to trade every day and move goods. So what the private sector needs to do is first to have a dialogue with public sector. We have a lot of dialogue at the country level, but we don't have a systematic dialogue at the regional level. That's why Paulo Gomez and all colleagues with AfroChampions are creating a platform where if you have the right data, the right measurement, we can have indicators to tell us the progress we are making. And I think the first, for me, lesson to make progress is to measure what we are doing. And if we are able to measure it, to see the progress we are making in logistics, the number of investments which are made in Africa, what are the constraints to give a voice to the private sector in Africa and not to bring them as an afterthought, we will be able to make those progress. Secondly, as I say, de-risk investment. And that's the job of institutions like ours. Third, trade financing. We have financed $3 billion of trade financing in Africa. I'm working with my sister Ngozi. We are teaming up with the WTO to develop initiatives towards increasing intra-Africa trade. And lastly, we need to have specialization. African economies will never be competitive if we are thinking about our small market for each country. We need to ensure that what we are talking today is a reality. So the person who have a glass plant in Tanzania can reach Dakar without any problem, and they export to do that. And for that, we need also to bring resources of the private sector in logistics.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Diop. I love what you said. Uncertainties can actually become certainties. I would love us to remember that punchline here, because I think it's so full of value there. You've mentioned fonio. The continent certainly produces enough. It should be able to feed itself and even feed the world. There's no reason why we should import wheat from Ukraine and be hungry when our reservoir of water and our soils are so rich. So thank you very, very much for your contribution there. I'm actually going to jump right onto you, Mr. Gomez, because Mr. Diop talked about the tools that you use to evaluate the situation. So can you tell us a little bit about what you do and what you have noticed in that regard, please?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And it's really a pleasure. I think next time we'll have this call in Portuguese. So we'll give her time.
That would be a pleasure. Yes. We'll have interesting responses.
I think the key element that I think Maktar has underlined was, first, the sense of urgency, and his arrival at IFC has been key in strengthening the capability of the organization to be a market maker. Because I think we are all assuming that the market will just create that opportunity of corporations. Of course, the market will help. But we see clearly that you need to really boost the opportunity for people to set up companies, because those companies will be the building blocks of the growth in the private sector, in the economy. In the public sector, the building block are institutions, but for us to grow the private sector, you need corporations. And it's not easy to set up a corporation. The mortality rate, it's probably higher than Europe. So IFC jumping in and pushing and being a market creator has been a formidable move by Maktar and his team. So we, as AfroChampion entity Orango in the private sector, we have decided to be also a market makers. So we look at the value chain, we go for greenfield, because I think the challenge is that there's not enough brownfield to plug money into Africa. So sometimes you have to create companies. So long you make sure that you have an operator. I will give you an example. I'm today in Lomé. A few years ago, I was privileged to be associated with John Doe. Mr. John Doe was one of the founders of EcoBank, and he asked me to join his team to work on setting up ASCAI, greenfield company, in an area where everybody was saying, don't even touch it because airline is complicated. But the team put the company together, but we made sure that we went and brought Ethiopian Airlines to be a partner. Today, ASCAI is almost the only profitable airline company in West Africa. It's making money, well operated. is not extremely luxurious, and you don't have all those sexy things of some of the Western company, but it fly, it's safe, it's creating capability, pilots, and it has enabled Lome to be a hub. So it's an example. A few minutes ago, the former President Obasanjo was opening a panel, and one thing that people haven't mentioned is what he has done in setting up Africa Finance Corporation, and I was part of the team also on that. Totally greenfield institution, more or less model like AFC, but very much focused on funding infrastructure. And today it's a big company. So I think we need to continue to multiply those kind of initiatives, new company, new financial institutions, some that would be much more specialized, because we want to develop agriculture, but you simply cannot expect a commercial bank to take such a risk, even if they risk it. So we might need some institutions that are very specialized to put forward, to move forward the agenda of agriculture. And finally, I think in terms of innovating finance, innovations, I think there's an opportunity here to strengthen our regional institutions. Today, we are celebrating regional integration, and we are taking stock about the African century. We are too fragmented. We're a continent, I remember a few years ago, again, with Tijan in thinking about the future of Africa, and Tijan at that time was leading the strategy about Cote d'Ivoire for the next 30, 40 years. And some things that he has been at that time signaling end up happening, but I think he was really showing that we needed to make sure that we create project that has regional impact. So I think if we manage to channel resources into those regional institutions, where there's EBID, BOA, the TDB in East Africa, and boost their capital, Africa Exim Bank, I think this will be a formidable set of locomotives that could also support some smaller bank and more specialized financial institution, because we need to create market and opportunities to happen. So I think I will stop there, but that was, I think, just to build on what Maktar has said in terms of how you push the private sector, but also how the private sector has to take the lead on implementation of the CFTA.
Thank you very much, muito obrigado. But I want to stay with you just a little bit longer, because you have really been an advocate of innovation throughout the years. And we've seen how the Central African Republic has made, cryptocurrency its currency of choice. I can see Maktar enjoying my question there, you know what's coming up. And we've seen, the eNaira, the ECD as well. According to you, what role can cryptocurrency play in the future of Africa?
Well, for me, I think we should focus on blockchain technology. We should be careful not to zoom in only on cryptocurrency. It's very volatile. We don't know yet enough. The regulation is not clear. So I think blockchain is definitely what's going to enable all these things. And I think some banks are making some effort in using those digital currency, because I strongly believe that digital currency at this point is much more important for Africa, because it could help target resources to support a specific category of the population in terms of welfare. So it could also bring more traceability and transparency. So I will put all my energy on blockchain. But in terms of innovation, I think one aspect that we need to bring in the pot in terms of how we innovate is to bring our natural capital. I believe that our natural capital as African can be an extraordinary leverage to think about in this climate, in this environment of climate change, how we innovate and leverage our natural capital. I will just give you an example. We have in Africa something in the region of 8,500 parks. This is preserved areas. This is the size of Australia. This is a formidable reservoir of fauna, flora, and a big contributor to the climate change issue. But preserving this equivalent of Australia costs a lot of money. And I think the rest of the world has to realize that if we have to continue to preserve that, we will need to kind of agree on the price of carbon, for example, which I believe is an important thing. Mokhtar was talking about developing our agriculture. We could do a lot around those protected areas in terms of developing the value chain of fonio and other products that are very specific to our consumption. So I think that's a part of innovation I've been pushing in leveraging our natural capital, but there are certainly more. And the issue of exiting the investments are important. I think Tijan with his vehicle has been, I mean, an example for all of us on how we should use it, because basically it's finding a way also to be exiting those investments. So if you look in the US, NASDAQ in large part has been created also to give the opportunity for exit in medium and small enterprise. I think in Africa, we have to find a way on how people will invest in business, but to see how they could exit. So that's a part of the institutional framework that I think we need to put in place in terms of innovation. And I think this will drive the private sector going forward.
Anne-Marie, I just want to say a word. I know that I don't want to take the time of my colleague, and they have a lot to say, but I just one thing to say is very important. We should not miss that opportunity of climate change to exclude Africa from the supply chain of all the equipment that is produced around climate change. And I think this is something that is a great opportunity for us. There is no reason why we cannot build solar panels in Africa. We're going to build all this type of product we in high demand in the past. I just wanted to make that point because I think this is what I call an example of transforming uncertainty in certainty. If we realize there is no reason why you cannot build more batteries in Africa, we have everything for that, and that's part of it. So sorry, Commissioner, and my brother Tijan for stealing a bit of your time.
Not at all. Thank you very much. And this is what it's all about. This is a conversation. We truly are very blessed to have you all four here. You're absolutely top class in your department. So we are really here to rack your brains. So feel free to jump in the conversation at any time. So thank you very, very much. Great advice from you both there. And I'm going to jump to you, Mr. Thiam, talking about advice. Talking about fonio. I recently spoke to this young man in Mali who's invented a machine à décortiquer le fonio. And I speak to other African entrepreneurs all across Africa. They have magnificent ideas. They really want to help their communities, but very often the big problem is financing. So do you have any advice for them?
African governments is to that priority number one should be to look after SMEs well. So now to your question, maybe a few things that I draw from my experience, having spent most of my career in the private sector.
Recording in progress.
A lot of schemes out there. If people do the homework, your fonio operator, there are a lot of funds already focused on the agricultural sector. A lot of it is about a kind of information failure. People don't know where to go and look. My other thing is, I apologize to Mokhtar and Paulo, they heard me say this 1,000 times, but look for equity capital rather than debt. There is a bit of a cultural bias which we inherit from Europe, of thinking that financing should come from debts primarily, because the European economy is 65–70% financed by banks. In America, it's the opposite. It's only 20–30% financed by banks and debt. The rest is really private capital and equity. So don't become over-leveraged. Most young businesses are very healthy, but die of a cash and liquidity crisis because of the debt. So equity capital is much better than debt. I want to point to some positive examples in my next one, which is don't get discouraged. It's tough, don't get discouraged. I mean, MFS, probably none of you, Oreo Kujo, he just raised $100 million in his final round for an Africa-focused payment company. He just made an acquisition in the USA. For me, it's the first time I see a financial services company in Africa buying something in the US. And he plays that game. He understands. I actually don't think that there is a bias against Africa. Honestly, it's not been my experience. I think we have to.
When you mentioned, sorry to interrupt you there. Sorry to interrupt you there, Tidiane. So when you mentioned you have to inspire trust, could it be that first of all, as an entrepreneur, you have to trust yourself?
Absolutely. No, you're absolutely right. If you don't believe in yourself, nobody will. And I've said that many times to young people. It's completely obvious. But yeah, if you don't believe in yourself, nobody will. So it has to be. And I think a big part of the mentoring or examples that people like Mata or Paulo or Commissioner like me can do is really inspire that self-confidence in people to say, look, you can do this. You know, people have been kind enough to talk about it. When I took over the DCGTX in Abidjan, I had 4,000 employees. I had 151 expatriates. The 151 expatriates cost as much as the 3,800 Africans, who often had better education and better degrees. What I did is I told the expatriates, I will give you a local contract or you leave and I will pay you. They left. Only 9 stayed out of 150 who stayed in the Ivory Coast and bet on the country. The others left. And when I was appointing nationals, they were all afraid. Oh, we can do the job. Well, you can absolutely do the job. Some of them have now become world experts. They go to Indonesia to give advice on palm oil. But initially, they were afraid. There's no reason to be afraid. There's no reason to be shy. We have exactly the same tools as anybody else in the world, and we can do it. And sorry for going on, but this is really the heart of the matter. And also be creative. You know, when we were doing the 3rd bridge in Abidjan, I was missing 15 billion CFA of equity. You know where I found it? I found it in the pension fund of the army. I went to see General Koulibaly, who was the head of a pension fund, and I convinced him that investing in a long-term cash generative project in the Ivory Coast was going to be very good and was going to allow him to pay the pensions of the soldiers. And I can tell you today that bridge is paying the pensions of a lot of soldiers. But you have to look, you have to be creative. And the last point, and really I'll stop here, is really asset-based finance. And that might sound technical, but really a company has a lot of assets. People often tell you, well, I don't have any collateral. That's not true. You have your receivables. Okay? A lot of companies go bankrupt in Africa because some client takes too long to pay. And they have their salaries, they have their inventory, and they go bankrupt. Now, you can actually monetize this debt you have on somebody, a receivable. You can get money for that if you go to see providers of capital. The same with your inventory, the same with your machinery, the same with your real estate. I know a company that's doing that in Mexico, lending to SMEs very successfully. 60% of their loans are collateralized by real estate. So in a nutshell, I would say it's a tough job to be entrepreneur. If everybody could do it, you know, it would be easy, but there are options. There is a lot of capital available. There is no lack of capital. As Magda said, there is a lack of intermediaries who can connect the needs of a borrower and the abundant money that there is on the capital markets. But that is not, banks are not very good at doing that. And we maybe will come to that, but I think governments in Africa and IFC and can do a lot to encourage the development of those types of intermediaries, because then you will see. And just one word. One thing you see across Africa is that there are actually a lot of very successful entrepreneurs who are in the Francophone countries, Lebanese, or if you go in the Anglophone countries, Indian or other regions. The main difference between them and a lot of the locals is that they have access to equity capital. For instance, the Lebanese community, when somebody new comes, they give him some equity. They all take some money and they give him some equity and he starts his business. Their success is the evidence that the opportunities in Africa are enormous. And we all know examples of such companies that are hugely successful. Why don't we have homegrown indigenous companies doing the same? A lot of it is down to the financing, having access to equity, and then being able to grow.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. You have definitely struck a chord with the people in attendance. I just want to quickly read the message of Her Excellency Ambassador Devisha L. Johnson, who says, "This is why I moved to Ghana as an African American. Everything is already here in Africa. Very important. Thank you very much." And I can see our Ghanaian friend here, Roberta, saying, "As a Ghanaian, I'm very happy to hear this." Thank you. I quickly now want to move to Mr. Commissioner Muchanga. Thank you very much for your patience. The conversation has been absolutely thrilling here, so much information being given. So, Commissioner, let's talk now from a continental policy angle. I want to ask you, what are the key areas that we need to strengthen to see sustainable growth in Africa, please?
Thank you very much, moderator, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much.
You can hear me. Thank you very much.
Yes.
I think the first task that is at hand is to ensure that Africa recovers from the emerging economic crisis. There are indicators of recessions coming up in the various parts of the world. And right now, we have high levels of inflation as a result of increasing food prices. And that recovery requires a number of reforms, which is basically improved economic governance across Africa. The first task is the debt restructuring. A number of countries are facing unsustainable debt levels. Unsustainable in the sense that the debts cannot be paid or repaid on time and in full. And that requires, in some cases, negotiations with the creditors. And the G20 have come up with a common framework to facilitate that. And related to that is the stabilization of prices. Because if you let inflation prolong for quite a long time, it can create a lot of misery among the people, and that can emerge into social conflict or even political tensions. So in order to avoid that, price stabilization is very, very key. And in this respect, we've teamed up with the African Development Bank to come up with an action plan on increasing food production across Africa in order to ensure that we stabilize the price of food. And to this end, the African Development Bank have come up with a credit facility of $1.5 billion US, and they are going to leverage that to raise $12 billion US on the international capital markets. And that money will be all lent to farmers across Africa. And our expectation is that beginning this season and next season, we are going to increase the food production across Africa. And at the level of the African Union Commission, we are working with the partners to enhance the domestic resource mobilization. Far too often, our revenue agencies underperform. They do not raise as much domestic revenue as we need to. And a strategy paper is going to be given to the finance ministers here in Lusaka in the next 10 days when they meet. And related to that is the elimination of illicit financial flows from Africa. Annually, Africa loses about $89 billion through illicit financial flows. And we needed to eliminate that process. And the exchange of information is one of the factors that can be used to eliminate that. And a similar strategy is going to go to the ministers when they meet in the next 10 days. And of course, much too often, Africa is unable to really get a fair share of investments funds around the world. Experts tell us that around the world, each given year, there's close to $279 trillion available for investment around the world, and Africa gets about $48 billion. That is far inadequate, and we are working with the OECD to come up with an investment investment observatory, which is aimed at assisting a lot of African countries become investment ready so that they are able to mobilize resources. And all this translates into fighting corruption. We have to continue the fight against corruption at the national levels, regional levels, as well as continental levels. And in terms of programming, we are working with the African Development Bank and the outer NEPAD to come up with a growth strategy for Africa, which is going to look at issues of how to accelerate and sustain inclusive economic growth and sustainable development across Africa. And we're also working with the African Export Bank to come up with a related strategy on export diversification and the export development. And of course, today we are celebrating African Integration Day. And for this, we as African Union are committed, because one of our mandates is to really promote the process of economic integration across Africa. We are very committed to deeper economic integration, And to this end, we have mobilized resources to come up with a readiness assessment towards an African customs union / common market. And of course, I think it's very, very key, and it has been mentioned quite a lot here, that if Africa has really to make use of all its full potential, we cannot leave the youth and women out of the process of socio-economic development, and work with partners to ensure that we include the youth and women in the process of socio-economic development. The whole world is suffering from climate change, and therefore establishing climate resilience is very, very key to this process. And when we create the investment observatory, one of our key factors will be to promote green investments. So these are the measures that were taken at the level of the African Union to ensure that Africa does not go towards a decade of lost development. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much there, Commissioner Muchanga. Thank you indeed for reminding that we cannot leave a single woman or a single young person behind anymore. I would like to thank you all for taking part today to this brilliant discussion. You have really, really set the scene in such an incredible way. And I feel very privileged to have been part of this conversation. Thank you, Commissioner Muchanga. Thank you, Tidiane Thiam, Mactar Diop, and Paulo Gomez. À bientôt.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Merci. And the president of Zambia, Hakainde Hichilema, also wanted to make his contribution to this historic day, and he wants to share a statement with us, which I will read for you. And I believe they will come on the screen as well. Here we are. I wish to compliment the African Union and its agencies, AfroChampions, and this year's Boma organizers for their energies to mark this year's Africa Integration Day and the 3rd anniversary of DCFTA. Such initiatives are fundamental to efforts to realize our shared ambition to accelerate the collective development of the continent. Globally, we are facing many challenges, from the continued impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic to food insecurity and political instability. The effects of climate change are being felt across the world, and in Africa, we are being particularly hard hit. To navigate these challenges successfully, we must work together and ensure that we are doing everything we can to unlock the untapped potential in the region. All parts must pull together. We need to leverage the very best ideas, innovations, and capabilities from across the continent to deliver growth that is both sustainable and inclusive. This is how we will ensure that this is Africa's century. All parts must pull together. Economic integration has never been so important, and exciting progress is being made on this front that gives me great hope for the future. We must continue with our efforts to advance DCFTA while doing so in a way that makes sure it delivers for our people and the majority of Africans. This requires us to be strategic and determined in our focus. Here, I want to emphasize the importance of two particular elements that I believe are central to the equation: value addition and investment in people. As we work to open up intra-regional trade further, we must place a strong emphasis on value addition in everything from agricultural output to mineral resources. This is essential both in creating more jobs and generating wealth that stays in Africa. Investment in infrastructure is, of course, essential, but we must also invest heavily in our people, starting with ensuring all children can access a good education. Beyond this, we need to empower entrepreneurs, SMEs, and support initiatives that help citizens to develop skills that will help them secure good jobs and equip them with the tools they need to start their own business so that they can create jobs for others and further grow our continental markets and potential. I am confident that through our collaborative efforts, we can deliver on this and much more. The best response to the challenges we face today is to seize the opportunities in front of us for mutual benefit. For this reason, we extend our full support to this event organized by the Boma of Africa and stand ready to work in partnership with those gathered as we look to ensure Africa's position as a powerful and prosperous global force for good. What a great statement there from the President of Gambia. Indeed, we really need to pull through, all of us together, to ensure that our children tomorrow can get a good education, work for themselves, and provide the same excellent services and quality of life for the children. So now let's look at this road to recovery in more details and focus on resilience, because in the past 3 years, like we said, so many challenges have been brought about. And here at Boma, we are very solution oriented, and we will explore with my next panelists what the next steps are to propel economic growth in Africa in this new global context. And it is my pleasure now to call Mrs. Razia Khan, Chief Economist and Head of Research for Africa and the Middle East at Standard Chartered. Be welcome, Razia. And Professor Steve Hanke, founder and co-director of the Institute for Applied Economics, Global Health and the Study of Business Enterprise at Johns Hopkins University in Maryland, that's in America. Be welcome as well, Professor. So I would like to start with you, Mrs. Khan. The current global environment with higher food, energy prices, recession fears, and more difficult financing conditions raises great risks for African economies. What should African policymakers do? And what does the international community need to do to support this African growth?
Thank you very much, Anne-Marie. And this is the key question, the key challenge facing Africa at this point in time. You'd mentioned earlier in the session that very few would have anticipated this quick succession of external shocks that different African economies are facing. First, the COVID shock. Who would have thought a synchronized slowdown the world over, the shutting down of different economies for a period of time? And of course, the good news is that African economies, by and large, are now recovering. If we look at recent economic data, we know that growth has generally surprised positively. In many different African economies, growth in the first quarter was actually stronger than many in markets, many observers were anticipating. So the good news is that Africa too is seeing its post-COVID recovery. Last year, it was very much a case of recovery in the rest of the world, higher commodity prices, some reopening, helping to lift activity. This recovery seems to be much more made in Africa, but the external situation is very worrying. We know that we are seeing levels of inflation across developed markets that we haven't seen in decades, and policymakers are having to scramble to react to that. One of the inadvertent effects, not only do African policymakers have to deal with far higher rates of inflation and the threat that with food and energy prices having been as strong as they were in the recent past, inflation could go higher still. We have to look very carefully at how well anchored inflation expectations are in different African economies. But the risk is that in reaction to that, in reaction to the risk aversion that has recently gripped global markets, capital that should be flowing into developing countries actually going in the other direction. This poses a great risk to the outlook for Africa. Not only do we have enough history to know that anytime there is a slowdown in the global economy, and markets are very concerned about the likelihood of this tipping over into a recession, African economies tend to slow, possibly not in the year when the shock first occurs, but sometime later. But we've also got to deal with the challenges of capital leaving the region. And this means it's very difficult for African sovereigns, for African governments to refinance any debt that might be falling due. This in itself feeds greater risk aversion as everyone worries about who might be next to default. But it also creates great challenges for Africa's private sector, because in a situation of a still incomplete recovery, what has to happen is that central banks have to tighten policy for good reason, but they're raising interest rates at a time when most African economies haven't yet recovered properly the momentum that we were seeing pre-COVID. So you ask an excellent question. What does this mean in terms of the policy response in Africa? One of the best things that policymakers can do in this environment is not to lose sight of the need to have those longer term horizons. We know that one of the big challenges facing development in Africa in the past has been the cyclicality of growth. You can never take particularly strong growth for granted. It's tended to be accompanied by commodity cycles. And when we look at the experience of countries that were able to develop successfully, that were able to industrialize with great success, one key feature stands out, and that is they were able to enjoy sustained growth over a longer period of time, for many decades, at a high rate of growth in some instances. So the question policymakers in Africa need to grapple with is, how best can you introduce enough long-termism in policy to try to achieve the same? We realize that the constraints are different, and we could spend a long, long time. The subject came up in the previous panel, discussing what to do with the challenges of external financing. What happens when the money is flowing in the wrong direction? How do you attract capital back to Africa? Reform has got to be a key part of it. But there is also a very important role for international partners to play in this situation. We know that food prices dominate consumption baskets in Africa, on average accounting for 40% of consumption. We also know that whilst there may be some comfort that food prices are at least off their earlier highs, there is very, very little reason to be complacent about the likelihood of new inflation in Africa, posing a much more severe threat to growth. This is a time where any flow of capital into the region, if it comes from official sources, if official sources can act to catalyze the flow of private financing still into Africa, it is absolutely needed at a time like this. I will just repeat, in the first quarter of this year, in many of Africa's key economies, Nigeria with its non-oil GDP growth of 6%, South Africa seeing growth at that time that surprised positively relative to expectations, Kenya growing around 6.8% year on year. The growth story in Africa has not been all that bad. In some instances, it has been positive. The challenge, of course, is going to be attracting the required capital to be able to sustain that positive momentum.
Thank you very much, Razia Khan. I'm going to ask you the same question, Professor Hanke. With your experience and knowledge of economic patterns, what role can the international community play in supporting this drive of the African economy? Welcome, Professor. Can you hear us? Oh, we cannot.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can now. Welcome.
Pleased to be with you.
With us today. So, Professor, I want to ask you the same question. With your experience and knowledge of economic patterns, what role can the international community play in supporting Africa?
Well, let me talk about the strategy, kind of the long-term strategy that I would envision if I was in a position to be effective in Africa and move things along. And I wanted to go to Singapore, and Singapore became independent a little over 50 years ago in 1965. And it was very poor at the time, poorer than most African countries. And there was a tremendous amount of ethnic tension. In fact, there was almost a civil war breaking out between the ethnies that were populating Singapore at the time, the Chinese, the Malaysians, and Indians. They had a leader with a vision. It was Lee Kuan Yew, one of the great leaders of the 20th century. And he had 6 pillars that he put in place for the development and reach for prosperity in Singapore. The first one is sound money. Now, interestingly enough, they put a currency board system in, not a central bank in Singapore. And it turns out that's a very African institution. Most of Africa before World War II was populated not with central banks, but with currency boards. And a currency board issues a local currency. It is that local currency is backed 100% with an anchor currency, and it trades at a fixed exchange rate freely with the anchor currency. And so right away, you get rid of the inflation problems that are plaguing Africa if you have a currency board system instead of a central bank. The second thing is related really to your question directly, and that is Lee Kuan Yew did not pass the begging bull. He did not allow Singapore to receive foreign aid. That's the second pillar. The third pillar was he wanted a lean and mean public sector, a small public sector with first-class civil servants that were paid first-class wages, and he wanted zero corruption in that public sector, so that there was no corruption tolerated whatsoever. The fourth pillar, first world competitiveness, and that we've been talking a lot about today. Free trade is what the magic wand is for competitiveness, first world competitiveness. The fifth pillar was the protection of private property, and the sixth was public safety. So those were the 6 pillars: sound money, no foreign aid, a lean and mean public sector, first world competitiveness, protection of private property, and public safety. So in a little more than 50 years, Singapore is the third richest country in the world right now. It's incredible what that strategy that was implemented by Lee Kuan Yew has done in Singapore. And my view is Lee Kuan Yew's view and that Singapore strategy. That really would allow Africa, any country that adopted it, to take off like a rocket.
Thank you very much, Professor. I just love as well how you mentioned, that having that vision is central, isn't it? And mentioning the example of Singapore as well. What a great example, what a great source of inspiration. I would like to thank you both for taking part in this conversation today and sharing your experience, but also tools that can help propel Africa forward. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
À bientôt. And now a word from Ichiro Kashitani, President and CEO of Toyota Chucho Corporation.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am Ichiro Kashitani, President and CEO of Toyota Tsusho Corporation. Toyota Tsusho is a global trading and investment firm of the Toyota Group. In Africa, with our subsidiary CFRO, we operate business in 54 countries with approximately 22,000 colleagues. 1/3 of our corporate group's employees work on the continent, driven by our purpose of with Africa, for Africa. We have a long history in Africa. This year marks 170 years there, and now we operate in many domains such as mobility, healthcare, consumer goods, infrastructure, and renewable energy, generated $8.5 billion in revenue last year. Today, I'd like to touch on our strategy with regard to industry transformation, capacity building, and digitalization. I believe that Africa has a big potential to become the factory of the world. Regional integration, as represented by the African Continental Free Trade Area, will certainly accelerate local and regional production and consumption within Africa, helping each other. Our strategy resonates with this vision. Our business in Africa began with trading and distribution, but we are now actively enhancing manufacturing. We aim to strengthen local manufacturing capacity to create added value and employment by leveraging our Toyota Group's experience. We already operate automotive knockdown assembly plants, licensed production of pharmaceuticals, modernized breweries, or factories for consumable goods in many countries. To establish robust and sustainable business models, capacity building is a crucial key for success. By practicing Toyota's philosophy of safety first and Kaizen, or continuous improvement, for years, our African colleagues have proudly achieved productivity improvement and operational excellence, and it continues. In addition, by establishing a Toyota Academy in several countries, we fully open doors for vocational trainings, not only to our employees, but also outside potential young Africans. For Africa, digital technology unlocks new directions and enables the continent to effectively leapfrog its way forward. Our corporate venture capital platforms, Mobility 54 and Health 54, invest and engage with vibrant startups and entrepreneurs who are sincerely committed to turning social challenges into business opportunities. Such entrepreneurs will be the next leaders of industry transformation in Africa and beyond. With strong will and passion, Toyota Tsusho will work together with the people of Africa to pave way for a prosperous future for generations to come. All for the future children of Africa. Thank you very much.
Wonderful message there from Ichiro Kashitaki. And I'll continue my multilingual hosting today by saying arigatou gozaimasu. Keywords here with Africa for Africa. Africa can become the factory of the world. Isn't that powerful? I believe that we can. Let's make that vision happen, ladies and gentlemen. But before moving on, I would like us to take a moment to pay homage, please, for the late Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. We are keeping our brothers and sisters from Japan in our thoughts during these difficult times. And let's now take the discussion even further with my two next esteemed speakers. They are His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, and Ibukun Awosika, Chairwoman of First Bank of Nigeria. Be welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Former Chairman of First Bank of Nigeria.
Thank you for that. I will start with you, Your Excellency. Japan, just like your country, really managed to leap forward against all odds. Could you please share with us some of the policies that you put in place during your term, first as Deputy Prime Minister and then as Prime Minister, to indeed change the tide, or like you like to say, go against the grain? Can you share with us, please?
Thank you very much, Anna Marie. First of all, my condolences to my good friend Shinzo Abe. We were together in chairing TICAD 4, myself and him. And it's shocking news hearing what happened. Yes, we had very good cooperation, industrial development cooperation with Japan. And that contribution was very, very much important for my country. You know, we started in 2012 a policy, we call it Green Inclusive Industrial Policy to my country. It has started by my predecessor, but we continued on with that policy of industrial development, especially in the manufacturing sector. And I think this has come simply because we started with agriculture as the basis for our growth. And if we don't, transform the structure of our economy into industrial development, especially manufacturing, then I think the agricultural produce itself will dwindle because there is a need for more processing of surplus produced by our smallholder farmers as well as industrial production. So I think that shift was necessary because number one, we have a young population and we were able to build the human capital to some extent, a raw capital that needs some kind of mindset change in terms of understanding productivity, how to bring about productivity, and also, again, competitiveness, which are very important in industrial and manufacturing production. So with that strategy, we began first on food processing industries. We built integrated agro-industrial parks that has brought agricultural produce into a productive and competitive production. That has helped us even during the shock in COVID, where we started the base. When there is lockdown, we were able to access those produce at home. So our industrial policy was based on, all manufacturing, as you know, has some connection with energy, water, communication, and transport. All this should be green. So the production of electricity in a cheap manner in my country is important for competitiveness in manufacturing. And we did that with hydro, solar, and wind energy production, which constitutes around 95% of our energy supply. And similarly, our transport and export means of transportation, we established, electric-driven, railway system in the country, which is also green. And that transition helps in, making resilient industrial production in my country. And that helped a lot. We attracted first labor-intensive manufacturing, which we can easily compete. Like, my, Professor Steve mentioned Singapore, but we studied the whole Asia, including ASEAN countries, how they moved fast in the ladder of industrialization and manufacturing. I think that has helped us to distill the basic policy prescriptions that are needed to help move forward in industrial diversification and also specialization in the country. So I think these are important issues we have been able to go through. I think Toyota has mentioned Kaizen. We also introduced Kaizen as one of the tools for quality and competitive production in industry, factory, workplace. And that, the quality production issue is important because if you want to export, then you have to have quality produce and also cost competitiveness. So all this coupled has brought, some changes in our manufacturing base, but still there is a long way to go. As far as we are concerned, we are still not complacent. We need to move very fast in this regard. So this is the example which I can mention from the Ethiopian experience. You are muted.
There we are. Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Indeed, your country really is an example in terms of manufacturing, increasing that capacity to manufacture. And I would like now to turn to you, Mrs. Awosika. I like to quote this African proverb that says that a bird needs its two wings to fly. We need both our men and our women as Africa to rise again. So can you share with us what are your thoughts on how we can further support and help those women entrepreneurs? And Nigeria, for instance, is one of the countries in the world that has the highest number of women entrepreneurs, for instance.
Okay. Thank you very much, Anne-Marie, and it's my pleasure to be here. I mean, in reality, if you're flying a two-engine plane and you decide to work with one, then obviously you're underperforming. And it's clear that on the continent of Africa, statistically, we're at 50% to 50% of men and women. And it doesn't matter how hard we work our men, if we don't maximize the amazing talent that is in our women, the brilliance, the creativity, the tenacity, the entrepreneurial energy that the African woman has, if we do not invest in it, if we do not build structures around extracting it, which women have shown for generations of our mothers have been the market leaders, if we do not commercialize that and bring it into modern day in a way that they're key part of our value chain of creating jobs that we lack for our amazing young people. We've got the largest youthful population in the world. If we do not maximize the women that we have to add value to the process of building the continent, it only means that we make a willful choice not to use all our assets for the development that we need. Now, in terms of women as entrepreneurs, the talents are there, the interest is there, the passion is there. So giving the tools that is required, entrepreneurial education coming into our educational system, such that even from the time that you're going through whatever level of education, tertiary or even secondary, there's some level of intellectual entrepreneurial knowledge that will empower you to move away from subsistence entrepreneurship to entrepreneurship that is more sustainable, that can grow and that can create jobs, so that we can create the countries of the companies of the future that we need, the jobs that we need, and anyway, anywhere else in the world, including on our continent. SMEs from MSMEs, because there are a lot of women locked in at the M level, and then you grow them into the SME level. And it's only MSME companies at each level that can become big and large corporations. So we must empower them with knowledge. We must create the opportunity for women to effectively compete for capital. And because women are behind the curve, we must be deliberate about capital allocation that is available to women. Now, there are funds developing across Africa, like Alethea IDF Fund, which has funds from various sources, which is deliberately used to finance and to grow African women with businesses that have growth capacity. But we need to create like 1,000 of those kind of funds across the continent, so that no matter what country you come from, there must be growth fund, there must be seed capital for entrepreneurs to try out their ideas, including women and our young people. It's hard to separate one without the other, because when you think about the brilliance and the creativity of young Africans, and that's male and female, and you combine that with the strength, the maturity, the tenacity, the dedication of women, you will know that that is the missing group where our growth is required. And then we create the market opportunities, which we create for all businesses across the continent, which is part of why the FCTA can be extremely valuable if we execute it right. And also, once we remove the borders, we allow them to trade, we have the advantage of technology right now, which has proven that we can trade effectively with ourselves. Women in particular are driving certain sectors, and they're already trading across borders. effectively, but we need them at a larger scale and in sectors. They must have right to properties and title of lands so that they have assets to back the capital that they seek from financial institutions that will still ask for collateral. So there are policies to be made, there are laws to be changed, there's deliberate action to close the gap between women. There's also the responsibility of government to allow women to be active participants in the process of policymaking, which means you must have enough right-thinking women who understand the issues as it affects the women and the young people to be part of lawmaking, to be part of government appointees, to be able to compete effectively in the elective offices, to participate in the governance of the resources of our countries. So that at the end of the day, we're not considering issues from 180 view. We're considering issues with a 360-degree view. We're using all our talents at the table. Anybody will tell you, any boardroom that has a diverse table of male, female, and talent, that company will outperform any other company that is monogender focused. And that's how nations should be too. And interestingly, the largest voters in any country are women. But the least beneficiary of the system are women. So there's a lot of correction that we need to do that would benefit us across the board in the rising of Africa.
Thank you very, very much. And indeed, and studies and experience has shown that when you empower a woman, you really empower her entire community, because she will put her children to school and the cycle will just continue and there will be benefit for the entire society. I would like to thank you very, very much for your contribution, Mrs. Awosika. And we are staying with you, Your Excellency. Do not move, because we'll come back to you very, very shortly. But right now, let's just turn quickly and address the question of technology and how it can help the continent achieve its development goal with Sir Nicholas Clegg, President of Meta and former Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Your Excellencies, Honourable Ministers, representatives of regional and international organisations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's an honour to be invited to speak to you today. And while I can't be with you in person, of course I hope to have the opportunity to meet many of you face to face in the near future. This event takes place at a pivotal moment, both for Africa and for the future of the global internet. In recent years, the internet and data-driven technologies have transformed the lives and opportunities of millions of Africans. From big corporations to coffee shops, bookshops and restaurants, digital tools are now central to how Africans do business. By 2025, the digital economy is expected to contribute up to $300 billion to Africa's GDP, representing 10% growth per year. And we are on the cusp of a new era of technologies, collectively known as the metaverse, that has the potential to create even more social and economic opportunities in the years ahead. The metaverse is the next phase of the internet, a more immersive 3D experience that incorporates technologies like virtual, augmented, and mixed reality. Its defining quality will be a feeling of presence, like you are right there with another person or in another place. At the same time, the borderless and largely free internet that you and I use every day is under threat. Some governments are building digital barriers at their borders and imposing greater control over the internet inside them, creating rules and infrastructure to monitor and censor users, and partitioning the internet in a series of national and regional silos. Even in many open democratic societies, including here in Africa, there is talk of data sovereignty and plans to impose data localization, requiring citizens' data to be stored domestically and placing significant limits on the flow of data across borders. It is appropriate that we're having this conversation on the 3rd anniversary of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, because free trade and the free flow of data go hand in hand. The ability to connect across borders, to buy and sell, collaborate and share, is the magical quality that makes the digital economy the incredible growth engine it has become. A recent report by the Mandela Institute looked at the potential impact of data localization policies in a number of African countries and found that, like most protectionist measures, the marginal gains created for some local enterprises and workers would come at the expense of significant economy-wide harms. The clear lesson from the growth of Africa's digital economy is that we should be tearing down walls across the region, not building new ones. And together, we should be taking every opportunity to make sure the benefits of this next wave of technologies are felt across the region. In its infancy, no one could have imagined the overwhelming impact the internet would have on commerce. And it is the same now with the metaverse. The metaverse won't just be built in the glass and steel campuses of Silicon Valley. It will be built all over the world, where talented, creative people live and the public and private sectors work together to foster a spirit of innovation and entrepreneurialism. Africa has the ingredients necessary to be at the heart of this new technological era. Companies like Meta, we can play our part by continuing to create tools and products that help Africans make their voices heard, build communities, and start and grow businesses. And we will do that through strategic investments like the opening of our office in Lagos to provide a base for African engineering talent, and by investing in infrastructure like the 2 Africa cable, the world's longest subsea cable that will bring more bandwidth to Africa than all the existing subsea cables combined. And policymakers can play their part too by continuing to encourage the development of skills, fostering an atmosphere of innovation and entrepreneurialism, removing barriers to trade, and crucially, by keeping the free flow of data across borders open. Thank you for listening. I hope the discussion you have today is productive, and I really look forward to meeting you soon.
Conversation is very, very productive today. And on this topic of technology on the continent, I'd like to share this quote by Albert Zufak, former chief economist at the World Bank. He once told me digitalization wasn't invented in Africa, but Africa has become its home. I think that's absolutely spot on. And now to another experienced global leader for his contribution, former President of the United States, Bill Clinton.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished guests. I'm very grateful for the chance to join you all at this year's Boma of Africa Festival. As you mark Africa Integration Day and the 3rd anniversary of AfCFTA, I'd like to thank the African Union and its agencies, AfroChampions, and this year's Boma organizers for asking me to share some thoughts of the context in which Africa's development questions are being posed. I have, as many of you know, loved the continent and the countries in Africa for a very long time. I'll always be very proud to have been the first sitting president to visit the continent on an extended stay and to work closely with African leaders on issues that matter to all our futures, from trade to debt relief to public health and education and climate change. Since leaving office, I've been grateful for the opportunity to continue much of that work through the Clinton Foundation and our Health Access Initiative. To this day, I still believe that signing the African Growth and Opportunity Act was one of the most important things I did as president. AGOA created new market opportunities and drove up both trade volumes and economic diversification efforts all across the continent, ushering in a period of remarkable and unprecedented economic growth. New jobs were created. The export competitiveness of many African products increased, and the region became a recognized and reliable supplier. Of course, the political and economic landscape of Africa has transformed in countless ways in the nearly quarter century since AGOA was launched. The continent has the youngest and fastest growing population anywhere on Earth. By 2050, 1 of every 4 people on our planet will be African. Some African economies are among the fastest growing in the world, but inequalities still remain, and they're staggering within and among countries. And the impacts of COVID and now Russia's invasion of Ukraine are being felt most sharply in Africa. So given this landscape, a goal alone cannot tip the scales on inclusive, sustainable economic development. And of course, it was never really meant to. Growth cannot and won't reside in trade relations with the US or other external markets alone. Those outcomes will require economic integration across the continent through free trade agreements like AfTA. Integration and intra-African trade will build regional value chains, achieve economies of scale, and drive economic diversification, including more technology-intensive goods and services and fewer commodities. If we've learned anything from the pandemic, from supply chain disruptions, and from the impact of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it's that all economies, and especially African economies, need more resiliency to absorb and survive inevitable shocks that otherwise will derail hard-fought development gains. This is a new moment with new opportunities to make this vision a reality. African economies have the agility and appetite for innovation that could bypass the traditional path to development. The pace of digital technology uptake across the continent has been dizzying. Technology, particularly mobile technology, has transformed the continent financially, socially, and politically, leapfrogging whole generations of banking and farming tools. But it's not a given that we can translate that technology uptake into tech-driven economic development that catalyzes inclusive growth and reduces inequalities, creates jobs and opportunities, and strengthens economy through diversification and resilience. That will require new and innovative partnerships focused on infrastructure, both physical and regulatory, and emphasizing education and R&D. It will require long-term investments, not short-term fixes, even during crises. One particular opportunity for long-term investment is in clean energy. Study after study shows renewable energy investments in African nations would provide significantly cheaper electricity than their fossil counterparts. But for Africa to make the transition to a clean energy future, we need real partners and commitments from the rest of the world. Africa's disproportionate climate change burden provides a unique opportunity for the rest of us to push toward climate justice and a safer, better, more prosperous future. As Africa is climate change ground zero, it needs more enabling technology and financing. It's possible if we all make it a priority. This is a moment of great challenge and great opportunity. Given the progress of recent decades, it's clear that a prosperous future is possible for all. But getting there will require continued partnerships, both inside the continent and with your friends around the world, including here in the United States. I'm still committed to doing whatever I can to build those partnerships. And I still believe Africa's brightest days are ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we now travel to Ghana to say Akwaba to His Excellency Mahamadou Bawumia, Vice President of Ghana.
Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the African Union, AfroChampions, and other stakeholders for convening this seminal Boma of Africa at this critical juncture in world affairs. It is particularly apt that the curators of this all-important event are not limiting the horizon to Africa and the immediate concerns of our people and their leaders. You have chosen to connect the affairs of today with Africa's ongoing and long-standing quest to attain Agenda 2063's high benchmark of a prosperous continent at par with other global powers. The challenges that have beset the global economy may have been fueled by temporary crises such as the COVID pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine conflict. But these challenges are still a wake-up call to Africa that there are deep structural gaps in the global economic and political architecture that can frustrate its rise unless serious concerted efforts are made to plug them. Sir Nick has talked about the technology opportunity for the continent as a way of navigating out of these treacherous waters. No one who has followed our policy journey in Ghana can doubt our total commitment to the technological approach to development. We, of course, take this cue that there are serious issues of data, talent, regulation, and education that we need to take seriously as a continent if the massive shifts currently underway, such as the fast emergence of a new type of internet, are to benefit rather than further marginalize Africa. I can assure Sir Nick that we are very mindful of these potential pitfalls and are investing in both the institutions and infrastructure that will enable us to both leapfrog our infrastructure and education system limits and rapidly advance the regulatory capabilities we need to deal with complex challenges like balancing sovereignty and efficiency as we become a data-driven economy. In a number of African countries, including Ghana, we have successfully developed new identity infrastructure that will transform credit scoring for SMEs to remove the bottlenecks in e-commerce and lay the ground for the modernization of business supportive government services. We have totally transformed the financial technology landscape and reworked our mobile telecom industry to enable us take advantage of the 5G revolution and the Internet of Things as they gather pace. We take a cue from what Sir Nick said about the metaverse and the next generation of digital services based on novel, sometimes mind-boggling telepresence and 3D technologies. We host artificial intelligence laboratories for the likes of Google and have worked closely with Twitter and Microsoft to deepen tech talent availability to help us ride these trends. Sir Nick's own Meta, especially Meta's Facebook and Instagram platforms, has grown in leaps and bounds in Ghana and other parts of the continent. They have become sites for political debate and avenues for new business experimentation. But far more must be done if the ongoing global technological shifts are to be favorable to our continent. The likes of Meta, Google, and Amazon must think beyond consumer products and targeted advertising and invest heavily in utility infrastructure on the ground. Their ability to connect with their customers beyond Facebook posts and tweets and to impact their lives depend on this deeper integration into industrial and enterprise infrastructure. There are also broader issues of equity. As much as we recognize that some of the evolving technologies are changing how we do business and bringing down barriers, they also provide the opportunity for us to create the fluid structures and soft infrastructure our SMEs and startups, long isolated from global value chains, need to leapfrog and convert these challenges into opportunities in a broader marketplace shaped by the AfCFTA. Opportunities to create green jobs, to harness our latent creativity of creatives to move from obscurity to prominence must be seized through new technologies. The AfCFTA in particular offers us a unique opportunity to galvanize the African private sector to drive our integration agenda through their cross-border investments of the technological kind. We hope that the deliberations at today's Boma among business and political leaders will lay the ground for a truly strategic undertaking to transcend the current turmoil in the global economy into shock waves we need in Africa for true technological transformation. Because we cannot own the 21st century without such a radical shift in our focus and energies. I thank you all for your attention. May God bless us all.
Wonderful contribution there as well from the Vice President of Ghana. Let's carry on with our discussion now, and it's my pleasure to go back to you, His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn. And we are now in the company as well of Mrs. Akuna Cook, Deputy Assistant Secretary for African Affairs in the US Department of State. Welcome.
Thank you.
And I will start with you, actually, Mrs. Cook. What are your thoughts on what has been shared so far, please?
Well, first, I just want to say thank you to you, Anne-Marie, and to all of the participants of Boma Africa today. As I've been listening to the participants, including Sir Nick and just now the Vice President of Ghana and others, talk about the significant opportunities and potential that are present on Africa today. It really is just a fantastic and hopeful conversation that we've been having. I did want to highlight a couple of items from the conversation. Just one, recognizing the inspiring power in what's happening with Africa's young people. 75% of every new human being born on our planet in this century will be African. That is an incredible opportunity. As Africa's middle class grows and the demand for everything from infrastructure to food to healthcare and to content, entertainment, education, as all of these things grow, this enormous opportunity for all of us around the world here in the United States. I also want to highlight that the 1.3 billion Africans that are on the continent, plus the 170 million people of African descent, 40 million of them here in the United States, this African diaspora will be key to building and benefiting from this African century. Sir Nick's comments on emerging technologies were extremely exciting. We all know that Africa was the birthplace of financial technology. And so now as the metaverse is coming online, as artificial intelligence, blockchain technologies, these are incredible opportunities for Africa's young people to innovate and to devise solutions for not only African problems, but for global problems. And so I'm really excited to be part of this conversation about all of these opportunities. Last week at the G7, President Biden unveiled the Partnership for Global Infrastructure Investment. We know that there is a significant financing gap for infrastructure across Africa. But that infrastructure gap is no match for the $380 trillion of private capital in the world, mostly held by institutional investors. And so we are committed to driving investment into some of these infrastructure opportunities on the continent, and we'll continue to work through programs like Prosper Africa, Power Africa, to make sure that we are part of Africa's future, the African present, and build on the longstanding partnership we've had. The last thing I will just say is that we also need to focus on the real and perceived risk in Africa, and really changing the narrative that has persisted around Africa, that it is only of death, disease, and despair, but instead to really focus on changing the images that people have in their minds about Africa, because that is going to be key to realizing the potential of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Cook. Absolutely, we need to change that perception that Africa cannot feed itself, that Africans are poor, that Africans are uneducated. Thank you very much. And so can we expect some of these issues to be raised next week during the US-Africa Summit in Marrakesh?
Sorry, I was having issues. Yes, so I will be in Marrakesh with the U.S. delegation led by MCC CEO Alice Albright, Exxon Bank Chair Rita Jo Lewis, and many of my colleagues across the interagency. And we will be speaking about many of these opportunities that we see in Africa, particularly on the economic side. Many of our businesses will be there. In fact, I know to the point we were just discussing about images and narrative, there will be a panel there led by US companies and others speaking about the potential in the entertainment and creative industries, which have been really exciting and booming across the continent. And so we are very much looking forward to conversations about how do we partner to build infrastructure, how we partner to realize and support Africa's regional integration. We are, after all, here talking about the AfCFTA and its significant opportunity that all of our US companies are excited about. And so very much looking forward to the conversation in Marrakesh.
Lovely. Thank you very, very much. And we have a message here from Lufono Kohombi. Yes, Africa is moving from being the consumer of important tech goods and services to lead tech innovators. Thank you very much. And I will leave the final word to you, Your Excellency. What are your thoughts on what has been said so far? And what do you want us to remember today?
Thank you very much, Anna Mary. I think if Africa is to work or to trade, we have to produce. It requires we reimagine, AfCFTA as an identity reshaper instead of another regional integration project. My key arguments for this is framing AfCFTA narrowly as a free trade agreement or AU regional integration project. We would represent a lost opportunity to elevate the perspective of what is truly possible. Some of the world's oldest customs unions are in Africa, and as also are some of the earliest modern currency unions, example like SACU and the West African Currency Board. The traditional features of these geoeconomic structures do not represent a sea change for Africa due to fundamental gaps in the ability of the private sector to respond to an institutional stimulus for a public sector that has not historically shown consistency of vision. So in this regard, the usual dichotomy between the tariff and non-tariff barriers usually miss the point, as they are terms in a language constructed by bureaucrats that is often not spoken on the streets of Africa. I think we should be very careful. The reality about tariffs and non-tariff barriers is that at the borders and in the trade corridors, a whole raft of informal arrangements we see in Africa dominate regardless of formal and institutional arrangements. So there are massive trust issues that create massive lags between when formal policy innovations are attempted and actually buy-in by the economic actors operating at the street level. So this calls for a radical approach if AfCFTA is to work. The bulk of the early momentum should be directed at the street level, as I mentioned it once again, actors who for so long have been treated as passive consumers of policy designed and promoted by distant forces. So I think from the Lagos Plan of Action and other agreements, street level actors have to learn not to make bets on what is determined by the formal structure of continental policy making. This is very important. They have learned to create their own mini fiefdoms that they understand and can predict better. So AFCA is thus first and foremost a trust building exercise between the street and the podium. So the street today speaks the language of digital technology. I think, as we mentioned, SMEs are selling on Instagram, and big companies are looking to reorient around fintech and remote working and enterprise mobility solutions. So the AfCFTA should thus start where the estranged actors and climb up to the traditional podium, not the other way around. So by so doing, regional policymaking can aid smaller economic actors to connect to bigger waves of economic activity by first reducing, or eliminating the friction, preventing deeper integration within domestic economy. It is such a robust local market infrastructure, depending that can make business linkages possible across borders because operators acquire range and the scope by building on each other's experience, networks, and reputational capacity to extend further and further outwards. AfCFTA should and would, however, not work if every country just focuses on export competitiveness. Every regional export must be accounted elsewhere as an import. So here is where the regional solutions being developed by the AfCFTA Secretariat and the strategic partners like AfroChampions and AfroEximbank become extremely crucial. Like solutions like the AfCFTA Caravan, the AfCFTA Hub, and the broader AfCFTA digital ecosystem should wire domestic and digital platform to each other to create, a strong and a resilient regional mesh for the same structure that offers export competitiveness to one set of actors to enhance the import receptiveness of their business correspondence on the other side of any transitional and transactional bridge. So I think these are the points which I just wanted to mention, which we should take care in looking into how to rebrand our AfCFTA.
Thank you,
Anna-Marie.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for so many nuggets of wisdom, knowledge, and actual concrete tools to make Africa great again. And I'm reading the comments in the Q&A section. So many people are agreeing with you both, actually. Africa must ride a new wave of technomics and not rely on traditional trade. One of our friends in French, certes, il y a des défis, mais ils ne sont pas insurmontables si la volonté y est. Absolutely fantastic. I would like to thank you both, Your Excellency, once more for your brilliant contribution. And Mrs. Akuna Cook, merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. Thank you. And it is now my honor to introduce His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana.
Excellencies, heads of state, Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission and Commissioners, distinguished participants of the Boma. On this auspicious Africa Integration Day, I'm joining you to participate in the dialogue on the theme, Taking Stock of the African Century, which is an apt theme for the times in which we find ourselves. As the world confronts its third major economic and financial crisis this century, one can inquire philosophically about what will be left of this century for us to inherit. I believe the time has come for the continent of Africa and the entire world to think very hard about the models and instruments we've created for dealing with economic and financial crises. In my capacity as the African Union Champion for Financial Institutions, I'm called upon to ask fundamental questions about the continental architecture for managing economic crisis. It has become apparent in recent times that Africa needs to accelerate the realization of its envisaged institutions for financial crisis resolution, such as the Africa Monetary Fund. Africa's rise is dependent on how effectively we build and entrench these continental buffers and cushions. But as the 42nd President of the United States of America, President Clinton has often said and reiterated at this Boma, there is a limit to what any one part of the world can do to defend against a truly global crisis. The global system for addressing economic downturns needs repair and fine-tuning so that it can be more proactive and equitable, especially for those regions of the world that continue to bear the greatest brunt of these downturns, such as Africa. In the world where conflict in one part of the world immediately disrupts economies far away from the epicenter of the conflict, and when a virus is able to wipe away decades of growth from an economy, we cannot assign responsibility for managing crises to domestic actors alone. We cannot leave small economies exposed to these vagaries of the international system to their fate, insist that they suffer the consequences alone. The international process for supporting such countries has to be fairer and more robust. I share the view of the optimists who say that this is Africa's century. However, I fear that the structural and recurrent flaws of the international economic order will rob us of our prize if we do not work harder to make an impact on its course and character. That is why we must hasten the process of continental integration. Continental unity and collective agency is the only path to building influence to push successfully for the reform of the multilateral economic and financial systems that affect our ability to respond to crises that threaten our rise as a continent. When we think of Africa before our individual countries, we're not just being Pan-Africanists, we're being true nationalists, because what makes Africa stronger will make each of our individual countries stronger and more prosperous. It is time for those of us who believe in continental integration to give enthusiastic support to continental decisions and inspire confidence and integrity in the structural organs of the African Union. Our people deserve no less, and the dream of prosperity will then be within our grasp. Distinguished participants of the Boma, I wish you fruitful deliberations, and may God bless Mother Africa and us all. I thank you for your attention.
And I now leave the floor to Rosa Whitaker, former US government policy leader and CEO of the Whitaker Group, who is also very determined to contribute to the change that we all want to see in Africa.
Today, Africans are celebrating African Integration Day, a time called by the African Union to recognize major achievements and advance meaningful solutions towards the region's full integration of the world's largest free trade area. On this special occasion, I welcome you to this historic Boma on bringing the world together in a time of crisis, hosted by the African Union and AfroChampions. Depending on your age and location, you might be asking, what is a Boma, and why is this discussion of historic significance? Bomas, in fact, originated in parts of Africa during the pre-colonial era. A Boma is literally a community enclosure, an enclosure that was originally used to protect livestock from predators. These bomas quickly emerged as gathering places where the elders and communities would sit under the African sky around a lit fire and discuss strategies and discuss solutions and engage in storytelling. Today's Boma indeed finds the world and Africa at a strategic inflection point, the crossroads of a triple crisis: COVID, climate, and Ukraine. Many consider Africa a collateral victim of these external shocks, while some others say that these disruptions provide the impetus for Africa to rise up as a major power in its own right and no longer act as a collection of mostly small, weak, and easily divisible statelets. There's broad recognition that with 60% of the world's arable land, Africa has the potential to feed itself and indeed the entire world. A key lesson from COVID has taught us and the region that we cannot be overly dependent in Africa on external aid, and we certainly should not pin our hopes on the charity of strangers and others. What we know for sure is that the world is headed to an historic inflection point, a point at which things will have to be done differently. A point of change similar to the last great inflection point, and that is the inflection point after World War II. I really, truly hope that it will not take a greater cataclysm than what we are now experiencing to realize that we need to embark on a course correction and build stronger international engagement and more fortified global and regional institutions where no region and no people are left behind. Where should Africa sit and stand in this new world order? If we ever needed a Boma, we need it now. As one emerging from Africa's 6th region, I am so honored to be here to look at the role that Africa could play in bringing the world together in this time of crisis.
Absolutely wonderful. Temilolu Wavogan says, Africa has great, great potential, and it is the right time for Africa to live out this potential. And Rosa Whitaker has met with US former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton to discuss in more details how to bring our world together. Here it is.
Madam Secretary Hillary Clinton, thank you so much for joining us today. For our global audiences and audiences across Africa, we have with us a global leader of rare distinction, a friend of Africa who is among the top most influential and positively impactful forces of our century. And that is the former Secretary of State from the United States, Hillary Rodham Clinton. She is respected throughout the world for both her foreign and domestic policy expertise and insights. She has been an architect and advocate of institutions that anchor global stability and prosperity. She has been a friend and champion of African nations, one who has delivered tangible benefits across the continent, from trade, aid, healthcare, women's empowerment, you name it, the Secretary has been there. She is savvy, patient, and a master of the high art of diplomacy. At last, but by no means least, she has been an inspiration and an example, role model to so many women, including me. So many women and girls throughout the world, Madam Secretary, appreciate you, and we can't thank you enough. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this Africa Century discussion.
Thank you so much, Rosa. And it is a personal pleasure and privilege to be here with you. And to all those who are watching, Your Excellencies and honorable ministers and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply grateful to be part of this year's Boma. As we come together to recognize and celebrate Africa's Integration Day, I think we're also called to reflect on the progress that has been made toward achieving a future that is defined by growth and good governance, on the success of global alliances and private-public partnerships, and what will define a 21st century Africa. I think there is a lot to celebrate. You know, since 2000 and the Africa Growth and Economic Opportunity Act, trade between Africa and the rest of the world has more than tripled. Private investments have far surpassed official aid. We've seen on the social indicators, child mortality rates decreasing, primary school enrollment increasing. And last year, capital investments in Africa's tech ecosystem hit record highs. So there is a lot that we can look at and feel very good about. But as you know better than I, for all the progress that has been made, enormous challenges around the world, but focusing just on Africa remain. The prolonged COVID-19 epidemic, the prospect of uneven economic growth following that pandemic, climate change, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, there continue to be devastating effects on the continent, many of which are not of Africa's making at all, but the consequences of which Africa has to contend with. So throughout my career, as Rosa said, I have been a staunch champion of Africa's growth, prosperity, equity, justice, opportunity. And it's really important for young people. And as you know, Africa has the youngest, fastest growing population in the world. That's a blessing, but it's also a challenge. And how do we meet the expectations, the aspirations, the needs of Africa's young people? I'm delighted to be in conversation today with Rosa Whitaker, a brilliant and visionary policy expert, career diplomat, and trade negotiator. And I remember very well when she was in on the ground floor, when my husband was working with the Congress, led by then Congressman Charles Rangel, to open the doors for greater trade with Africa. So Rosa, let's dive right in.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. You know, Africa is at the threshold of implementing the largest free trade area in the world, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement with 1.3 billion people, $3.4 trillion in GDP expected. What advice would you give African countries as they try to position themselves to navigate globally? You've had such a tremendous record in forging global alliances.
Well, Rosa, first, I'm thrilled to hear that there is such a negotiation ongoing and the real promise of what an open market in Africa itself would mean for African nations and most particularly the African people. So clearly, I support those continuing efforts and look forward to hearing about the final resolution. But I would offer 3 points in answer to your question. I think each nation should take a hard look at itself. What are your strengths and your weaknesses, your problems? How are you going to capitalize on your strengths and shore up your weaknesses? For example, we know we need to do a better job providing cold storage and market access for the millions of small farmers on the African continent. Because if we do, and we can then create collective opportunities for those smallholder farmers to join together to be part of the greater African economy, that will be good from the ground up in many countries. So take a hard look, be really honest about it. And secondly, think about who the losers will be. Try to mitigate against that. This is a lesson that I offer from our own experience in the United States, which has been involved in many free trade agreements, and it has caused a backlash because people have said, wait a minute, it may be fine for certain sectors like high tech or other information economy kinds of jobs, but what about us? What about those whose jobs are being exported and lost? Yeah. So I think it's important for African nations to say, what are we going to do for those people who can't compete in the African economy or the global economy? How do we improve skills? How do we provide better inputs? How do we create more opportunity for them? Because if you increase inequity in a bid to try to create greater equity, you're going to have some consequences that can cause unrest and social instability and greater economic inequality. So please look at that. And then finally, you know, in order to have the maximum benefit from what this trade agreement within Africa can present, you really do have to have good governance. It will do no good to have a free trade agreement on paper if you have border guards who are demanding bribes before trucks can pass, if you have government officials who are taking kickbacks or otherwise engaged in corruption, so that you add cost to what should be a much lower cost opportunity within the continent. So governments who want to see their whole nation's GDP increase, who want to see greater economic opportunity for people who have been left out or left behind, pay attention to governance and do everything you can to stamp out corruption, because we don't want a situation where you have on paper greater trade, but individuals can't break into that system because the obstacles, including corruption, are too great for them to participate. So the upside is dramatic, but the challenges need to be addressed.
And that is a very, very important counsel, and you are absolutely right. Madam Secretary, you know, many of us talked in the U.S. about that historic milestone you achieved when you got 18 million more votes than the eventual president of the U.S. in 2016, making you the highest female presidential vote getter, not only in U.S. history, but global history. And I remember African women saying across the continent that there were, in fact, far more than 18 million cracks in that glass ceiling, because you provided them with unquantifiable hope and instruction in public service and leadership. So for the women across Africa, many of whom are still pushing and working and looking to you for inspiration, and so many look to you for inspiration, what advice would you give them right now in this moment of crisis and opportunity?
Well, I like the way you asked that question, Rosa, because it is a moment of crisis and opportunity. And I'm well aware that the pandemic had a disproportionately negative impact on women and girls across the world, including in Africa. And so many people are still unsettled and uncertain about the path forward. But to the women of Africa, who are, in my view, among the most inspiring and strong people on our planet, there is a bigger role for you to play in the economy and in society, in your political system, because of this time. I have seen how the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act has ignited small businesses in Africa. I'm wearing a dress from the firm Zuri, based in Kenya, and I have, I don't know, about 7 or 8 of them, and many different patterns. I didn't wear one of the pattern ones because that makes the TV kind of go a little crazy, but I think it's important to do everything we can to provide those economic channels for women on the continent, and a free trade agreement, greater investment in women, greater opportunity, removing all the obstacles that nations put in the way for women to have access to credit, to be absolutely on an equal economic footing as men, will go a long way. In Politics, I would love to see more women in government in Africa. You know, my longtime friend, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, is running a program about African women's leadership out of her center in Liberia. And I would love to see many, many more such programs for women throughout the continent. How do you qualify to serve in government? How do you qualify to be selected by a political party to run for office? How do you wage an election? These are all skills that in the past, women have not been given the opportunity to develop. So I'm very excited about what this century holds, and really even just the next decade, on behalf of the women in Africa. And the final word is about the girls of Africa. Everything must be done to ensure their education as far as their hard work and talent will take them. We have to do what we can to prevent child marriage, which ends the education and opportunities for, you know, bright, hardworking girls and young women. We have to make sure healthcare and all of its aspects is available for girls. So I think we need to focus on how our girls are faring and what more needs to be done to help them, and then open the doors more widely, especially to young women, but really women of all ages.
Madam Secretary, I will never forget your pioneering work on empowering women. I remember traveling with you and promoting the African Growth and Opportunity Act, and your encouragement and your tangible support. I just have one final question. You talk to people all around the world, and so many look up to you. How do you remain so hopeful? You're always hopeful. What gives you hope?
Rosa, I work at it because, as we all know, life is not a straight line with only, you know, happy days. We all face challenges and setbacks and disappointments. That's just part of being a human being. But I was blessed with parents, particularly my mother, who instilled in me a sense of resilience. She had a tough life herself, came from a neglectful, abusive family, was out on her own working at the age of 13 in another family's home. But that family, the mother of that family, let her continue to go to school, which was a great gift. But my mother, given all of the hardship that she faced as a young child and teenager, you know, really basically told me, everybody gets knocked down. The question is, are you going to get back up? So yes, I've been knocked down, as many know, but my view on this is you have one life, you have this amazing gift of life, no matter who you are and where you are. Nobody can make you feel bad or inferior about yourself without your permission. So take criticism seriously if there's really something to be learned, but don't take it personally, because so many of the critics don't have your best interests at heart. They have their own agenda. And when you remember that, and when you feel like you're living with a purpose, whether it's on behalf of your family, your community, your country, your profession, your faith, whatever it might be that motivates you, you can keep yourself going. And I often think about one of our great women in American history, Harriet Tubman, the slave who escaped in early 19th century America from the plantation on which she and her family were enslaved. And instead of moving forward and not looking back, she made a new life for herself, but she went back time and time again to rescue other slaves, first her family, and then others who were her acquaintances, to bring them to freedom. And the story is that when she would gather up these slaves on their path to freedom, she would say to them, don't stop, keep going. If you hear the dogs behind you, keep going. If you hear gunshots, keep going all the way to freedom. Well, today we have to keep going, Rosa. I mean, we have a lot of big problems in the world. We have wars, we have climate change with all of its terrible impacts of drought and floods and everything else we're suffering, we have to keep going. And so it starts in the family to help build up children's sense of resilience and purpose, and then it needs to spread into the community and beyond. So I guess I like to describe myself as an optimist who worries a lot.
Oh my goodness. Well, I would say that you are a fount of hope, and now more than ever, we need your voice, we need your ideas, we need your solutions. And the beneficiaries of your impact are truly immeasurable. And I just wish, and I can speak on behalf of so many across Africa who talk to me, we just wish you continued strength and success. Thank you so much for joining us on this special occasion.
Thank you. It was a great honor, Rosa.
Thank you so much.
Very powerful conversation there and so much food for thought, especially for young women. Before moving to our next and final speaker, I would just like to remind you to keep that conversation going beyond this platform using the hashtags Boma 2022, Africa Boma, and CFTA Hub. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Amina Mohamed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations.
President Obasanjo, Baba to us all, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really pleased to join you in this year's Boma of Africa deliberations. Global shocks are impacting Africa's rise, from the COVID-19 pandemic to the climate emergency, and now the war in Ukraine. We are witnessing how external crises are undermining the progress made during the last decade and threatening peace and sustainable development. In the face of growing risks, Africa must be able to count on global solidarity, including financial solidarity to alleviate debt and the lack of liquidity. But while these external shocks are having a negative impact on Africa, the size of this impact also depends on a major internal factor: investing in our youth and our women. We must seize every opportunity to strengthen the resilience of African economies. The road to resilience starts with self-reliance and interdependence. Africa's integration is perhaps the most important one. The African Continental Free Trade Area is one of the main tools to make this change a reality. In an interconnected world, African countries must adopt a regional perspective and promote continental resilience. I see three areas where Africa's integration needs to be strengthened. First, the COVID-19 pandemic and vaccine inequalities highlight the need to advance the implementation of the Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Plan for Africa. We welcome the establishment of the African Pharmaceutical Technology Foundation to transform Africa's pharmaceutical industry by the African Development Bank. Second, the food crisis is a call to invest more in Africa's smallholder farmers, particularly our women, and to examine how the Continental Free Trade Area can contribute to transforming food systems. Increased productivity and intra-African agricultural trade will play a key role, as will commodities exchanges, to enable transparent and efficient trade and reduce transaction costs. Third, the recent global spike in energy prices and the climate agenda is an opportunity for African countries to accelerate access to sustainable energy for all. This should be based on scaled-up renewable energy production, increased energy access and efficiency, and greater use of regional energy pools. Boma of Africa is key to promoting concrete and ambitious ideas to realize Africa's integration. Together, let us leverage the power of our continent to overcome global challenges and achieve resilient and sustainable development for all. Let us rise together for a better tomorrow. Thank you for your kind attention.
It has been an absolutely wonderful pleasure to be with you all today, and we've truly made history. Have you noticed how many women have taken center stage today? It's really, really been a pleasure, and I trust that in the future we'll be able to meet in person during a future Boma. This brings us to the end of this second session, and I now have the pleasure to leave the floor to the excellent Omar Ben Yedder, who will be your host for the third and final session of the day. Happy Africa Integration Day. Au revoir.
Ladies and gentlemen, Africa's most powerful ideas are not like the stars that show the path, or even like the moon that lights our way, but they are a bonfire, a raging bonfire of creative passion, a bonfire that warms the tribe and gives flight to their feet, so that when we gather to take stock, our sparkling thoughts and sizzling words crackle like fireflies, holding the world in awe and wonder. And ladies and gentlemen, we have come a long way to this Boma. We are on our way to Agenda 2063 to claim our century, the 21st one, promised to us. And we stop by the fireside only to recharge. And the whole world hears our chant. Boma, 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 Boma.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Thank you, everyone. I'm not sure if you can hear me. Hopefully you can. My name is Omar Benyeda. I'm the publisher here of African Business and New African magazines. I'm a good friend of AfroChampions and delighted to be your host for the third segment, taking over from the wonderful and inimitable Anne-Marie, who I admire and who I love very much, and who I've had the pleasure of working with numerous times. Welcome back for what is the third and final segment of the day, Transcending Pandemics. I know that despite the Clintons, the Cleggs, and all the other superstars that that have featured earlier on today, you've been waiting for myself and our elite panelists, wonderful speakers who will be joining us for the next hour and a half. So look, it's pretty late in the day for many of you, so feel free to make yourself a drink, have a glass of wine as we prepare for the weekend and the Eid celebrations around the world. We're all grateful to be here, alive, healthy and well after what were a difficult 2 years. However, I'm an eternal optimist and ultimately an observer of humanity. And there was nothing better than seeing humanity in action in the face of a common problem. It focused minds like nothing else. And we as Africans know it for our own struggles for independence, that when we collaborate and unite around a common cause, we're so much stronger. But this also required a lot of trust. It required a lot of clarity of vision. It required a desire to get things done and to find solutions and never be satisfied until we have found the solutions to our problems. Our next panelists were all part of this journey to deliver solutions for the continent. So therefore, it gives me great pleasure to welcome our hosts of this next segment, the Africa CDC and the World Health Organization, represented today by Dr. Ahmed Ogwell and Dr. Matshidiso Moeti, respectively. So Dr. Ogwell, the floor is yours. Welcome, and we look forward to an interesting and dynamic third segment of today.
Thank you very much, Omar, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it is that we are joining this Boma today from. I bring warm greetings from Addis Ababa, the seat of the Africa Union, and I bring even warmer greetings from the Africa CDC. I would like to pass 3 messages today as we transcend this pandemic. One is that when we come together in a Boma like this, then good things happen. And it is really a pleasure to be part of the conversation today as organized by the African Union and AfroChampions. So let us be coming together regularly so that we can be able to ensure that good things do happen. Second message I would like to share today is that the pandemic is not really over. It may have evolved, in fact, it has evolved in many parts of the world, including here in Africa, but it is still here with us. The virus is still circulating. We are still learning lessons, and we need to ensure that the lessons that we are learning are turning into opportunities and solutions for other outbreaks that we are experiencing, and indeed we prepare better for any future pandemics that may come. So the pandemic is not over. We need to still push the dial forward in terms of vaccination, proper information being passed to the public, and again, coming together so that we can be able to handle any health emergency on this continent together. The final message I would like to share today in this Boma is that it is time for Africa to really stand up and exert itself in matters that are as important as health security. We as a continent have been blessed with very rich cultures, and we have been blessed with extremely valuable infrastructure in terms of governance, including that of the African Union. And these blessings, we need to turn them into opportunities and solutions. Africa needs to come together, and the time is now. Africa needs to work as one unit, and the time is now. And as we transcend this pandemic, let us put all the lessons that we have learned into action that is going to prevent the next outbreak, the next epidemic, the next pandemic, and let us ensure that Africa remains as one, driving health security agenda, driving the health agenda on the continent in a way that is going to benefit the whole continent, from the youngest to the oldest, the most prominent to the least of us in society. Africa needs to come together, and this Boma is a good beginning for that coming together. I thank you, Omar.
Thank you very much for those remarks. And the Africa CDC was really a success during this COVID pandemic in terms of what it managed to do to bring us all together. And as I said, to focus minds and to really help the continent look at this problem or look at this pandemic with one united voice. So thank you very much for all the work that you've done. So next we've got our co-host for this particular segment. So Dr. Moeti, who you all know from the World Health Organization. So Dr. Moeti, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all our distinguished participants, all protocols observed, I'll say, and the very warm greetings to my co-host, Dr. Ahmed Ogwell, the Interim Director of the Africa CDC, and to all the distinguished ladies and gentlemen who have joined us here. It's a huge honor for me to join my colleague to open this discussion, which takes place so appropriately during Africa's Integration Week. It's already been said in previous sessions that the impact of COVID-19 on health, on lives and livelihoods and economies in Africa has been huge, even if early action to minimize gatherings, movements averted the disaster that had been predicted by some at the start of the pandemic. And the strong drive towards self-determination and self-sufficiency sparked by the pandemic is enormous cause for celebration, I believe, despite the inequity in access to key tools and supplies that have plagued Africa's efforts to protect populations from COVID-19 over the past 2 years or so. WHO has been a steadfast advocate for the continent, and we remain to continue our strong support, working with strong continental institutions like the Africa CDC. I'd like to add my own congratulations for the actions and success of the ACDC, the Africa Medicines Agency that's just coming on board, and interfacing effectively with global and regional multilateral systems and processes. We've seen COVID-19 elevate the health agenda to the highest levels of government, and that's where it needs to stay, to ensure that cross-cutting, coordinated action that will build resilience and self-sufficiency and better prepare African countries for the next event are in place. And to move Africa forward, integration and interconnection are key and offer exciting opportunities. The exemplary and robust leadership displayed by Africa's heads of state during the pandemic, the partnership with the private sector, will spur our countries forward, opening up travel and trade and reigniting economies, despite the fact that we'll have to face outbreaks going forward into the future. Securing intra-Africa trade, as well as trade between African countries and their global counterparts, relies on ensuring the free movement of goods and people, even during shock events like the COVID-19 pandemic. Any future repeat of the isolation that African countries experienced when the Omicron variant was first identified and announced by Botswana and South Africa need to be avoided, as does the closure of borders between our own countries that so heavily impacted intercontinental trade during the pandemic. And so digital certification of health and vaccination status are here to stay. And African countries and regions have made great efforts to standardize this. And this is an area where such work needs to continue so that we can keep people, goods, and trade moving across borders. We in WHO have worked closely with the Africa CDC and other multi-sectoral partners, including providing guidelines to help ensure global interoperability. Innovation and technology have become a cornerstone of the COVID-19 response and need to be leveraged for the benefit of all sectors. And African innovators have not been left behind. We've seen them emerge very strongly during the pandemic. As WHO, we work to support African innovators like a person called Frank Verzefe in Cameroon to upscale their concepts. And his company developed a technology that uses artificial intelligence to allow hospitals, pharmacies, and quality control centers to detect counterfeit drugs. I am convinced that such capacity in Africa is there. It just needs support from all of us to be able to transform our health landscape and ensure that we continue to work together, despite the fact that we will continue to face outbreaks and even pandemics. The unprecedented and collaborative push for local production of some key tools for public health, like WHO's messenger RNA vaccine technology transfer and production hub in South Africa, which is already seeing some centers arise in other countries, and the bilateral agreements that are translating into action on vaccine production on the continent are especially inspiring concrete examples that will better prepare our continent to meet future shocks. So as WHO in Africa, we're very eager to work together with political leaders, with African institutions, and particularly with African people towards a stronger Africa with better preparedness capacity and more robust health systems. And in fact, today I'm speaking to you from Nairobi, where we in WHO are launching with the government a new emergency hub to enable African countries to respond to outbreaks and emergencies from a closer range. And we know that the Africa CDC will be with us in this work as well. So I look forward very much to a future where we see this leadership strongly translate into action, and we are committed in WHO to providing our support. Thank you very much, and I look forward very much to the conversation that will follow now. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you, Dr. Moeti. And look, I mean, really, the WHO and the Africa CDC came to prominence over the past 2 years. But if you've managed to be as effective as you are, it's because of all the groundwork that was done beforehand as well, and the continuous work that you've been doing across the continent, even though it hasn't been showcased as much as it deserves, really. I think next we're going to be showing a short video. It's the Trusted Health and Global Haven video. And the trust is a word that I've mentioned in my introduction because it's key to any successful venture. Ultimately, you need to trust, and I know this from business as well, but you need to trust your partners, and your partners need to trust you. This is how you can then capitalize and absorb on our collective strengths. So this video will illustrate the bonds and the partnerships that were formed and what these partnerships can achieve when we do them together. So technical team, I believe that there's the Trusted Health and Global Haven video that's going to come next, please.
This is now officially a pandemic. The World Health Organization confirmed today
that COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
March 11th, 2020, the day a reeling world was ground to a halt. The World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a global pandemic. The world watched in horror as highly resourced health systems capitulated in terror in the face of a vicious virus. Africa's fate hanged in a balance. The continent's leadership did not fold, they did not buckle, they did not fail. Weeks before the official declaration of the pandemic, the African Union announced a joint strategy to deal with the menace. Beyond solidarity, beyond Ubuntu, beyond the courage of leadership and the foresight of hope, Africa was blessed with one more resource: a dynamic community of innovators at home with the new languages of digital technology and creative partnerships. As the continent ramped up testing facilities and quarantine centers, the African Union, through its frontline agency, the Africa CDC, was also quietly assembling its digital warriors. Supported in no small measure by its strategic partners, AfroChampions, ARSO, ASLM, Cold Chain, African Tourism Board, and a host of others. Panabios was born from this rich medium of collaboration, setting the stage for the Africa Union's trusted travel, trusted testing, and trusted vaccines systems. The interlocking effect of all this creativity, all this passion, all this innovation was an African Union whose member states felt bolstered and fortified to begin the reopening and recovery effort on sure footing. So soon it was time to move from dashboards to border posts, time to connect laboratories around the continent to a single unifying interface. Time to turn on the lighthouses of medical transparency whilst doubling down on data protection and privacy. Africa was primed to pioneer a new concept of intergovernmental digital health infrastructure that will now long outlast the pandemic, ushering in a new era of digital health cooperation, a veritable new public health order. From digital contact tracing to automatic exposure notification, and from electronic congestion monitoring to digital biosurveillance, the new public health order was now a living, breathing fact of life. At airports around the continent, Africa's pioneering effort was a sight to behold. Smoother health screening and speedier detection of fraud and forgeries that would have undermined the effort to keep the vicious virus at bay. Integrations with other continents commenced in earnest, from as far afield as India, Singapore, and Australia to our nearest neighbors in Europe and the Gulf. To date, more than 10 million Africans have benefited from the Panabios, trusted travel and trusted vaccine services and platforms. And now that the pandemic is on its back foot, now is the time for even more visionary health cooperation. Now is the time to infuse resilience, to bolster the health and vitality of the continent. It is time to consolidate the multiple digital innovations that emerged during the pandemic into a grand trusted health paradigm, a continental hub of interoperable digital health solutions addressing the biggest trends in universal health access, health equity, genomics, and public health decision support. It is time for the new public health order to rise from an ascending Africa, marching forward towards Agenda 2063 in a century rightly nicknamed the African Century. It is time to transcend all pandemics, time to own our century.
Thank you for that great video, and the videos today have been fantastic, actually. So congratulations to all the different teams who have been working on those. I believe I heard earlier on that one of the key factors to, or at least the key pillars of Singapore's success was not to receive or not to take any foreign aid. Saying that, you know, whether we agree with that or not, what we saw in the past couple of years, that we depend on each other, and the world is more interconnected today than it has ever been. And despite what you hear, the trend and trajectory will make us all more interconnected than ever before. And the crisis may have created some divisions, but I saw it bring the world closer together in many ways. And we were interdependent. It brought Africans closer together, and the Africa CDC and its partners are a case in point, but it also brought us closer together with some of our long-standing international partners. And it was important that we had that partnerships to be able to share knowledge and share solutions. So we're going to hear from some of those international partners today, and we're delighted to have some messages from these international partners, starting with His Excellency, the Honourable Minister of Transport of Singapore, Mr. Iswaran. If we can please show his message.
His Excellency President Macky Sall, Chairperson of the African Union, Excellencies, African Union Heads of States present, His Excellency Musa Faki Muhammad, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Honorable Ministers of Health, ICT and Transport, Director, Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Our dear African friends, thank you for giving me this opportunity to address you at your meeting to discuss a harmonized position for the African continent on travel policy. This is a key issue for the recovery of air travel, not just for Africa, but for the entire world. More than 2 years after COVID-19 became a global pandemic, international air travel has recovered to about half of pre-COVID levels as countries and regions reopen their borders to one another. However, there remains much unevenness on border measures, such as the definition of vaccinated persons, recognition of recovered persons, and testing and quarantine measures. This is understandably confusing for the average traveler and will impede our path to recovery. It is therefore incumbent upon our aviation and public health communities to continue to work together to streamline and harmonize our respective border measures and facilitate the recovery and growth of global air travel. A key enabler in this regard will be the mutual recognition of digital health credentials. To this end, I am happy to announce that Singapore and the African Union have established a framework for the mutual recognition of digital COVID-19 vaccination certificates. With this, from 23rd May, fully vaccinated travelers with digital COVID-19 vaccination certificates issued in the African Union via the Africa CDC's Trusted Travel and Trusted Vaccines platforms can upload their certificates to verify their vaccination status and enter Singapore without quarantine or testing. Similarly, fully vaccinated travelers with digital COVID-19 vaccination certificates issued in Singapore can securely obtain vaccination passes on the TT and TV platforms for entry into the 21 and growing number of African states on these platforms. I am confident that the mutual recognition of digital COVID-19 vaccination certificates between Singapore and the African Union CDC will catalyze the resumption of travel between Singapore and countries in Africa. This will also support our trade links, spur growth opportunities for both our economies, and foster closer people-to-people ties between our peoples. On that note, I wish you a fruitful meeting, and I leave you with an open invitation to visit Singapore. We look forward to welcoming you soon. Thank you.
Fantastic, and we look forward to going to Singapore and interacting a lot more closely with the Asian continent. Another continent who we want to interact with, and who I believe we worked collaboratively during the pandemic, working with the Caribbean islands. I believe I was talking to the president of the AfroChampions Bank, who said that the Caribbean islands were part of our vaccine purchase activities, and we helped to bulk buy vaccines and distribute them to the Caribbean islands. So it gives me great pleasure to hear from the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, as Director General Dr. Jules, and also the Premier of Montserrat and Chairperson of the OECS, His Excellency Joseph Easton Taylor Farrell. So if we can hear from our friends from the Eastern Caribbean States. The floor is yours.
Esteemed heads of government of the African Union, Excellencies and distinguished attendees. It is a distinct honor for both the chairman of the authority of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, the Honorable Joseph Easton Taylor Farrell, and myself to have been invited to offer solidarity remarks at this Boma of Africa event. The member states of the Eastern Caribbean lie almost directly across the North Atlantic Ocean to Senegal, the Gambia, and Guinea-Bissau. And like the rest of the modern-day Caribbean, we lie at the intersection of world civilizations, having emerged from the largest genocidal human trafficking that fueled the ascendancy of the West. We have witnessed a renaissance of awareness of this common history and this shared ancestry. And we recognize that Africa's determination to forge a common destiny also parallels our own ambition to find a more equal place in the sun. A key goal of the Boma is to showcase major projects and initiatives in Africa's emergence as a global force in accordance with the African Union's Agenda 2063. And this invitation provides us with a special opportunity to express that sense of common purpose and lay the groundwork for structured relationships with the mother continent. But Africa's quest to become a global force in this century is impacted by ongoing global geopolitical, geoeconomic, climatic, and global health shifts. As so-called developing countries, these shifts are having a disproportionate and exponentially more deleterious impact on us all. And this is even more reason why we must work increasingly closer together to speak with common purpose, shared ambition, and unwavering determination on the global stage. Less than 2 weeks ago, we participated in the World Trade Organization's Ministerial Council 12, which sought to breathe new life in the multilateral trading system and address the fractures that have brought economies big and small to a virtual standstill. In MC12, one of the big issues involved the WTO response to emergencies that included a waiver of compulsory licensing for COVID-19 vaccines food safety, and agriculture. The OECS was pleased to have supported the efforts led by South Africa and India in providing greater latitude for the South. In a climate of indeterminate uncertainty such as this historical moment, and with the pandemic becoming an endemic, an area of immediate collaboration with continental Africa and ourselves is digital health cooperation and interoperability. We are subscribing to the African Union Trusted Travel and Trusted Vaccine System, which is winning international acclaim as a useful platform for biosecurity that has the potential for boosting free movement, trade, and tourism. Because the OECS member states are among the most tourism-dependent economies in the world, the revitalization of international travel with adequate biosecurity assurances is a vital priority. Beyond the economic imperatives of this priority, there is the wider issue of intellectual resilience and technological innovation. It is time that we who belong to the so-called third world stop being lazy subscribers to the intellectual property of others and innovate, transform, and excel in the application of knowledge to the global challenges that confront and befuddle us. If we fail to do this and to do it now, we run the danger of moving from a structural condition of dependence to a structural position of irrelevance. I thank you and wish you the best for this Boma Festival.
Thank you. Very strong words there. I think our interests are definitely aligned, and we don't want to become irrelevant, and we know that we should not become irrelevant, and it's in our hands not to be. So thank you for those words, Dr. Jules. I should do a plug here for, there's actually going to be co-organized by the AfroExim Bank, and an event in Barbados from the 1st to the 3rd of September, the Afro-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum, titled One People, One Destiny. We are indeed one people, one destiny, and I'm sure that is going to be a very fruitful summit whereby we will align our interests even more closely to make sure that we do not get left behind, and that the rules in terms of trade and in terms of commerce are fairer for all of us, one humanity. That was my own unscripted message. So next, we'd like to call upon Her Excellency, the Australian Ambassador to the AU, Julia Niblett, please.
Hello, it's a great pleasure for me, Australia's Ambassador to Ethiopia and representative to the African Union, to address this final segment focusing on health security. I want to start by commending the African Union, the Africa Centre for Disease Control and Prevention, and their partners for their COVID-19 pandemic response work, particularly in strengthening the capacity and capability of Africa's public health institutions. As borders reopened and international travel returned, for family reunion, for business and for tourism, it's been vitally important for governments to take steps to facilitate travel while preventing cross-border transmission of COVID-19. So Australia's Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade has been pleased to work closely with the African Union on digital vaccination certificate interoperability as part of the COVID-19 recovery efforts. Proof of vaccination has been a key step in safely reopening international borders and supporting economic recovery from COVID-19. And today, we welcome the launch of the African Vaccine Passport. I want to update you that following medical advice and high levels of vaccination, this week the Australian government lifted COVID-19 border restrictions so that proof of vaccination is no longer a requirement to travel to Australia. But we still urge all travellers to Australia to be vaccinated for their own protection and to keep a record of that. The smart use of digital technology to record and share vaccination status will continue to be useful in many settings. As countries reopen their borders, we've not lost sight of the fact that the pandemic is not over and that a focus on health security and vaccination is key to protecting our communities and speeding up regional and global recovery. Australia continues its strong and active support for global access to vaccines through the COVAX Advanced Market Commitment and, in our region, the Quad Vaccine Partnership. We're working with partners on the COVID-19 Global Action Plan to end the acute phase of the pandemic. We're also looking beyond the immediate pandemic to further bolster the world's ability to detect and respond to future disease threats. We work closely with WHO to support countries to strengthen health systems, universal health coverage, and emergency preparedness and response. We recognise South Africa's leadership role in shepherding the new instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. We're consulting closely with international, regional, and Australian partners on post-COVID-19 priorities and opportunities for collaboration. And we're investing in global health initiatives so that the world is better prepared should another pandemic emerge. This includes our recent commitment to contribute funding towards the new World Bank's Financial Intermediary Fund for Pandemic Preparedness and Response, and Australia's commitment of $100 million to the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovation. Thank you for the opportunity to showcase Australia's support for the work of the Africa CDC and more broadly towards strengthened global health security. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Next, we've got, I can see him here, Barry Kashambo. He's the Regional Director for Eastern and Southern Africa at the International Civil Aviation Authority. I followed your work very closely during the pandemic, so it's fantastic to have you on board, Mr. Kashambo.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Thank you, and thanks very much for the opportunity. On behalf of Mr. Juan Carlos Salazar, the ICAO Secretary General, it is with profound pleasure and gratitude that ICAO has received the opportunity to pronounce at this Boma of Africa event the contribution that we have made before, during, and in the post-pandemic periods to ensure the global and regional goals of freedom and seamless movement of persons is achieved. ICAO, together with WHO, Africa CDC, and other partners, proactively took action in February 2020, even before the outbreak was declared a pandemic, to raise awareness of an emerging threat of the virus with 2 workshops conducted in Nairobi. This was followed soon after by the high-level ministerial meeting in Addis Ababa in the 3rd week of February. And I think it is on record that the activities that I have alluded to were the pioneer interventions of globally to combat the spread of the virus by air travel. And at that time, that was at that time limited to very few locations outside China. We wish to commend the hard work and commitment that has been undertaken by several players, and I can see a lot of actors that we have worked with in this panel and in this meeting. During the pandemic, ICAO developed, in cooperation with the WHO, the CAT recommendations that provided recommendations to states and the industry stakeholders to provide safe and secure commercial air services. These were supported by the public health corridors, and they enabled continued operations to maintain delivery of emergency medicines, equipment, and items that were crucial for public health protocols essential for mankind. The initiatives of the Trusted Travel and Trusted Health Systems under the synergies and partnership of African Union and Africa CDC, together with WHO, are strongly cherished and should be guarded as they provided utilization of digitization for the harmonized proof of testing and eventually for vaccination and issuance of travel documents that are necessary for travel. Reducing hindrances is important to stimulate public and traveler confidence. And the BIOS tools and platforms launched by Africa CDC have made tremendous and significant difference as they provided a common methodology for proof of testing. ICAO, through the CAPS program and as custodians of the passport specifications globally, look forward to establishing long-lasting solutions for recognition of digital health credentials and a harmonized approach to rebuild better and ensure resilient aviation network in the future. We must proactively and collaboratively prepare for future outbreaks. In this regard, ICAO remains unwaveringly committed to the global coordinated approach to ensure that we perform well to combat any pandemic that will emerge and still stay relevant and as we recover and rebuild a resilient future together. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Kashambo. And last but not least, in terms of our messages, sorry, we've got Charles Michel, the President of the European Council. Technical team, if we can have Mr. Michel's solidarity message, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a real pleasure to this occasion to speak to you to commemorate the African Integration Day and to be here again with you, dear Cyril Ramaphosa, in this session. We were together only a few days ago in Germany for the G7 meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been more than 2 years since COVID struck, and in many ways, the crisis is still with us. It has shaken our citizens and our societies, challenging us and testing us. It has opened our eyes to our strengths, but also to our weaknesses, our successes and our failures. And it has exposed the shortcomings of our institutions and our systems. But COVID has also taught us a valuable lesson, a lesson that I hope will stay with us long after the pandemic. And this lesson is the following. There is no alternative to global cooperation, no substitute for working together. And probably that's why so many countries across the globe support this idea of an international treaty to fight pandemics. But COVID-19 also showed us at our resilient best, working together to develop vaccines in record time, less than 1 year, a fraction of the time it normally takes to develop a new vaccine. And we, in the European Union, we have tried to do our best to live up to our commitment of solidarity by exporting half of the vaccine doses produced in Europe throughout the crisis, for instance. COVID has also been an opportunity for Europe and Africa to work together more closely. African and European scientists, entrepreneurs, and all the frontline workers on the ground. It was also the occasion to embark on a joint initiative that personally I consider as a guiding light for the future. The African Union has launched an initiative to reduce Africa's pharmaceutical dependency over the next 10 years. And we within the EU, we are fully mobilized behind your project, designed in Africa, by Africans, and for Africans. And that's why Team Europe has rapidly mobilized grants and loans through our finance institutions, such as the European Investment Bank. And you've also decided to mobilize our technological and regulatory capacities. And Europe's pharmaceutical industry is preparing investments in Africa, companies like BioNTech, for instance. And it is not just in fill and finish, it is also in vaccine production on African soil. And now, as we speak, concrete progress is being made in Senegal, in Rwanda, in South Africa, and in Ghana. And we are currently working with you to make sure that those vaccines are bought internationally by Gavi or COVAX, for instance. This initiative is a great opportunity to put into practice a new way of working and cooperating together. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, Africa is a dynamic continent, a 21st century power. And your Agenda 2063 is a clear blueprint for the continent's transformation. Europe is ready to be a reliable and rock-solid partner for Africa. And the EU-African Union Summit in February, we set out a new paradigm, a new agenda for a common area of prosperity, stability, and security. We develop and deliver it jointly through respectful and qualitative partnerships and through co-investment. We do it in a way that creates links. We want to create links, not dependencies. This is not the same thing. And together with you, we want to address our collective global challenges: climate change, digitalization, sustainable finance, jobs, education, health, mobility and migration, rule of law, peace and security. It requires our collective intelligence. Today, food security and agricultural development are growing global concerns. And so we are partnering to unlock the huge potential of food production in Africa in line with the Global Alliance and the Farm Initiative. And we can work together to develop sustainable fertilizers and other inputs locally. This is a topic I discussed with you, Cyril, a few days ago. We are also ready to support you to unlock the potential of regional value chains, because this will contribute to the ambitious African Continental Free Trade Agreement. We are also mobilizing investment in renewable energy, digital, and in transport infrastructure. And these are not just words. It means investing in real and good projects benefiting real people. This will reinforce our common resilience and our strategic partnership. Dear friends, by bringing together, with mutual respect, Europe's Cartesian, je pense donc je suis, with Africa's Ubuntu, je suis parce que tu es, we can tap the full potential of our European and African talents and continents. We can tap the full potential of our peoples and the full potential of our partnership. Two continents with a shared legacy, but also with a shared destiny. That's my hope, that's my sincere hope, and it's what I will continue to work for together with you. Thank you.
Brilliant, a very interesting message there by the President of the European Council. It's also good to see that the penny has dropped and that Africa is not looking for handouts, but collaboration, partnerships, and that are mutually beneficial. Ultimately, we know that we are part of the solution, not part of the problem. So 2020, President Ramaphosa was chair of the AU when COVID broke. And as such, he was tasked to chair the AU COVID-19 response. And he also co-chaired the AU COVID Commission. So it gives me great delight to welcome his Honourable Minister, Minister Patel, Ibrahim Patel, Minister of Trade and Industry of South Africa, to provide a message on behalf of President Ramaphosa, who will to launch the African Union e-health backbone, which used to be known as the Trusted Vaccine Passport. Minister, the floor is yours, and it's great to see you again.
Well, thank you very much. And my very warm greetings to you as our moderator, Umar, and to the distinguished speakers. President Cyril Ramaphosa sends his very best wishes to all participants at this Boma. Dear friends, the complexity of our times, the times we are living through, make the case so compellingly for us to implement a new vision for African industrialization, to action Agenda 2063. I refer, of course, inter alia to the major health pandemic that disrupted our economies and cost lives and livelihoods, climate change that is already affecting our environment and leading to floods and droughts, and geopolitical tensions and conflicts that are pushing food and fuel prices up. In this context, I want to appreciate the work of the AfroChampions initiative and the AFC FTA Secretary General Wamkile Mene and his team, working within the umbrella of the African Union for organizing this timely event. Dr. Edem from AfroChampions must be singled out for his passion. In this session, we're reflecting on transcending pandemics. The reality of COVID-19 has exposed our vulnerabilities on the African continent, an over-reliance on obtaining vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics from outside Africa, which placed us at the back of the queue when the demand was greatest. Challenges in our public healthcare systems, lack of basic infrastructure in parts of the continent, and in rural areas really across the continent. But, and this is really important for us, it's highlighted to our strengths. Strengths in coordination, in solidarity, in drawing on our innovation, our industrial and our research capabilities on the continent. In the case of South Africa and other African countries, the backbone of the COVID-19 response on the continent was the swift and coordinated manner in which the African Union, through Africa CDC, reacted in combating the pandemic. At the time of the outbreak of COVID-19 in 2020, South Africa was the chair of the African Union. Under the leadership of President Ramaphosa, the joint AU strategy in response to the pandemic was developed, and it enabled a united and coordinated response to the pandemic. In the early days, the AU also appointed special envoys whose mandate was to mobilize support from the international financial institutions in order to mitigate the economic impact of the pandemic on the continent. And that initiative saw the implementation of the moratorium on the repayment of debt on interest owed by LDCs, easing a burden which otherwise would have dealt a further blow to struggling economies. But Africa began to shift also to manufacturing the key medical technologies and products to help fight COVID-19. These included our manufacture on the continent of ventilator machines, of medication such as dexamethasone and anesthetics, personal protective equipment such as health-level face masks and surgical gowns, and more recently, of course, particularly COVID-19 vaccines, initially in the fill and finish process. In the past year, significant progress has been made in building the vaccine manufacturing ecosystem on the continent. There are notable achievements. 5 African countries, Egypt, Ethiopia, Senegal, South Africa, and Tunisia, have active vaccine manufacturing plants. 8 additional countries are in the process of setting up these plants and beginning their first production. Preparation for future pandemics will need us to have a greater investment in technology transfer arrangements. In this regard, we commend the efforts by the World Health Organization to establish the mRNA hub in South Africa in response to the inequities in access to COVID-19 vaccines on the continent. Modular mRNA manufacturing facilities are being set up or planned in a number of countries. And in financing for vaccine manufacturing, we've seen significant commitments by AfroChampions, private investors, and other major financial institutions on the continent. Research and development is critical. We need to innovate on the continent through deeper levels of investment in our knowledge ecosystems, but we also should be able to tap into the available technologies to save lives. And in this context, dear friends, African countries put forward a most compelling case for a waiver and flexibilities on intellectual property rights at the World Trade Organization. The landmark agreement at the WTO, MC12, provides additional policy space for efforts to industrialize the vaccine supply chain. We now need to address the challenge of lack of fair access to the vaccine market so that African products are in fact procured and used on the continent and more generally. And there's a role there for pooled procurers such as Gavi and COVAX to support this emerging industry. I want to end off with some lessons. Lessons that we've drawn from the pandemic. the lesson that we need to coordinate our efforts. We need to develop research and development, and we need to nurture industrial capabilities. This requires investment in skills, in building our universities and the institutions of higher learning. The COVID-19 pandemic has also brought home the urgent need to accelerate intra-Africa trade and to really work together to build the regional value chains. These are crucial factors in cushioning the continent from external shocks. The African Continental Free Trade Area, Umar and friends, are critical in this regard. Government cannot alone deal decisively with the impact of pandemics. We need partnerships with the private sector, with NGOs, with philanthropic institutions to play their part, as these are all partners that can build future capability. Africa's moment has arrived. We've got to grasp this, learn the lessons from COVID-19, make sure when the next big challenge comes, we are more prepared for it. We can save more lives. We can use a bigger, stronger industrial base on the continent to do so. Thank you.
Fantastic, Honourable. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for your intervention. I always like your frank talking and for saying it as it is. So thank you for that, and thank you for your leadership as a country during the pandemic, and for doing things on behalf of the whole continent. So we appreciate it, and we are grateful. So the next sequence, we're going to see two African giants who are doing sterling work at two UN agencies, one that is saving lives and another one that is saving livelihoods. So first of all, I'd like to call upon Dr. Tedros, who became a global legend over the past 2 years, who's going to share his thoughts on the global context of where global health and economic recovery is heading post the pandemic, and how Africa must position itself. So we're going to hear from a brief message from Dr. Tedros, and then I'll have the honor of welcoming Ohuna Eziekwoma from the UNDP.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, my thanks to AfroChampions and Boma, especially to my friend Adam, for inviting me to participate today. The last 2.5 years have demonstrated all too clearly that shared threats require a shared response. I want to highlight 5 areas of focus for multilateral action. First, the legally binding international accord on pandemic preparedness will help set the rules of the game based on a foundation of solidarity and equity. I urge all countries to engage with the negotiations on this important new instrument. Second, the new financial intermediary fund will help to bridge critical gaps in preparedness. WHO is ready to play a central role with our colleague, the World Bank. Third, last year, WHO helped establish the first mRNA technology transfer hub in South Africa. This is a model that we now hope to replicate in order to boost local manufacturing. Fourth, WHO will continue to provide financial and technical support to the Africa Centers for Disease Control and the Africa Medicines Agency, and continue to strengthen Africa's own institutions. Fifth, we have also worked to support the development of new digital health tools, such as the African Vaccine Passport and e-health certificates, the value of which will continue far beyond this pandemic. As we look to the future, Africa should never again be the last in line to receive vaccines, tests, and treatments, and other life-saving tools. I thank you.
Apologies, I was muted. So thank you, Dr. Tedros. And it's my honor and privilege now to welcome Ahuna Ezeakonwa, Regional Director for Africa at the UNDP. For those who don't know the UNDP website, and you'll see that she's at the forefront and tirelessly driving initiatives to transform development outcomes on the continent. She's leading a number of initiatives. She's continuously trying to find new ways to break through in terms of fostering greater development, accelerating growth, and accelerating or finding new economic opportunities for the African continent, that is women, the youth, and the people of Africa. So I believe that Ahuna is with us. So I can't see her on my screen, but if Ahuna, you can, if the technical team can bring her on board.
Hello.
Ahuna, fantastic. We can hear you. I'm not sure we can see you, but we can definitely hear you.
Decided with a trip. I'm gonna miss it. So I'm on my phone traveling. And if you don't mind, I'll keep my video off so that my connection can hold as I make my contribution. So Excellency, if you can hear me, Omar, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly. And, you know, Ahuna, it's great to have you on board. And, you know, I started this segment by saying that COVID focused minds. So what are the positives that we can draw from in terms of the last 2 years so that we can create economic opportunities and accelerate development?
So first of all, let me take a moment here to really thank the African leaders and to congratulate heads of state for their foresight in setting aside an Africa Integration Day, and within that, their blessing of the Boma of Africa, which is this great festival of ideas to flourish this continent. And I want to hear again, like the previous speakers, single out Dr. Edem, who has been tireless in his effort to advocate, and he's very proud to partner with AfroChampions. Integration is a must for Africa. You know, the initiatives that allowed Africa to navigate the worst of the COVID pandemic, from solidarity flights for PPEs to pooled procurement, all worked because of the integration agenda. So let's look at Panabios, for instance. This initiative, if you're talking about opportunities, which we as UNDP was quite proud to support through a grant, has shown once again that Africa will lead the fourth industrial revolution. Here is an African idea, essentially reopening the global movement of goods and services in a safe manner. You have seen that over 7,000 labs and clinics were onboarded in Africa alone, and that it is now in 4 continents. This global public good is an investment for resilient health systems, already being used to strengthen preparedness for zoonotic diseases like monkeypox and Ebola. And I think for us, it's an opportunity for Africa to see that Africa actually has solutions that it can also offer to the rest of the world. UNDP's investment in accelerator labs in 37 African countries have, they really have national governments experimenting, exploring, and mapping the solution interventions. In Guinea, they're working on women entrepreneurship. In Mauritania, they're working on accelerated market access for informal sector entrepreneurs. While in Nigeria, they're working and experimenting with farming. This is how we invest, by investing in African students. And this is my second point. Transcending pandemics from a socioeconomic standpoint requires pivoting to a development frame that prioritizes resilience across the board. It is not only resilient health system that we're talking about resilient education systems and resilient food systems and so on. Building resilience requires investing differently, especially in the foundational enablers like infrastructure, like technology, like human capital. We have a unique opportunity in framing the next 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. This, Omar, is another opportunity that as we look at the next 10 years, we can begin to think about how we reset some of these. Let us not create new frameworks necessarily. These exist in abundance in infrastructure, in the PIDA framework, in pharmaceuticals, in PMPA, or in agriculture in CADEP. And even a commodities strategy exists. So we now need implementers, let's say. And the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, as everyone has pointed out, gives us the opportunity to act, and to act now swiftly. With over 50 million Africans pushed back into extreme poverty because of this pandemic and the war in Ukraine that has actually unleashed a cost of living crisis, the AfCFTA remains Africa's best chance yet to drive industrialization and break the risk of 1.2 billion people relying for their food security on whether countries outside of the continent impose export restrictions or not. The risks we see with the wheat and fertilizer crisis are an ever-present reminder of why Made in Africa is so urgent. And my third lesson here in terms of opportunities is that the state will remain a centerpiece of country resilience. I think we should not make the mistake to think you can bypass the state on a lot of these urgent needs. The key transmission channels of the COVID pandemic were in education, in health, and in food. All of them are sectors that require state investment. So this is why UNDP invested heavily in ensuring that governments could continue to govern in the middle of the crisis through e-parliaments, e-ministries, e-courts, and also supporting them with social protection to ensure that that trust with the communities and their citizens was built and it was strong. Crisis will come. The war in Ukraine followed COVID. What will separate those that float and thrive from those that sink and drown is preparedness. So we need to shock-proof development. Never again must Africa find itself this exposed. And our efforts in response to the pandemic point to answering a lot of these questions that we are having to confront today. So I think lots of lessons built into this experience, and this is now the time for us to leverage the opportunities presented by this crisis. Back to you.
Thank you, Ahuna, for those wise words. We missed some of it, but I think we captured the essence of that. And as you can see, Ahuna is always on the road, and she's one of these implementers that she's calling for. Ahuna calls for resilience, and ultimately, as I was attending an event in Cairo organized by the Afro-Bank last month, and really shocks are going to come whether we like it or not, exogenous shocks or otherwise. And ultimately, so we need to be in a position whereby we can handle these shocks. And I think that's what Ahuna was calling for, that preparedness, and that requires investment in skills, investment in technology, investments in infrastructure, what she calls those fundamental enablers. We don't need new frameworks. We've got them. We just need to make sure that we have implementers to take us forward. Okay, fantastic. So thank you, Ahuna, for that messaging and for your words and for your advice. So when I looked at when I was given the program and this particular segment, I was surprised to see the name of our next panelist, our next speaker. So Professor Peter Piot. The reason I was surprised was because I've read a lot of articles over the past 2 years on health issues, and I read a lot of interviews with Professor Peter Piotr, who's a genius in the field of science. He's arguably one of the most respected voices in terms of infectious diseases. He cut his cloth in Africa, and he's a great friend of Africa and also of African science. So Professor actually had a tough COVID, I believe, during the early days of the pandemic. So it's great to see you here and to have you amongst us. So Professor Piotr is going to tell us a little bit about how Africa ultimately can control its destiny when it comes to health and healthcare. So the floor is yours, Professor. It's great to see you amongst us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Omar, and excellencies and dear friends. Yeah, I was asked to reflect a bit on how can global health policy be made to serve Africa? And as a non-African, I feel very honored to be invited, and it's with some humility that I make these comments. And I basically would like to make just two major ones. And the first and overriding and I think most important, principle is that, of course, Africa should be in control of its destiny and policy and of its policies. That goes without saying, but it has not always been the case. And what does that mean? I'm thinking of three issues, and with a focus on health, but it goes also that for other issues. And I think that the epidemic has really had generated one of the positive silver linings, as we say, by the fact that, particularly through the African Union, but also with Africa CDC and with the WHO office in Africa, that there has been strong leadership, a unified vision, and that thanks to John Kengasong, Chimoeti, and of course the whole leadership of the Commission and the African Union, to not wait for others to help Africa, and have negotiated vaccines, have developed and supported lab infrastructure, etc. And I think that is the first thing: get organized. Secondly, and as was mentioned also by Minister Patel from South Africa, I think the local manufacturing, getting serious about that. And every crisis offers an opportunity that should not be missed. And the opportunity for Africa of the COVID crisis, one of them is that it's never been clear in my mind that one cannot depend on others. The whole strategy for COVAX, for example, was, dependent on particularly Indian companies providing vaccines. But then when India was hit by a very bad COVID epidemic, Prime Minister Modi said, okay, we need these vaccines ourselves. And there were no vaccines left for other countries. So the real stimulus of manufacturing in the region is very important, as also Charles Michel, the chair of the European Council, mentioned. And that will also change the power relations. But also, as we heard, it's not only about making the products, but also having access to the market. And that will require a very strong political and unified front, which is absolutely necessary to ensure that the products made in Africa will find a market. And that will maybe a challenge, because initially, particularly, they may be a bit more expensive than elsewhere. So specific measures will be needed. And thirdly, I would say, when you think of science advice, Africa has so much talent, but it's not always used when it comes to policy development, to decision-making, and investing in that. And then the second big part, I would say, goes also to something that you said, Omar, and that we've never been more connected as a world. And that means also Africa. Africa is part of the world community, and as such should have a strong voice. and it should no longer be a one-way street. This is a two-way street or a multi-way street. And again, 3 points. One, it's key to be in the room. In the room, and that means that a G7, there's no African country in there, G20, only one sub-Saharan African country. And also when we look at expert committees, you know, that set global policies, there is often a very shortage, I would say, of African expertise, not because it's not there, but because of the power relations. And secondly, I should say that this, it's key to, in order to have an impact, you know, it's important to have a unified voice. A unified voice, putting whatever the differences are aside, and come with that unified voice to the arena, whatever the issue is, whether it's political or technical. And I think that's one of the achievements, not always, but of the European Union. And thirdly is the partnerships as a big principle. Again, referring to what Jean-Michel said. I think here, again, from my perspective, where I am a special advisor to the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, that for me, this partnership between the African Union and the European Union is absolutely vital for both of us. And we can learn from each other. And that, in addition to the multilateral, bilateral partnerships, and not to forget, of course, the partnerships within Africa. Omar, I'd like to stop here because we could talk about this the whole day. Thank you.
Fantastic, Professor. Look, it's you made a point. It's important to be in the room and being at the table. But what I've also learned over the years is when you're at the table is to take make sure that you take advantage of that position, get your point across, and negotiate and know what you want from being at the table rather than just being a participant. It's important to have a strategy, a plan of action, and as someone once put it, you don't get what you deserve, you get what you negotiate. So look, this leads me to I don't know how we're running behind because I've tried to keep to time, but it means that I've got to rush a little bit and bring you to our next sequence. The next sequence is going to be moderated by someone who I've been following for the past 6 or 7 years. My editor first talked to me about Rita Roy, who heads the MasterCard Foundation, and really they're doing some phenomenal work across the continent. They're leading some of the most ambitious projects in Africa relating to youth development and the creation of millions of jobs. And I don't know if it was last year, they announced a 1.5 billion initiative with the Africa CDC around vaccines, vaccine manufacturing, we've heard about that just now, and strengthening health systems. So Rita's going to be leading a conversation with someone we all got to know and we all got to admire, Dr. John Nkengasong, who's the global coordinator at PEPFAR, but also we know him from his Africa CDC days, and also UNAIDS, sorry, Dr. Sihaka Temo, who's representing UNAIDS, headed by another African we love and admire. So the floor is yours, Rita, and happy moderation. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Omar. And thank you for doing such a Herculean job with this section. I'm very, very thrilled to join all of you at this year's Boma event. I'm so glad that 2 remarkable leaders are here who are going to be part of this panel. You all know John and Sihaka, and both bring considerable experience to building public health, and they're also very, very much intimately involved in laying down a new public health order for the continent. We've been speaking about the African century, and as Omar alluded to a moment ago, the MasterCard Foundation has been working on the continent, in the continent, with many partners for well over a decade, and we set an ambition of enabling the creation of 30 million jobs, or enabling 30 million young people, especially young women, access dignified and fulfilling work by the end of 2030. But it's virtually impossible to secure the African century unless we also secure our healthcare, and we are able to realize the full potential of what we have with good health systems. And that's why when the pandemic struck, the MasterCard Foundation and Africa CDC partnered to launch this $1.5 billion initiative known as Saving Lives and Livelihoods. We set out to purchase vaccines as well as to roll out vaccinations to hit and to move towards that target of 70%, so laying the groundwork for vaccine manufacturing on the continent, because we need to secure public health as well as invest in the institution of the Africa CDC. So a byproduct of this initiative is also to create strong health systems. And as you've heard, one of the pieces of good news coming out of this pandemic is the rise of strong institutions. Certainly the Africa CDC, but also the Africa Vaccine Acquisition Trust, the African Medical Supplies Platform, the African Medical Agency. In order to transcend pandemics, more work needs to be done. And in particular, more work needs to be done to laying down a new public health order. So let me start with Dr. John. First and foremost, you've been instrumental in speaking about a new public health order on the continent. You've been helping shape its contours. Tell us more, what are the constituent parts of a public health order and why now?
Thank you, Rita. Let me join others in recognizing the African Union, the AfroChampion, actually led by Dr. Edem, for organizing this very important forum. We've heard from several important speakers, including just recently Professor Peter Piot, Dr. Tedros, and others on the criticality of Africa taking its own leadership. I think, as others have said, when you look at the pandemics that the continent of Africa has faced, including the recent pandemic, the COVID-19, and also the HIV pandemic, which is still a very serious threat to the continent. 5 different things that come to mind. One is strong institutions like the Africa CDC, the African Medicine Agency, and the national institutions at local level. We can only fight pandemics if each country has a strong public health agency. That the continent of Africa, when I was in my previous job, really has to work hard to meet that gap. As we speak, Africa, a continent of 55 member states, only has about 15 national public health institutions that are functional. I think that gap needs to be closed. Secondly, is the need for the continent of Africa, as Peter said, the previous speaker, to begin to produce health security commodities, including diagnostics, vaccines, pharmaceutical, and personal protective gears, which we saw during the current pandemic, how challenging it was. And we have seen over the course of the last 40 years, the need and criticality for the continent to be on top of certain diagnostics, including basic HIV diagnostics. We also think of respectful partnerships with the private sector. A lot of the innovations that we have seen during this pandemic with respect to the continent of Africa responding to the pandemic has emerged from the partnerships with the private sector. That needs to be enriched. Partnerships with the foundations. You just described, Richard, a remarkable historic partnership that the African Union and the Africa CDC established with the MasterCard Foundation, the Gates Foundation, the Susan Buffett Foundation, and others. These are the kind of partnerships that will be required to innovate the continent and to leapfrog certain processes and make it more suitable to respond to other pandemics. Then you look at what we call the agenda that the continent, I think Secretary Clinton mentioned this, the Agenda 2063, which is the future that Africa has charted for itself. It is a call for action for all partners to align behind that partnership. That is the Agenda 2063, which is a roadmap that enables the continent to achieve a developmental progress there. So when you speak of a public health order that the AU, the African Union, and the leadership of the continent has endorsed, I think those are some of the ingredients that speaks to and reflect a new public health order that the continent has. We've not seen that during the pandemic, and including workforce. Let me just make sure that I highlight that competent workforce is critical. We saw it in play during this current pandemic, and we have seen it over and over the last 40 years when we fought the HIV/AIDS pandemic.
Thank you, Dr. John. Thank you for also highlighting the importance of human capital. It always comes down to be able to execute that we need strong, capable, and skilled health workers. Dr. Sima, let me turn to you. You've long been an advocate for human rights, for global health equity. What are the lessons we can learn from the HIV/AIDS crisis as we think about transcending future pandemics?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon and good evening to all. It's really my pleasure to join this very important event and to speak on behalf of our Executive Director, UNAIDS Executive Director, Mrs. Winnie Byanyima, who unfortunately could not be here today. Dear Rita, Excellencies and friends, really I can say something you all are aware of by stating that the global HIV response serves today as one of the most inspiring undertakings in the history of global health. Its success is a model for what is possible with strong, decisive, and sustained political will. Also with communities at the center, with global solidarity and shared responsibility, and with consistent long-term funding, resilient health system, and addressing inequalities. Allow me to unpack a little bit some of this notion. First of all, when I'm talking about strong, decisive, and sustained political will, I believe that the turning point of the HIV/AIDS epidemic was when the political forces that had denied it and stigmatized it changed their tune. Since then, we know now we have seen HIV leadership that has not only been consistent and vocal, but also audacious and ambitious. When we are talking about the role of communities and activism in pandemic response, that is critical. What we are seeing here, we see a meaningful involvement of community and how it can shape social norms. Building social capital, trust, and community cohesion catalyzes the impact of health messages and can be fostered by supporting local leadership. We have seen how AIDS activism flourished long before HIV treatment was available. And its successes include the Doha Declaration on TRIPS flexibilities that led to the reduction in drug prices and in the use of generic drugs. This speaks to the importance and imagining a better reality rather than accepting the limit of our current one. When we are speaking of global solidarity and shared responsibility, we know that the partnership paradigm that is perhaps less known but has demonstrated success is that of shared responsibility and global solidarity promoted by UNAIDS and adopted by the African Union in July 2012. And we know also that through this initiative, a combination of domestic and donor funding was effectively mobilized and led to many African countries achieving remarkable progress in combating HIV, demonstrated by reduction in new infection and expanding access to treatment. And finally, one of the key ingredients here, when we are talking about reimagining and shaping a new global health order, we are talking about addressing inequalities and achieving equity as a critical approach. As a matter of fact, one of the cornerstones of the HIV response has been its dedication to putting people first by advocating for patients' rights and reducing stigma. This focus on social justice has helped marginalized people around the world access key prevention, treatment, and care services they need and deserve. But there is a great deal more to be done. To achieve the ambitious new public health order and to health SDG goals, new ways to understand and address the complex nature of health inequities, especially among the most vulnerable population around the world are non-negotiable. And this is where we really salute our partnership with Africa CDC. We also salute our partnership with the PEPFAR. And this is an occasion again to congratulate Dr. John Kengasong for his appointment as a great son of African soil and as one of our key partners working on HIV, but beyond HIV, ending also other epidemics on the continent. I thank you.
Thank you so much. So we've talked a lot about equity, and clearly in order to achieve global health equity and certainly equity in Africa, we need strong institutions. We need to be able to produce our own health products. We need respectful partnerships. We need a workforce, and we need to keep communities at the center. What is the role of partnership in all of this? And how do we ensure that the kinds of partnerships that we forge are on our own terms? Perhaps Dr. John, you could comment on that.
No, absolutely, Rita. I've always believed and stated this openly, that there's nothing of goods or any value in humanity that the world has ever achieved without partnerships. But the partnerships must be trusting partnerships. They must be respectful partnerships. We've seen the power of partnership in play during the HIV/AIDS pandemic. We've seen the power of partnerships in play during this COVID response. I think one of the greatest innovation that I can speak to very personally in my previous role as the head of the Africa CDC was the ability to forge partnerships with the foundation, like the MasterCard Foundation, when the continent was in dire needs of diagnostics and in dire needs to deploy community healthcare workers. One of the first partnerships that the African Union established was with the MasterCard Foundation. I think it was $40 million. These days, when people refer to that partnership with Africa's CDC and the MasterCard Foundation, the $1.5 billion partnership trumps that. But it is fundamental and foundational that without that 40 million, that partnership that the MasterCard invested in what the African Union launched at that time called Partnership to Accelerate COVID Testing, the continent would have been challenged to deploy diagnostics there. So action-oriented, respectful partnership is so important. But the partnership has to be designed that it meets the recipient at the point of the appropriate point and timing. In other words, if that partnership, that is PAC, had not occurred at that time in April or May of 2020, the continent would have struggled. But because of the timeliness of that, the continent started getting prepared to respond to COVID more appropriately. So partnerships that respond to the need of the recipient or the country is what we are arguing for. And in my new role, we are reviewing our partnership strategy to really look at what partnerships should apply appropriately and respectfully to respond to the HIV AIDS pandemic. And partnerships that are also local, because when we think of partnerships, it is usually partnerships that are oriented from the north to the south, but you can have a south-south partnership and south-south partnership that actually apply themselves to the need, the practical needs of the country. So I think such partnership must also be encouraged.
Great. Thank you so much. Dr. Shimo, I can't let you go without asking a question, because we're speaking a lot about how digital technologies have sort of been accelerating what we're capable of doing. What are your views in terms of the role digital technology can play in terms of greater levels of integration when it comes to healthcare? Dr. Sihak, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Great.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the question. Allow me to go back a little bit on the issue of partnership, because then we will see how easy it would be to get all the interaction on the new technologies. You know, there is an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. And if you want to go further, go together. And I just wanted to really stress again what Dr. John Kengasong said about the traditional partnerships and the traditional North to South and South-South cooperation that have been central for financial cooperation, technological advancement, and for example, the point of care diagnostic and skills transfer program for resilient health and community systems. We have seen how the roadmap on shared responsibility and global solidarity for AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria response in Africa that was from 2012 to 2015 was a game changer. And this has compelled high burden countries to fulfill their mutual obligation to accountable and transparent ways, donors to commit to long-term investment, and countries to dedicate sustainable domestic resources to strong national AIDS response. And without this partnership, we will not be able to achieve all the progress we have seen. And when it comes now to innovation, when it comes to technology, we are seeing today how the African Medicine Agency will provide a space for collaboration among member states to ensure safety on medicine and pharmaceutical commodities. And we also believe that it will be very important in this approach to actually look at how we are going to provide and give opportunity to researchers, to young researchers in Africa, to be heard and for their all the very, very important work that has been mentioned by other speakers is going to continue to be valued, to be supported, including financially. And we really believe that we have more than a capable expert that can provide this technological advancement, and that would be very important to integrate, for instance, in the African continental trade area effort, because these efforts are actually allowing all the continent to go into the better exchange and to intra-trade, to trade for Africa to trade with itself. So this will be really a key to moving forward and to implement some of the good policies that the continent has. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we're running over time, so I just want to say thank you to Dr. Jean, Dr. Shima for your contributions, and thank you also for your leadership. Omar, I'm going to turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Rita. That was very insightful. I always like to take notes, but no, I like the part about respectful and trusting partnerships and ultimately timely action and action-oriented partnerships. But ultimately, you raised a lot of interesting points, including the strength, the importance of strong institutions. And I think the Africa CDC was a case in point there. And they did some phenomenal work and showed what is possible. Hopefully, we'll build on the manufacturing capabilities, and the AFCFTA will be a catalyst for that. And ultimately, this is about people. I believe that Tidjane Thiam said, when he invests in companies, he's not investing in a company; he's investing in people. Ultimately, that's the difference. That. In terms of the management, in terms of the culture, in terms of the values, and that's what we need to develop, and that's what we need to focus a lot of our attention on, as was also mentioned by Ahuna. Fantastic. So it has gone very quickly, and I'm sorry to have rushed it a little. And I wish we had given a little bit more time to some of our speakers. But I'm delighted to give the final word and the vote of thanks to Ambassador Minata Samate, Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development at the African Union Commission, who I believe may also launch the AU eHealth backbone and African vaccine passport. But the floor is yours, and you could do whatever you want, Ambassador Samate. It's thank you for hosting us today, and thank you for providing us with this platform, and thank you to all the organizers as well. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le modérateur. Je tiens à saluer leurs excellences, les ministres, les distingués participants, les agences des Nations Unies, les institutions, l'Union européenne, société civile. Je tiens à saluer tous les participants. Et chez moi, on dit tout protocole dûment observé. Je salue tout le monde. Mais je tiens, mesdames et messieurs, à remercier. J'ai eu l'occasion cet après-midi de suivre.
Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. I received the opportunity to follow heads of state, former heads of state, chief of government, and big leaders of this world, and African responsibles who took the floor in this occasion of the Day of the African Integration 2022. I congratulate them for their brilliant presentations and relevant ideas they wanted to share with us. So the present meeting was a good occasion to develop interesting perspectives in the way of the advancement of the Agenda 2063 to allow us to build the Africa that we want. Ladies and gentlemen, the aspiration of this agenda envisages an Africa with healthy citizens and well-fed. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 has put stumbling blocks for the project we had to realize to achieve in our continent in so many areas, and also in terms of sanitary security. So, and that problem is also persistent, and there is a global elementary crisis. But despite those challenges, we could at least find opportunities. And in those opportunities, we build bridges, we established links, and that will allow us to find solutions. I had the privilege to follow today great political leaders in the business world, head of multilateral institutions and other responsibles of civil societies, and in the private sector. If I have to draw a conclusion here, I will focalize on 3 points. First of all, 3 keywords: integration, innovation, and I'll also add inclusion. First of all, integration. With regards to the weakness of our resources and recurring external shocks in the persistent crisis we have. So today is an important day. We have to integrate ourselves or die. We have to integrate and go towards integration if we want to achieve our goals contained in the Agenda 2063, and otherwise it will just be a paper for us. And the message concerning integration is clear. I heard people saying the century is African, but there won't be an African century as long as we are not going to go towards that integration we're talking about. At the same time, we have the chance today to have that tool of integration like African Free Trade Zone, and aside I will add the free circulation of people and of goods. And here I speak of regional and continental integration. So the free circulation movement of people and of goods. So in the framework of this integration, I also heard important possibilities of a new hub of free African trade area, the network of the cell network, in order to support and enhance startups and SMEs of the continent. So the African Free Trade Area works hand in hand with other zones for the trade in the African continent by using a model by which we will connect by private applications in order to create ways upon which harmonization policies of the continent would function. So I will also speak of innovation. The capacity in terms of innovation in our continent cannot be doubted. We have seen it during the COVID-19 pandemic. We had technologies, we had young dynamics that started working for us, and we need more trust in ourselves and to the continent and to our partners. So the African century can only be possible if we do not invest and support African innovations at all levels. It will be difficult. I also heard concerning innovations, we spoke of englobing pharmaceutical industry. We spoke of local manufacturing of medicines. So we should, our product should be accepted. We should also sell beyond the African continent and all with other partners. So for innovation, we have seen how Africa succeeded to go beyond the unthinkable by facing the pandemic crisis. So our continent, the African continent, I'm proud of it, and I was the first one to deploy the digital health cyber system, and to get the result of the test beyond the borders, and that opened the ways to one of the digital platform, intergovernmental and intercontinental in the world. And I salute CDC Africa, which has done an excellent work to allow the African continent to be a leader in terms of the management of the COVID-19 pandemic issues. So we are engaged to advance developed solutions via the initiative of Africa CDC. I greet here John Ahmed. We had to develop those solutions with CDC Africa, Panabios, and more rapidly and vigorously through the initiative Trusted Health. And we commit ourselves to exploit tendencies and the digitalization of clinics on a very higher level in the world. And speaking of integration, by using an innovating tool that will not necessarily lead into prosperity if we do not seek to be inclusive. And that's the third point, inclusivity on all the question of the autonomization of the youth. So our continent is young, so young girls, young men, and women are also insist of the equality when it comes to gender. So there is important gaps in Africa as well, fractures. So if we have to move forward, we have to also include inclusion. That's why all the initiatives that we launched today, for example, the hub of African Free Trade Area, so anti-illicit use or transfer of money. So all those platforms were constituted at the beginning, but we have to work in order to have more inclusivity, to have everybody in the African society. We have to bring the youth, children, women, and the civil society to work together in synergy, to work with policymakers, governors, partners for development, so we may achieve our goals for the Agenda 2063 and the objectives of the development of the UN. We have to work and work together as we are transcending this pandemic. For us to be more integrated, we have to do it by making use of technological platforms. We have no choice, and that should become the source of our innovation spirit as an African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all. I thank His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa for being the backbone of cyber health. He has always been champion on those questions with us, and also the module of trustworthy vaccination. I also thank you to the president who took the floor during the course of this day, President Akufo. I could follow very well. We had Ichilema, we had the Vice President Bahumia, and all other people who intervened on this platform to voice their concerns, bring their ideas with concerns to the launch of this hub of African free trade area. And I also thank particularly the Secretariat of African Free Trade Area. And as I said, we had with us here Ahmed. I also thank WHO. I see my sister Moetika who came. I thank also for cooperation, the DG of WHO, the cooperation we have with them and also with other partners. I won't forget the AfroChampions partners who gave us messages, key messages, important messages, ideas, suggestions, messages of solidarity. And also we had a chance to have the public who stayed, the audience who stayed with us during the course of this Boma, which is the African Festival of Ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, let ideas that came out in these discussions should bear their fruits. We should take action, and we are going to go together as one. There has to be a convergence from now until next year. When we are going to meet, we should say that, behold, here is the implementation of the discussions of Boma 2022 have come to light, have come to pass, and what is important, and we should know that challenges are enormous. We should make sure that the fruits of our partnerships have gone beyond our hope. And as I said it, the ideas that I memorized, innovation, inclusion, and integration. So I will not forget our interpreters, translators. So I could intervene in English. I also wanted to do it in French to allow the interpreters to interpret on the other side for the English speaking people. I thank them for their presence, because without the interpreters, we wouldn't have this. So we met on this platform. We needed technicians as well. I also thank the organizers, our colleagues, and all those who brought their expertise, their stone to this building so that this may be a success. So I thank everybody to say that it is a great honor, a pleasure for me to declare the African passport for the vaccine, the backbone of cyber health, officially launched.
I thank you.
Excellence. Merci, ambassadeur Samaté, pour votre intervention. Intégration, innovation, inclusion, plus action. Et donc, we are reaching the end of our program. Thank you very much, Commissioner. And I believe that after this, we've got a short video that if you missed it this morning, you can watch it again today. But if you want an example of a phenomenal, young, dynamic African woman with great talent who didn't succeed at first, but through perseverance, hard work, is succeeding at last. Watch the Wimbledon final tomorrow, and you'll see a fellow Tunisian who will be fighting the final, the first African in a Grand Slam final, I believe, the first Arab woman in a Grand Slam final. She's showing us what it is to be an African who strives and who aims for the best. So watch the final tomorrow, 1300 GMT. Thank you very much for being part of this program today. Thank you to all our speakers. Thank you to the organizers. And over to you, technical team, so we can watch one more rendition of the AFCFTA video. Have a great weekend. Eid Mubarak. Bon weekend à tous et à toutes. Merci, Vos Excellences. Thanks for the ideas. Now let's implement them. This is me, Omar Ben-Yedder, publisher of African Business Magazine and New African. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Whatever you have created that touches him is the connection. And by that connection, you are connected with others and the brand gets growing. And I think at that level, you are becoming a national, international brand and so on.
They say that a brand is a promise, an offering of trust. But what if you're selling to a whole continent? A continent as grand, as ancient, and as full of color as Africa. You will have to shout the promise from the rooftops, sound it like a gombe drum from the mountain peaks of the Maghreb, to the rolling grasslands of the Kalahari. But what will give you a voice? Small business as you are, little entrepreneur as you are, landlocked in one land as you are. Africa, my brother, is very big. Africa, my sister, is full of sound. Africa, my friend, is swamped with beats from abroad. But don't despair. Now you have AfTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement.
African Continental Free Trade Area. AfTA brings you made in Africa. Yeah, Africa.
AfTA is your baby, your guardian spirit, your superpower. It is a force in your corner and now it wants to be your story. May is the month that 3 years ago, AfTA came into its own when it came into force. And on this auspicious occasion of its 3rd anniversary, gifts are in order. AfTA's gift to all of you merrymakers of fine wares is to take the promise of your brand on its wings from the nape to the ankle of Mother Africa.
Mama Africa.
AfTA is a miracle to us SMEs. The General Secretary always says that SMEs like us are the heartbeat of AfTA.
AfTA means, from a business perspective, and our business means access to one of the biggest trade zones in the world that is growing. So the advent of AfTA is made sure that all the 53 countries in Africa comes across as a common market.
One AfTA hub for one Africa.
So long as your fine wares and products are made in Africa, steeped in its soil and its soul, so long as in your making and in your weaving and in your crafting and your molding, you add value to our beloved continent.
AfTA wants to change Mama Africa.
AfTA is your friend and your champion.
Africa.
But even AfTA cannot carry this load alone. A veritable constellation of Africa's most prominent organizations working closely with the AfTA Secretariat as one determined AfTA Hub network is gathering, from AfroChampions and Badia to AfroXimbank and the UNDP, and from EcoBank to MTN. This alliance of Pan-African changemakers is committed to the true flourishing of startups and SMEs across the continent, such as yours. With their breeze in your wings, you are on safari, a star in your own galaxy, atop the peak they are shaping for you. But the centerpiece of their support, the very rationale of the AfTA Hub, is the power and promise of your brand, the brands of Africa's SMEs and startups.
I think a brand is what they say about you when you're not in the room. Branding for us has enabled us to connect with our customer, relate to them, and since we meet our promise to them in terms of quality, affordable products made in Africa, it's possible. We use our brand to be the anchor pillar to drive our agenda.
Through the AfTA Hub's digital ecosystem and a novel and powerful creative collaboration platform, brand artists are connecting with product makers. Supermarkets and malls are joining up Africa's retail veins for the lifeblood of young businesses into the beating heart of commerce and industry throughout the continent. By boosting the brand equity of SMEs and startups through brand hackathons, they are primed for expansion. By increasing their trust quotient through the AfTA number, the continent's business directory, incredible opportunities are opening up. By unknotting the thorny problem of payments through AfroXimbank's PAPS platform, massive savings beckon. This highway of opportunities paved by the AfTA Hub platform, the AfTA Caravan, PAPS and similar initiatives is crisscrossed by a new logistics ecosystem, powered by Africa's cargo supermajors. Things of beauty and tastefulness made in one part of Africa flow like streams of hope, radiating the brand power of the continent's emerging industrial giants.
Rwanda's mission is really to connect Rwanda to the rest of the African continent and to connect the African continent to the rest of the world. So to that end, we've opened up quite a number of routes within the African continent, and we believe that with our route network, we'll be able to easily facilitate businesses to move their goods across the continent. And with our focus on cargo as well, and increasing our cargo capacity, we believe we're well positioned to facilitate this. The most important part of the entire process, getting the goods to the shelves in a timely manner and at an affordable rate. This will help the different businesses be able to sell their brands at an affordable rate to the end user, and it will ensure that their brands are stocked on shelves at all times.
We believe ACFTA brought a lot of opportunity to African countries, and it mainly helps to develop the trade between the countries. Using our expanding network and infrastructure in our hub in Addis Ababa, we are looking forward to provide. We are currently also providing a very seamless operation by moving different type of products, including perishables, live animals, commercial goods, sensitive, dangerous goods, and any other product that can be transported by air. So the new development with African Free Trade Continental Agreement would definitely help towards this achievement. We would like to align ourselves with the initiatives of the continental bodies in order to promote the commerce between the various countries. To that end, what we are currently doing is expanding our infrastructure here at Hub to create a world-class infrastructure that would definitely contribute to this achievement. And the major development is the e-commerce center. Ethiopian is currently constructing an e-commerce facility on a 15,000 square meter in an ambition to create a smart logistics hub in Addis Ababa. And we believe this infrastructure added with our current network in Africa would definitely help to promote the trade between different companies, both small and medium companies, when they are trading with their African counterparts.
We want to work very closely with the AfTA Hub, because we ourselves have created a hub. We call it the Fahari Innovation Hub, So the two hubs need to work collaboratively, because the whole point of having the hub is to work with the SMEs to grow them, to grow their capabilities, understand the market more, the aviation market more. And AfterHub is doing exactly that, to support also SMEs. So the two hubs need to work together and see the best possible approach that we should take to encourage SMEs, first of all, to access the markets. Secondly, to be able to play a part in the supply chain and even the value addition chain. And also to develop innovative ways, both digital and otherwise, that will incorporate them in the whole ecosystem that will help to develop their businesses.
The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is one of the really good news policy dimensions that came during the pandemic. And already within the KQ cargo strategy, we were in motion embedding a number of levers to really improve connectivity within the continent. At the end of 2020, we opened some kind of a mini hub in South Africa. And one of our strategies was to multi-hub within the continent. A critical enabler of this multi-hub strategy would be when you have a free trade regime within the continent. So we began in South Africa. We're flying into Malawi, Zimbabwe, Dar es Salaam, and already we can really see the costs for customers being optimized. And this is really exciting feedback in terms of also reducing the logistics costs within the continent. Previously, flying into Tanzania, we had to fly two sectors, Johannesburg to Nairobi, and then Nairobi to Dar es Salaam. But now with this kind of free trade regime, it enables us to do a direct flight into Dar es Salaam. This is cost effective for us as an airline, cost effective for our customers, and a really clear value add.
Made in Africa indeed. Made for Africa for sure. Made with Africa in fact. Infused with the spirit and grace of our Mama Africa, our after power. Every maker can pitch their tent in the after hub. Every business hitch their wagon to the after caravan. Provided their heart is in Africa and their value crystallizes in African supply chains. Provided they share the vision of making the after the world's most innovative and most inclusive free trade area, not just its largest.
We begin to develop. We begin to see each other's work, and indeed, presently it's happening. We have artists, not artists, traders here in Ghana. They come here in Ghana from mostly Nigeria. They come to buy my work, and they sell in Nigeria, and they bring. We have other. Now that man comes from Nigeria. We have other artists here. But you see, gradually it's growing. But it's just because this enabling environment has given them the impetus, the idea that they don't need to sell only in Nigeria or Benin. They begin to take their work somewhere else other than their countries.
Some say that a brand is a promise, a sacred offering of trust. But Africa is very big. So a promise must be shouted from the rooftops. A promise must vibrate like the kora and the ngoni in the hands of the Mandingo maestros. In the moonlight feasts of Limpopo, what you make in one corner of Africa must brighten the nooks and crannies of another. The big must join hands with the small, and old barriers must be cleared by the strong.
The whole idea is to trade amongst ourselves, right? So after basically leverages the business to grow and become successful and build on the African dream, because Africa is seen as the growing continent, but the future of the world is truly African, right? So for a business, a new business, this is a marvelous opportunity to make sure that you are successful, and as you become successful, you bring a lot of Africans with it through employment, through a complementary business, and the network effects of growing a business within Africa, right? So AfTA presents that perfect opportunity with the timing to build a successful African business and a brand.
In Africa, we have always said, those who want to go quicker, they go alone. But those who reach far, move with friends. We have seen how other free trade programs in other lands have failed the masses, triggered demagogues and worsened inequalities. And we have resolved that our AfTA must be different. Innovation must mesh with inclusion. Wealth creation must blend into welfare and sharing. The path of branding and of technology, of modern retail and new logistics, they must all lead to one place. The place of Ubuntu. The place of Agenda 2063, an Africa prosperously united and proudly standing tall on the world stage. Because Africa is very big.
When we succeed as a country, as a nation, what we hope to create is an environment where we are utilizing most of our resources in producing the goods within our continent and consuming it here, and hopefully even exporting some of it to the neighboring countries and vice versa.
We need to understand our market. One of the key headaches we have is, of course, on-shelf availability. And that comes in with logistical support, making sure the product is available, making sure the raw materials are actually available, making sure that we actually also spark consumption within ourselves such that there is that particular rotation so that traders and retailers and everybody else is actually pleased to be part of that whole journey. So it's a 360 affair. How you're making the customers happy by making sure that product is available on shelf at the right price and the right quality, making sure that the retailers and traders are actually having proper margins, and that of course comes in with proper trading terms, and ultimately of course other stakeholders like government and all that, making sure that you're creating employment and actually making sure that we're not just copy pasting other markets but coming up with our own unique way of working, and not look at each other like competitors. We need manufacturers not seeing like the person who is now coming in from Ghana into Kenya is coming to take a market share. They need to be looking like, oh, guess what, this person is going to better my product. I also can take my products to Ghana, all the other way, and also things. I need to go to Zim, I need to go everywhere else. The same way even retailers, we are just about to start going now and expanding into other horizons.
AfTA coming into play is really to help manufacturers of African products to bring their products on one platform. Now, we will be able to achieve that if there is an education, because what we need to do is to really educate these retailers what really these platforms seek to do and what they stand to gain from. We need to increase the sensitization or the education in this area to ensure that whoever is coming onto this platform knows exactly what is there. If we have a platform where all these products made in Africa are put there, so let me say when you go on that platform and you click Ghana, you are able to come up with all these products that is made in Ghana, but it's within Africa. You go to Egypt, you are able to click and then you get all the product made in Egypt within Africa. You go to other countries, you go to Libya, you go to Tunisia, you go to Morocco, you go to Nigeria. All these products that really want to come onto the platform comes in, and therefore
we are able to go into the system to know exactly what we want.
When this happens, we are going to grow more jobs, we are going to create better products, we are going to consume those products, and we are eventually going to export those products even outside the continent, and in turn create a livelihood and an ecosystem where the continent will lift itself out of the levels where we are. So hopefully when we meet again the next time, we'll be discussing how we have succeeded, or not if we have succeeded.
Africa, after want to change Mama Africa, Mama Africa, ooh yeah yeah yeah. Africa, after wants to change Mama Africa, Mama Africa, eh no no no. Africa, after wants to change Mama Africa, Mama Africa. Yeah, no, 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 no. Africa. NAFTA wants to change Mama Africa. Mama Africa. Yeah, no, no, no. Africa.